Chapter 1, Betrayal. Miss, regarding the tie you ordered, we'll have it made in Italy as quickly as possible and notify you immediately to come see the sample. The sales associate flashed a professional smile at the university student before her, her etiquette impeccable. With years of experience in the luxury goods industry, she could tell the young woman's T-shirt was cheap market stall quality, probably 3 years old. The jeans were also low-grade bargain finds, and the canvas shoes were frayed and worn, the rubber sole peeling away, though meticulously cleaned. The colorful plastic bags in her hand emitted a faint fishy smell, likely meat and ingredients from a morning market trip. 10 minutes ago, she wouldn't have believed this shabby girl could afford anything from their store. She wasn't even dressed as well as the mall's cleaning lady, especially when she first entered, her thin, pale face anxious and embarrassed, clutching the plastic bags, carefully avoiding touching anything. The other associates hadn't wanted to bother with her. She herself had only approached out of boredom, wanting to ensure the girl didn't dirty their displays. Who would have thought this girl would present a design sketch, asking to custom order a tie? The full price was $3,000. The girl haggled, managing to get a discount down to $2,800 with a required deposit of $1,000. Please hurry, it needs to be ready before my boyfriend's birthday. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the girl paid the deposit via QR code without a moment's hesitation. As the girl turned away with the receipt, the sales associate noticed another luxury brand's shopping bag among the plastic ones. She looked poor yet spent generously, buying a gift for her boyfriend no less. Probably some naive girl blinded by love, being manipulated by some opportunistic guy. The sales associate scoffed inwardly. Meredith Shaw carefully tucked the receipt away and walked out of the mall, plastic bags in hand, waiting at the bus stop. She hadn't wanted to bring the bags inside, but the mall lacked storage lockers, and going there before the market meant missing the freshest meat. It was the most embarrassing experience of her life, but thankfully, the sales associate had been kind and patient. With the tie ordered, her next goal was saving money for her master's application fees next semester. Yesterday afternoon, her boyfriend, Ethan Young, texted from Paris. His week-long business trip was ending. His flight back was scheduled for this afternoon. Meredith had planned to pick him up, but Ethan complained about the food in France, saying he desperately missed her signature stewed chicken. So, she had arranged with a familiar market vendor for an old hen and bought all the necessary ingredients to cook him a delicious meal. Coincidentally, today was her birthday. He would be back in time to spend part of the day with her. The May sun wasn't scorching yet, but Meredith felt faint, the plastic bags heavy as lead. The bus arrived and Meredith got on. It wasn't crowded. She found a double seat and rested against the back. Her mind replayed the scene from the mall lobby just moments ago, seeing Ethan. He wasn't alone, he was with another girl. They were in the cosmetics section, right on Meredith's path to the exit. Their intimacy was obvious, Ethan's attention entirely focused on the girl beside him. Meredith walked past behind him, unnoticed. For a moment, Meredith considered canceling the tie order. But she didn't. Maybe it was just a friend. Maybe he was planning a surprise for her birthday. The 30-minute bus ride felt long. After getting off, Meredith walked another 20 minutes, carrying her heavy bags, finally reaching the old apartment complex where Ethan rented. She wasn't in a rush. Walking slowly saved $2 on cab fare. Meredith unlocked the door with her key. The small living room was tidy, the connected kitchenette fully equipped with pots and pans, filled with the scent of home. After prepping the ingredients and setting the stew to simmer, Meredith grabbed a cloth and started cleaning. The apartment hadn't been lived in for a week, and a thin layer of dust covered the furniture. She changed the bedsheets, putting the dirty ones into the old, rumbling washing machine. Ethan always complained about this machine, wanting to buy a fully automatic one, but she'd always refused, thinking it too extravagant. With everything done, Meredith sank onto the living room sofa. It faced away from the door, towards the balcony, offering a view of the sky outside. The aroma of cooking drifted from the kitchen, the washing machine hummed on the balcony, and the old clock in the living room ticked steadily. Though small, the apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Ethan used one bedroom, the other he'd converted into a study. He disliked being disturbed, so Meredith rarely entered the study. Today, when she'd intended to clean it, the door was locked. Fine, less work for her. Meredith closed her eyes, resting for a while, then checked the time. 6:36 p.m. It had been over 6 hours since she left campus. Adding the nearly hour-long trip from the airport to the city, Ethan must have landed and returned to Seaport City before 11 a.m. Where had he been for nearly 7 hours? Why lie about arriving in the afternoon? He didn't want me to see him with that girl at the mall, Meredith answered herself. With everything ready, she finally allowed herself to dwell on the mall incident. The idea of a surprise couldn't fool her own heart. His first act upon returning was taking a young girl shopping at the city's most exclusive mall. The girl's innocent, worldly unaware smile as she tried on row after row of lipsticks and eyeshadows, and Ethan patiently waiting for her to choose. Meredith never knew Ethan had the patience for mall shopping. He used to rush her impatiently, never waiting like this. She was a girl, too. At her age, she also yearned for the vibrant colors and dazzling lights of those places. She knew the mall was expensive, but sometimes she just wanted to look. Not buy, just look. But Meredith was timid, afraid of revealing her empty pockets. She assumed Ethan, burdened by debt, avoided such places to save face for both of them. Later, after Ethan's job stabilized and his income improved, Meredith had suggested visiting a few times. Each time, Ethan wouldn't refuse outright but would deftly change the subject. Eventually, Meredith understood he didn't want to go. Today, having designed the birthday gift, she thought she'd stop by and order the tie. Her roommate, Evelyn Yates, knowing she couldn't find a suitable shop, had pointed her to this mall and asked her to pick up a bracelet Evelyn had left for maintenance. It was Meredith's first time in such a mall. She wandered for a long time before finding the brand Evelyn recommended for the tie. Meredith had just collected the bracelet when she saw Ethan and the girl. The girl's slightly curled hair was meticulously styled, her makeup delicate like a princess's. Her slender arms and pale, delicate fingers picked through lipsticks one by one. Then, she playfully forced Ethan to hold out his arm, drawing streaks of red across his skin. She tested colors on his hand, and he just smiled, letting her, his eyes full of indulgence and resignation. Ethan was handsome, tall and well-built. His tailored dark blue suit drew glances from passers-by. A young woman walking past Meredith playfully pinched her boyfriend's cheek, venting her dissatisfaction. "Look at other boyfriends, then look at you complain about being tired just accompanying me shopping." Hearing this, Meredith felt numb. She wanted to grab the girl and tell her to be grateful that man was her boyfriend. But Meredith could only stare stiffly at Ethan, searching his expression for any sign of misunderstanding, yet seeing only the girl's shell-pink fingernails. The girl tried only 6 colors before giving up, grabbing Ethan's arm, pouting prettily in frustration. Then, with a wave of his arm, Ethan paid, swiped his card. And so, the pampered little princess received an entire set of makeup. Truly an entire set, the sales associate confirmed it. When the shopping bags emerged, there were 2 large ones. The sales associate near Meredith gasped softly, "An entire set that's almost $10,000, $10,000. Excellent. In their 3 years together, the most expensive thing he'd ever given her cost maybe $10. That was when her part-time job delayed her pay, her meal card was empty, and she'd starved for 2 days before he noticed and topped it up with $10. Most subsequent financial exchanges were just grocery money, barely enough for food and bus fare to his rented place. Nothing more. Yet, he so easily spent $10,000 on someone else, buying things he always called frivolous and impractical. Meredith's eyes ached. She turned away from the gentleman and his princess, left the mall, desperately trying to convince herself it wasn't Ethan, that she'd mistaken him. But the receipt for his tie was clutched in her hand, a silent prayer forming. "Ethan, don't lie to me." Chapter 2, Birthday darkness gradually fell. Meredith lay with her eyes open, not turning on the lights, staring blankly at the round ceiling lamp fixture. The old clock on the wall chimed 9 times, then, after a second's pause, once more. 9:30 p.m., the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed outside. Ethan opened the door, flipping the light switch. The sudden brightness stung Meredith's eyes, forcing her to close them physiologically to ease the pain. He pulled his black suitcase inside, changed into slippers, and took a couple of steps before noticing Meredith lying on the sofa. His straight eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ethan seemed startled. "Why didn't you make a sound?" he asked softly. Ethan's figure blocked the light. Meredith adjusted for a moment, pushed aside all her thoughts, and forced a smile. "Just thinking about things. I got lost in thought and didn't hear you come back." She got up, went to the door to take Ethan's suitcase, and wheeled it into the bedroom. "Why so late? I waited a long time." He'd said he'd arrive in the afternoon. It was nearly 10 now. Ethan's hand paused while loosening his tie. Then, nonchalantly, he explained, the flight was delayed. Seaport City's weather was unpredictable. Flight delays were common for him. Meredith's hand froze. Suddenly, she wondered if previous delays weren't flight-related at all, but time spent with someone else. Suppressing the thought, she didn't press further. She handed Ethan a clean towel, telling him to take a shower and change into comfortable clothes before dinner. "About that, the flight delay meant I ate on the plane," Ethan said, sounding apologetic. Fearing Meredith might be upset, he added, "But I'd love some of your soup. I smelled it when I came in. It must be delicious." Previously, Meredith would have immediately gone to ladle soup for him, ensuring everything was perfect before serving it. She would wait eagerly for his taste test and evaluation. This time, Meredith didn't move. She unpacked his suitcase, sorting his dirty clothes without even looking up. "The soup's in the kitchen. Get a bowl yourself. Just add a little salt." Ethan watched her handle his luggage, unusually not annoyed. He got up to get the soup himself. He was actually quite full from eating out and felt thirsty now. A small bowl would do, just to appease her. Entering the kitchen, Ethan realized today wouldn't be easy. He usually liked lots of cilantro and green onions in his soup, and Meredith typically prepared them finely chopped in a small bowl. But today, all the vegetables were still in their bags, the cilantro roots caked with dirt. The chicken soup in the pot looked perfectly simmered, rich and thick, but not greasy. Unfortunately, it was cold. A thin layer of oil floated on top, reflecting a smooth sheen. Ethan instantly lost his appetite. Having eaten so much already, the sight only seemed oily and unappealing. He turned, poured himself a glass of water, and went to find Meredith in the bedroom. But on the coffee table, he spotted a shopping bag. A plain black paper bag with only a white brand logo, a top-tier jewelry brand where the cheapest items cost thousands. Ethan's heart sank. He picked up the bag, opened it. Inside the blue velvet jewelry box lay a delicate bracelet, the tiny diamonds scattering dazzling light. Meredith came out of the bedroom, still holding his dirty clothes. Seeing Ethan with Evelyn's jewelry box, she instinctively wanted to explain, but the image of the other girl's laughter and the $10,000 flashed through her mind. The words died on her lips. Meredith asked, "Is it nice? I think this bracelet is beautiful." Ethan's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze turning cold. He really misunderstood, Meredith thought mockingly. The bracelet was from a popular series by the brand, with different designs for each month. Evelyn shared her birth month, so this was the style for their month. A $4,000 bracelet wasn't expensive compared to $10,000 worth of lipstick, but Ethan's look made Meredith feel like she'd swallowed coarse sand. He didn't even ask who gave it to her. His accusatory stare screamed that she wasn't worthy of wearing such an expensive piece. Meredith placed the dirty clothes on the sofa, suddenly feeling that everything was pointless. She wasn't the type to make scenes or argue. It didn't matter who the other girl was or that he'd spent $10,000 on her. What mattered was the way he looked at her now. How could you accept someone else's gift? Behaving like this will make people look down on you. This is valuable, return it immediately. He looked at her as if she were some cheap entertainer, eyes only seeing money. It was a birthday gift from a friend, not someone pursuing me. How can I return it? Meredith scoffed. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. If accepting gifts made her look cheap, wasn't he afraid the other girl would be looked down upon for accepting so much from him? If you want the soup, heat it up. I'll leave the food for you. It's too late, I need to get back to the university. Having arranged things for him, she took the bracelet box from his hand, put the bracelet back inside, and went to put on her shoes. As she reached the door, Meredith paused and explained, "Also, this bracelet belongs to my roommate. I was just picking it up for her." She really wasn't suited for lying, just those 2 minutes left her heart in turmoil. Ethan, realizing his mistake, rushed after her. Meredith, I wasn't suspecting you. He grabbed her arm, trying to pull her back inside, his tone softening. I just got back, I'm tired. I wasn't unhappy with you. You shouldn't have deliberately misled me. I'm sorry. We haven't seen each other in so long, let's not fight, okay? Meredith didn't retort, but her stance softened. She let him lead her back inside, seemingly unfazed by his earlier offense. Not tired from the trip, tired from escorting the little princess around the mall all day. I brought you a gift from Paris, you'll definitely like it. Seeing she wasn't angry, Ethan felt relieved and pulled her towards the bedroom. Meredith followed obediently. While sorting his things earlier, she'd seen a large green box from a famous brand in his suitcase. Inside was a delicate necklace with a classic, sparkling 4-leaf clover pendant. She had opened it, looked without touching, and placed it back exactly where she found it, unsure if it was for her. What if the little princess had forgotten it? But now Meredith was certain the necklace was for her. Something bought in France must be worth something. Her status had improved, it seemed. All thanks to the little princess. Following him into the bedroom, Ethan rummaged through his suitcase for a moment, pulling out an inconspicuous black box from under a pile of clothes. He smiled and handed it to Meredith. Happy birthday, girlfriend. The box was small and exquisite. Meredith stared at the small box, but all she saw was her own heart, sliced open by Ethan's smiling knife earlier today, bleeding and mangled. The necklace box still sat plainly in the suitcase, unconcealed, openly displaying its considerable value to Meredith. Meredith forced a difficult smile, her heart aching with bitterness. Thank you. She guessed it contained something like perfume, from the same brand counter where she'd seen Ethan that afternoon. Should she thank Ethan for remembering her while entertaining someone else, or lament that she didn't even merit a necklace? Right, he'd never given her any jewelry, nor allowed her to wear makeup. Seeing Meredith wasn't particularly happy, Ethan said, "This perfume is one I specially picked out. French perfume is famous. Try this one first. If you like it, I'll bring back different scents next time." She didn't wear perfume, she couldn't stand the smell. Her clothes always carried the scent of turpentine from her oil painting, which would clash strangely. Ethan knew this perfectly well, yet now he gifted her a bottle. "Thank you, I need to get back to campus now, it's late." Meredith expressed her thanks. She just wanted to escape this apartment. It felt suffocating, almost suffocating her. Her birthday was over. Chapter 3, Perfume. Meredith was lucky enough to catch the last bus. By the time she got back to her dorm, it was past 10. After accepting the perfume, she hadn't wanted to linger with Ethan and insisted on returning to campus, not planning to stay the night. Ethan offered to see her off, but she cited his fatigue from the trip, urging him to rest for work tomorrow. It was a 4-person dorm. Her roommates were still awake, sitting around the central table applying face masks. Seeing Meredith return, Lauren Riley gave a knowing smirk. "Why are you back? I thought you wouldn't be tonight. Curfew's at 11. Where else would I stay? Evelyn, here's your bracelet. Check if everything's okay." Meredith handed the bag to Evelyn Yates. Evelyn opened it, glanced inside, and tossed it onto her desk. "That's not right. It's your birthday today, and your boyfriend just got back from his trip. Prime time for a romantic reunion, yet here you are." Lauren exchanged mischievous glances with Joanna Chapman, muttering something about absence making the heart grow fonder. Playful banter among girls in the dorm was common. Meredith didn't mind. Evelyn pursed her lips, disdainfully staying out of the conversation. "Speaking of which, Meredith, what goodies did your boyfriend bring back from France? Don't hide it, let us see." Joanna was also curious. Among the 4 roommates, Evelyn had the wealthiest background. Though from out of town, her family was prominent in their first-tier city. Joanna was next. Her parents retired from state-owned enterprises, providing a comfortable life with their pensions. Lauren was local, from an ordinary working-class family. Meredith was an orphan, the poorest in the dorm. No, Meredith was probably the poorest in the entire university, relying entirely on scholarships for tuition and part-time jobs for living expenses. No family support, fending for herself. But Meredith was the only one with a boyfriend, a top student from the nearby business university, they knew. Meredith said he was local but from an average family, which was why he'd never treated them to a meal and they'd never met him. But hadn't her boyfriend gotten promoted? Evelyn had inquired before. A junior manager at Ethan's company, Yang Group, should earn at least 6 figures annually. Surely, after this trip to France, he could bring Meredith a decent gift. In the past, Meredith had worked part-time to support him and help pay his debts. It was time for him to show gratitude, time for Meredith's hardship to pay off. Besides, it was Meredith's birthday. It was strange they hadn't gone out for a romantic evening. He did this. Meredith placed a gray paper box on the table and turned to collect her clothes drying on the balcony. Lauren, the most impatient, opened the box. Inside was an exquisite glass bottle, emitting a faint fragrance. Perfume, he brought you perfume, but you don't use perfume, do you? Joanna was puzzled. Back from the fashion capital, and all he brought was a bottle of perfume. Yeah, he said he brought it back from France. Joanna and Evelyn exchanged glances. Evelyn, her expression hidden by the mask, picked up the perfume, opened the packaging, and sprayed it into the air. The scent wasn't strong, but it wasn't something a girl like Meredith would typically use. Evelyn calmly placed the perfume back. She picked up the packaging box and turned it over. Faint traces of glue remained on the bottom remnants of a removed label. Evelyn frowned, tossed the box back onto the table, and irritably ripped off her face mask. A poor girl like you can't afford nice things anyway. Better keep this to look at. Don't spray it out and embarrass yourself. A country bumpkin wearing perfume? Lauren couldn't stand it. Why do you talk like that? Her boyfriend bought it for her. Is it embarrassing to use it? Joanna nodded in agreement. She also felt Evelyn went too far. I'm just stating facts. If you can't afford nice things, don't try so hard to cling to them. It just makes people look down on you, think you're desperate and cheap. Evelyn retorted disdainfully, scoffing. Lauren wanted to argue back but was pulled back by Joanna. Evelyn was rich and brutally direct. Arguing with her would only lead to being utterly humiliated. Meredith, however, was unfazed by the sarcasm. Having gathered her clothes, she sat down with them, carefully repackaging the perfume bottle, even reapplying the sealing tape. You're right. Wearing a $10 t-shirt, I really don't match such fine perfume. She didn't like perfume, or rather, anything scented. Lauren and Joanna wanted to speak up for her, but Meredith shook her head. It wasn't the first time Evelyn had told her she wasn't worthy, but today, she felt Evelyn was right. Joanna quickly offered a new mask. Lauren and I snatched these online. Meredith, want to try one? We have plenty, we can't use them all. Okay, thank you. Meredith nodded her thanks. The mask felt cool and comfortable on her skin. The slight sunburn on her forehead from the market today stung a little, but Meredith could bear it. On the bus ride back earlier, Meredith had looked up the necklace from Ethan's suitcase online. It was a classic model from a certain brand, the pendant being the cheapest version. So the entire necklace wasn't expensive, yet it wasn't for her. Most likely, it was bought for the other girl who had forgotten to take it. Meredith lay back on her bed, the perfume bottle placed by her pillow. The frosted paper box, adorned with elegant patterns, was small but exuded refinement. Evelyn was right. She wasn't worthy. Ethan could wear designer suits, accompany a girl shopping, casually spend $10,000 without blinking. Yet when he came home to her, he changed into cheap work clothes, reinforcing his image of austerity. She was only fit to see his work clothes side, only fit for the chaos of the market, haggling over pennies. She certainly didn't deserve a necklace worth less than $100. So, how much was this perfume worth? Meredith didn't know. The afternoon scenes replayed relentlessly in her mind. Lights out in the dorm. The other three began their nightly chat, discussing various gossip. Which celebrity couple was faking a relationship? Which idol got caught dating secretly and ruined their career? Big news in entertainment today that young star surnamed Joe, before he got famous, lived off his girlfriend. She paid for everything: food, rent, pocket money. Now that he's famous, he dumped her and won't even pay back the money he borrowed. Lauren exclaimed excitedly. He issued an apology this afternoon, saying he lost feelings long ago, but only broke up now out of consideration for her feelings. What a scumbag, and I thought he had such an innocent face, Joanna sighed in disappointment. Cheating is cheating. Making it sound like he was forced into it is disgusting. Lauren added, someone inside the industry said he's telling everyone the girlfriend was controlling, managed his money too strictly, and he felt suffocated. What a joke when he was living off her. Why didn't he complain about her being controlling? Exactly, opportunistic losers are the worst. Right, cut your losses. Get the money back, let the scumbag rot. Tales of betrayal always resonated strongly with women. The dorm filled with curses. Meredith listened quietly, eyes open, staring at her phone. Not a single message on her messaging app. Ethan hadn't even asked if she'd gotten back safely. The gossip gradually merged with her own situation. Could Ethan be like that too? Would she become the discarded partner? Should she cut her losses now, confront him, or just break up, or wait for him to initiate it? The clock passed midnight, resetting to 0. Her birthday reset to 0. Perhaps Ethan, too, needed to be reset to 0. Chapter 4. Gift with Purchase. East City, the exclusive villa district. Sprawling grounds, each villa shrouded in lush greenery, ensuring excellent environment and privacy. At night, only scattered streetlights pierced the darkness. With the strictest security systems, it housed Seaport City's elite, the true upper-crust residential area. Ethan, freshly showered and relaxed, lay in bed, finally feeling at home. Today's shopping trip had been a stark reminder of how exhausting women could be. A knock sounded, but before Ethan could respond, the door opened. "Brother, where's that perfume they gave me as a gift today? Where did you put it?" The beautiful princess, Emily, ran in, rummaging through his suitcase, dumping clothes out, but failing to find what she wanted. "Emily, you're 18 now. Don't you know you need permission before entering someone's room?" Ethan was displeased, but it was his sister, so he spoke gently, reminding her. Emily barely registered his words, dismissing them. "Got it. When you get a sister-in-law, I won't come into your bedroom anymore." After searching everywhere without finding it, only spotting the black necklace box, Emily asked, "Brother, where's my perfume?" She remembered putting it in his suitcase. How could it be gone? Ethan watched her chaotic search coolly, unbothered by his luggage being overturned. No matter, the maid would tidy it up later. Gave it away. Today was truly unlucky. Just off the plane, his sister discovered his girlfriend, dragged him to the mall for an afternoon of extortionate shopping, and then back at Meredith's place, he didn't even get a sip of hot soup. Thinking about it frustrated Ethan. Meredith was acting strangely too, not even cracking a smile since his return. She'd insisted on going back to campus tonight. It was past midnight now, and still no call or text confirming she was safe. Was it because he misunderstood about the bracelet? But he had apologized. Emily, having rummaged through the suitcase without finding the perfume bottle, did find the necklace she'd bought at the mall today. Her eyes widened as she picked up the box, disbelief etched on her face. "Isn't this the gift you bought for your girlfriend? Why is it still here? You didn't give it to her." That couldn't be right. When the family driver picked her up, she'd seen her brother go into that apartment building. The kitchen light was on. Someone should have been inside. "Wait, didn't you say you were going to spend time with your girlfriend? Why are you home?" Emily grew increasingly suspicious. "Don't tell me you mixed up the perfumes and gave her the gift with purchase. Giving a promo item after returning from abroad? Did she kick you out?" Emily shook her head, picturing a boyfriend giving the wrong gift being thrown out by his girlfriend. Seeing her brother home now solidified her guess. Kicked out. Ethan scoffed. Meredith was soft-tempered. She hadn't even spoken harshly to him in years. Him kicking her out was more likely. Besides, she didn't even know the brand. How would she know the perfume was a freebie? Gave it to her. Brother, that's pretty scummy, you know. Pretending to be poor, letting a girl support you for 3 years, and then on her birthday, you give her the wrong gift. If it were me, I'd have told you to get lost long ago. Emily sighed. If she hadn't accidentally seen her brother's phone today, she wouldn't have known he'd had a girlfriend since university, pretending to be poor, living off her, keeping her completely in the dark. She'd thought her brother was ascetic, planning to start from scratch like their parents. Their family was well off. She could understand her brother hiding his identity to avoid gold diggers. But after almost 3 years, still treating her like a potential thief was excessive, especially since he seemed quite serious about this girlfriend. She just didn't understand what kind of spoiled rich boy game he was playing. Here he was, rushing back from France for her birthday, afraid she'd see through him, claiming he arrived in the afternoon, yet buying nothing. It was only because she found out and dragged him to the mall that he bought a gift. If her boyfriend went to France and came back empty-handed, She'd break up with him immediately. How dense could her brother be, thinking he could just buy a cheap hair tie from a roadside stall to appease his girlfriend? Emily shook her head. Dating like her brother? What was the point? If he didn't like her, just break up. Why drag it out like this? If your boyfriend treated you like that, I'd beat him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The mere thought of his precious sister being deceived made Ethan clench his teeth. Then, why are you deceiving your girlfriend like that? She's a girl too, suffering with you for years. Emily couldn't comprehend. Her brother wasn't usually stingy. Why act like such a scumbag? Adult matters, kids shouldn't meddle. I bought you everything you wanted today. If you dare blab to mom and dad, watch me freeze your cards. Ethan retorted threateningly, but ultimately held back, ushering Emily out of the room. The bedroom nightlight cast a cool glow. The open black suitcase lay on the floor, clothes Emily had pulled out scattered on the bed. These were the clothes Meredith had packed for him before he left for France. When he returned today, she'd acted unusually, not putting the clean clothes back in the closet, only taking out the dirty ones to wash. The remaining clean clothes were neatly packed back into the suitcase. He'd brought the clothes home, only for his sister to mess them up again. The necklace box sat on the desk. The sight irritated Ethan more and more. He swept it off with a wave of his hand. An inexplicable frustration surged within him. Grabbing his car keys, he went out for a drive. What did they understand? They understood nothing. Meredith slept soundly, no insomnia, no dreams. She woke at 9 a.m., class was at 10. At noon, Meredith received birthday gifts from Lauren and Joanna, a skincare set and a new sweatshirt. She had left early yesterday and missed them, receiving their gifts today. They weren't expensive but very practical for Meredith, who liked them a lot. No classes in the afternoon. Meredith went to the art studio to work on her assignments. All day, her phone remained silent. No calls from Ethan. She didn't contact him either. It was as if yesterday never happened. She didn't even think about him. Previously, when she was painting and couldn't answer her phone, he would rush to the studio right after his class ended, just to make sure she was safe. But now, a whole night and day had passed without a single message. The perfume box on her desk sat forlornly in its original spot, a silent testament that perhaps Ethan's heart had changed, that he no longer cared. That evening, the four roommates ate together in the cafeteria. Evelyn picked through her food, complaining about the bland cafeteria dishes and the lack of meat on the ribs. She suggested going shopping at the mall tomorrow and eating something nice. Usually, when the girls planned outings, Meredith missed out due to her part-time jobs. But today, looking at the perfume on her desk, Meredith agreed to join them tomorrow for the first time. She rarely went to malls. After her father remarried, her stepmother was initially nice, even buying her little princess dresses. But as her stepbrother grew older, her stepmother claimed the house was too small and sent her to live with her grandmother. Her grandmother lived in a village in a small county, with only markets, no malls. After starting art lessons, all her expenses went towards painting. She only window shopped at the market. Her only strength was recognizing reality. She knew her limits and never indulged in fantasies. What she couldn't afford, she couldn't afford. She wasn't stupid, just inexperienced. She knew what it meant for her boyfriend of 3 years to return from a trip and immediately take another girl shopping. For 3 years, he claimed to be repaying debts. This year, he finally finished, yet he hadn't taken her to a shopping center once. Now, working in the professional world, a gap had suddenly formed between them. Or perhaps she was no longer good enough for him. After all, the world was vast, filled with capable, successful women. With Ethan's qualifications, attracting girls more outstanding than her wasn't surprising. All breakups have warning signs: his increasing busyness, her inability to keep pace. Meredith couldn't fool herself into ignoring it. She needed to calm down and consider if Ethan was worth humbling herself for, worth clinging to. Give him a deadline, perhaps, before the tie was finished and delivered. Figure out if Ethan's heart had truly changed and give herself some time to adjust. At least, before the relationship ended, she could ease the pain of the breakup, acknowledge her rival was better. For now, she just hoped Ethan wouldn't do anything disappointing, like trying to keep both sides, deceiving both women. Meredith didn't want to believe her past 3 years were spent blindly on a scumbag. Chapter 5. Lipstick Saturday morning, the group took a bus into the city. The restaurant Evelyn suggested was conveniently located on the 6th floor of that same mall, its price and ambience matching her wealthy background. Girls shopping together follow a certain pattern. Browse beauty and skincare on the ground floor up to accessories and clothing on the 5th, then eat on the 6th, before browsing back down. The route was clear, the purpose more leisurely. While Lauren and the others looked at makeup counters, Meredith slipped away to the counter where Ethan had been with the other girl. The perfume he gave her yesterday was from this brand. She had honorably received a share of that $10,000 purchase. Coincidentally, the sales associate was the same one from before. She greeted Meredith with a friendly smile, unaffected by her old jeans and canvas shoes. This brand had many perfumes, but Meredith couldn't find the one she'd received. She didn't know how to describe it and felt momentarily lost. Evelyn sauntered over, barely glancing at Meredith. She casually picked up a lipstick to test the color, seemingly satisfied. "I'll take these shades. And get me your latest perfume release." She looked up, her expression haughty and dismissive, flicking a glance at Meredith, her extravagant purchase seemingly mocking Meredith's awkwardness. The sales associate smiled apologetically at Meredith. While retrieving the requested shades for Evelyn, she explained, "Sorry, miss, we haven't released a new perfume recently." "Perhaps you're mistaken?" Evelyn frowned. "Impossible, I saw it. It was a black box with a textured logo." The associate's face cleared. "Ah, miss, the one you're describing is a gift with purchase. Members who reach 1,000,000 points in spending receive a complimentary bottle. Also, that particular scent was specially formulated for the domestic market. It's only available here, not abroad." As she spoke, a hint of pride crept into her voice. "No wonder. Check how many points I have." Evelyn feigned realization, asking the associate to check her points. Meredith was left alone, frozen stiff. She had a rival. A girl's natural competitiveness had brought her here, subconsciously wanting to compare this perfume, only to receive a humiliating answer. He went to France, came back on her birthday. To please another girl, he bought things, then gave her the free promotional item as a birthday gift, lying that he brought it back from France. He hadn't even bothered to pick out a small gift for her while he was there. Apparently, in his eyes, she only deserved a freebie. While the associate checked the points, Evelyn chatted her up. Soon, they were talking like long-lost friends. "Ah, I'm still far off. Looks like my friend will be laughing at me for ages. So embarrassing." Evelyn feigned disappointment, knowing her points weren't enough for the exchange. "Could you check my friend's points, the one surnamed Young? How many does he have? I need to work harder, definitely surpass him." Evelyn tentatively mentioned the surname Young, testing the waters. Today depended on this poor girl's luck. If the boyfriend used the girl's name for the purchase, she wouldn't find anything. If he used his own information, well, Meredith could only blame herself for poor judgment. He clearly had other plans long ago. Ethan Young, Evelyn emphasized the name and spelling. Rich kids' points of comparison could be rather extravagant. The sales associate was used to it. Besides, points weren't exactly private information. To retain Evelyn as a new customer, quietly telling her wouldn't hurt. Mr. Ethan Young, currently, has 1,140,000 spending points. 1,140,000, a number Meredith couldn't even fathom. Back home, it could buy a very decent house. Meredith felt utterly ridiculous. A few years ago, Ethan had been seriously injured in a car accident. His situation was bad then, saddled with medical debts. During their time together, he often worked extra jobs to pay it off. She took on 2 extra jobs herself, supporting both of them on one meal card. Later, when his situation improved in his senior year, he had, unbeknownst to her, spent over $1 million on cosmetics for someone else. The earliest purchase dated back 4 years, continuing intermittently ever since. Her meal card fed him, while he had money to spend tens of thousands on another woman. She was an absolute fool. Only now did she realize why their living standard hadn't improved after Ethan started his internship. He was always short on cash, never taking her out to eat or shop. It seemed all the money went here. They had known each other long before, they'd never lost contact. She just wondered if the other girl knew about her existence. Evelyn paid and left with her shopping bags, pretending not to know Meredith the entire time. Meredith didn't mind, following Evelyn to a rest area. Not far off, Lauren and Joanna had moved to another spot, completely unaware the two had briefly disappeared. Their excited smiles gradually merged in Meredith's eyes with the other girls, the carefree smile of someone untouched by hardship. Every girl smiled the same way. "Here!" Evelyn tossed the shopping bag at Meredith, glaring at her. "Don't misunderstand. They both gave you birthday gifts. I can't be ostracized just because I'm poor. I can afford this much." Meredith looked down. The bag contained the lipsticks Evelyn had casually picked out earlier popular shades from the brand. Even a novice like Meredith knew these colors were timeless bestsellers. "Don't say I look down on you. That brand's free gifts always have a label on the bottom of the box. Your perfume box had a trace of glue. Anyone who knows would suspect it's a freebie." Evelyn sniffed disdainfully. "Only a hick like you from the sticks wouldn't know. Always burying your head, working hard, giving your blood and sweat money to support someone else. That's why men can deceive you like this." Her words were harsh but true. Meredith smiled bitterly. Evelyn knew all along. That's why she helped her ask about the perfume, helped her check Ethan's points in spending history. "Thank you. Don't. Consider it charity." Evelyn dismissed it, acting as if she feared Meredith would cling to her out of gratitude. She got up to rejoin Lauren and the others. Meredith didn't mind her attitude. She took one lipstick from the bag Evelyn gave her and put the rest back into Evelyn's bag. Lauren and the others, tired from shopping, went upstairs for barbecue. Meredith, inexplicably cheerful, joined in the fun. After eating, Lauren led them through winding alleys, hunting for hidden gem shops. By the time they returned to the university, it was dinner time. They originally planned to eat dinner before heading back, but Meredith had a night shift job starting at 11, so they returned to campus. Vendors lined the campus entrance. The four bought plenty of snacks and walked back. Meredith indulged herself for once. Ethan's situation hurt, but thinking about a future free from such worries rekindled hope. Without supporting another person, without worrying daily why Ethan's earnings weren't shared with her, her own income would be enough for a slightly easier future. Let Ethan and his little princess be. Obsessing wasn't her style. A full meal was enough to satisfy her. Chapter 6. Complaints. The Westgate, closest to the night market, bustled with people every evening, mostly couples. Ethan stood just outside the Westgate, watching the four girls approach. His girlfriend was among them, animatedly discussing something interesting, her face alight. "Meredith," Ethan called out. 2 days apart, and she seemed in good spirits. The unpleasantness from the other day should be over. Ethan felt a slight relief. Evelyn was the first to spot Ethan. She nudged Meredith with her shoulder, tilting her chin towards him. She handed Meredith's shopping bag back to her, then led Lauren and Joanna inside. The three girls didn't greet Ethan, acting as if they didn't know him, and Ethan reciprocated the lack of recognition. Lauren and Joanna were tactful too. Meredith had never formally introduced Ethan. Several times she'd invited him to eat with them, but he always claimed to be busy. They didn't particularly care about a free meal, so pretending not to know him now was best. "He's quite handsome, isn't he? How could he do such a crappy thing? It's not like we were trying to fleece him. A casual meal outside, how much could it cost?" The art university entrance had so many cheap eateries. Usually when they ate out, they considered Meredith's budget. Was treating them to a meal under $20 to meet them really that expensive? As the three walked further away, they brought up the fact that Ethan had never treated them to a meal during his relationship with Meredith. Lauren couldn't hold back her complaints. Joanna simply nodded along. Evelyn scoffed at her naivete. "Maybe he's not broke at all. Maybe he frequents high-end restaurants and just looks down on us." "Looks down on us but dates a university student. Why doesn't he find a princess then, become a prince consort?" Lauren retorted, dissatisfied. "I think Meredith's just foolish. Accepting such a perfunctory birthday gift, any other girl would have dumped him already." Evelyn didn't deign to reply, just stating that Meredith was indeed foolish, accepting a freebie as a gift without making a fuss. Lauren didn't understand, and Evelyn had no intention of explaining, eager to get back to her drama series. Looking down on her roommates meant looking down on Meredith. Lauren and Joanna exchanged glances, they understood that much. No matter how good Meredith was to Ethan, how brilliant her studies, her background from a small town and lack of support were her biggest weaknesses. A pity, for such a good girl like Meredith. The dorm room fell silent as each went about their own business. Meredith, still reeling from the perfume incident earlier, had impulsively bought several dresses. Now, the bags she carried were the spoils of her afternoon shopping spree. She walked towards Ethan without a shred of guilt. Whether he accused her of wasting money or being irresponsible, she now had the confidence to face him. Ethan had shed his work attire, now wearing a black sweatshirt. His black hair lay soft and neat, making him look like a student still on campus. Seeing her approach, his clear eyes smiled, his expression gentle as he took the shopping bags from her, showing no displeasure about Meredith spending money. Ethan said, "Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried about you." The dorm supervisor was strict about boys waiting downstairs for too long, often questioning them. Ethan found it bothersome and always waited for her at the campus gate. He had been busy catching up on work after his trip these past 2 days and hadn't had time for her. Today, when he called, she hadn't answered. Meredith took out her phone. At 3 p.m., there was a message from Ethan asking what she was doing, saying he wanted to eat her cooking. She hadn't replied. Shortly after, several calls came in. Her phone had been on silent, she hadn't noticed. At that time, Meredith was browsing small shops with her roommates, completely absorbed. Shopping with roommates didn't check my phone. Don't do that again. Check your phone periodically, otherwise I'll worry. Ethan shook his head, indicating it was all right. He took the shopping bags in one hand and held Meredith's hand with the other, leading her out of the gate. Today you were with your roommates. Tomorrow's the weekend, can it be my turn? We haven't had a proper meal together since I got back. I'll spend the whole day with you tomorrow. Mainly, the soup the maid at home made tasted strange, not like hers. The words business trip, uttered by Ethan, made Meredith pause. I have the night shift tonight, I can't go over. Ethan frowned upon hearing this, reproachfully saying, Why start working part-time again? I have an income now. Didn't we agree I'd support you? After Ethan's promotion, feeling sorry for Meredith's previous hard work and worried she'd neglect her studies, he hadn't allowed her to take part-time jobs during her free time. For the past 6 months, Meredith had indeed focused on her studies, spending her spare time painting in the studio to improve her skills. This so-called support was literally just that. Meredith's clothes shopping today used her own savings from previous jobs. The night shift isn't long, 4 hours for $20. That's $600 a month, pretty good pay, Meredith calculated mentally, comparing $600 to $10,000. Even with the extra $600, she couldn't bring herself to buy even the cheapest eyebrow pencil from that brand. She could only be thankful her eyebrows were naturally dark and didn't need filling. Isn't the allowance I give you enough? I can give you more. Ethan sensed the underlying issue and asked. No, it's enough for living expenses, Meredith refused. Among university couples, boyfriends providing allowances weren't common. It was already considerate of him to think of giving her money. However, the money he gave was only enough for daily meals and groceries for his meals, with not a single dollar left over for her personal use. Meredith was accustomed to not asking for help when poor, so Ethan assumed the amount was sufficient. Sufficient for a poor university student perhaps, but not for an art student like her. Paints, canvases, everything cost money. After being supported like this for a while, Meredith's savings dwindled. Coupled with the $10,000 revelation these past 2 days, she decided to resume working part-time. She had called the 24-hour convenience store where she used to work part-time today. They happened to need a night cashier, so Meredith agreed. Tonight was her first shift. Night shifts are dangerous for girls. Be good, let's not go, Ethan persuaded gently. He genuinely felt bad about her working. Previously, to support him and help pay his debts, she worked 2 jobs daily, even fainting once from anemia. Meredith shook her head. All my classes are done. I'm idle anyway, might as well find something to do. Besides, I already promised them today, I can't back out. The university's recruitment season started in mid-June. She needed to save some money to present herself decently at job interviews. She used to rely on Ethan, but now, relying on herself seemed safer. Ethan asked, Is it because of the shopping trip today? Your roommates bought things. You want them too? Thanks to his princess sister, he was now surprisingly knowledgeable about girls' products. A quick glance earlier was enough to see the difference between Meredith and her roommates. Not to mention, one roommate's expression conveyed utter disdain for Meredith. The bags the other three carried were leagues above the ones he now held for Meredith. Previously, Meredith would have immediately retorted that she didn't care, and she truly didn't. She knew her place and didn't covet what she couldn't have. But this time, Meredith didn't argue. Her hand tightened in her pocket around the birthday gift she received at noon. The lipstick box was already crumpled from being held all afternoon. She nonchalantly took it out, tore open the box, threw it into a nearby bin. Without directly answering, she asked him, "I went shopping today. The sales associate said every girl has this color. Look, is it nice?" Chapter 7, First Love. Meredith twisted open the lipstick but didn't test the color on her hand. She simply asked Ethan, "There were so many colors I liked there. I want to take another part-time job. The extra income could at least buy a few different shades." Ethan's head throbbed at the sight of lipstick. The colors on his arm had taken ages to wash off. He tucked his arm behind his back and turned back towards the university. "I don't understand you girls' things. To me, it's just red." Those colors made his head spin. He couldn't tell them apart. "Put your things away first. I'll accompany you to your shift tonight. Tomorrow, you must tell them clearly you're not going back. If you like these things, buy them and I'll reimburse you." Meredith didn't reply, bitterness welling up inside. So, it's different. He could patiently watch the little princess test colors, but for her, it was, "I don't understand, and buy them, I'll reimburse you." Reimburse. She wanted to ask, if she bought $10,000 worth, would he reimburse that? Meredith didn't ask. It would be beneath her dignity. Ethan was actually very good to Meredith. He could do everything a boyfriend should. Like now, at the convenience store, customers arrived, and Ethan handled the register while Meredith rested on a nearby chair. This convenience store witnessed the beginning of their relationship. Back then, she was a freshman. Her father and stepmother could originally afford to support her, promising to fund her university education, even master's and PhD programs. But her stepbrother got into trouble, fighting with others, and was expelled. The transfer fees, plus compensation for the fight, drained all the savings her father had accumulated over years of truck driving. Little was left for Meredith. Seeing her father's apologetic face, she had no choice but to find work everywhere to earn living expenses. This area was more remote back then, fields flanking the road. After her night shift, she'd wait inside the convenience store until dawn before walking back to the university. That day, a piercing crash shattered the silence. A private car slammed into the roadside barrier wall. The wall crumbled, the car deformed. By the time Meredith rushed over, Ethan was covered in blood, already unconscious. She called an ambulance. With no witnesses around, she had to accompany him to the hospital. Ethan remained unconscious. His phone was smashed beyond repair, the screen lock impenetrable. He had no ID on him. The hospital listed her as the emergency contact. Later, Meredith was called to the police station to assist with the accident investigation. When she returned, she only learned his surgery was successful, and he had regained consciousness quickly. His family had been contacted and transferred him to another hospital for treatment. The police investigation found no suspicious circumstances. Meredith's life returned to normal, still working the night shift, walking back in the early morning. She saw Ethan again 2 months later. A noticeable new scar marked his forehead. He used crutches, his left leg still in a cast. Seeing her emerge from the convenience store, he smiled. "Hello there, my lifesaver." Gradually, he recovered. Once the cast was off and he could move freely, he often came to keep her company during her shift. They walked that lonely road together, passing the corner where his accident happened. She learned he was local, parents alive, with a younger sister. He was a student at the business university, the serious injury forcing him to take a year off. Bored at home, he came to chat with her and walk her back to campus, framing it as repaying his debt of gratitude. When she worked nights, he'd stay with her, see her back to campus, then go home himself. They grew closer, an ambiguous warmth enveloping them. One early morning at that same corner, Ethan stopped her. He said he couldn't repay the life-saving debt, except by offering himself. Meredith remembered the fresh scent of earth in the air. He promised her his future, received her kiss in return. Both were so nervous they didn't know where to put their hands. Finally, he boldly took her hand, fingers interlaced, walking back to the university in silence. Their best times were probably back then, Meredith mused. After resuming his studies, his coursework became demanding. He still occasionally accompanied her to the night shift here, but the severe injury meant he couldn't endure long periods of strain. So, Meredith quit this job and found work at a milk tea shop near the university. The pay wasn't high, but enough to support both of them. After his classes, he'd find her, and they'd eat together in the art university cafeteria. At that time, all his money went towards repaying the medical debts from his injury. He was often penniless. She supported him like this for 2 years. Until this year, when his job income increased, he announced all debts were cleared. She no longer needed to work part-time. He told her to rest. This time, it was his turn to support her. Meredith lowered her head, unable to focus on the dense philosophy text in her hands. Her gaze lingered on the word support appearing in the article. Ethan stood behind the counter, scenes from the past replaying in her mind. He had transformed from a fresh-faced youth into a mature, reserved man, exuding gentlemanly grace. Even simple clothes couldn't hide his striking appearance, easily captivating young women. He became outstanding, and she became unworthy. Ethan finished with the customer and turned to see her staring blankly. Thinking she was confused by the book, he crouched in front of her. "What's wrong? What don't you understand?" "Tell me." His grades were excellent. Sometimes, when Meredith struggled with philosophical theories, Ethan would help clarify the concepts. Meredith slowly returned to the present, looking at the real face before her. The question almost escaped her lips. She quickly lowered her head, afraid he'd see her guilt. "Will we break up?" She wanted to ask who the other girl was, but this question slipped out instead. Deep down, she still held onto a final shred of hope for him. What if the girl was his sister? Silly. Ethan gently tapped her nose, laughing at her worries. He tilted her chin up, leaned in, and lightly bit her lip. "Don't say things like that ever again. We'll never break up ever. Ever." Meredith wanted to ask, what about the other girl? Perhaps she really was just his sister. Chapter 8. Buying a car. Finishing work at 6 a.m., they bought some breakfast on the way back to the rented apartment. Meredith wasn't hungry, but desperately sleepy, collapsing onto the bed immediately. Ethan had some work matters to handle. By the time he finished, it was already 10 a.m. Returning to the bedroom, Meredith was fast asleep, eyes tightly shut. She had something on her mind related to yesterday's shopping trip, Ethan knew. But for now, he didn't want to reveal his true identity. Let her endure poverty a little longer. She'd been poor since birth anyway. Meredith was woken by Ethan at 1 p.m. He was hungry. Ethan disliked eating out. Usually, if she was at the apartment, Meredith cooked. But today, Meredith pulled out her phone and ordered takeout. "I'm exhausted. I have to go back tonight. Let's just get takeout." Ethan wasn't pleased. "You're still going. Didn't we agree you wouldn't go today?" "We didn't agree. I never promised," Meredith countered. "Then let's discuss it now. It's dangerous there at night. I worry about you being alone." "It's fine. I'll do what I did before. Wait until morning when people are around before going back." Meredith spoke nonchalantly, insisting on her old routine. Before she met Ethan, she managed danger the same way. Now that the area was developed with shops all around, safety was even less of a concern. "No, I'm still not comfortable with it," Ethan refused. He had a job now. Letting his girlfriend work part-time, especially like this, reflected poorly on him. Suddenly, Ethan remembered yesterday's lipstick. "Is it because you want those cosmetics? We can go buy them this afternoon. Just don't go back to work." Meredith froze slightly, surprised he knew. Bitterness intensified within her. She refused. "No, I don't want them, and I won't go tonight either." She was tired of dwelling on these issues. The more they discussed, the more she realized Ethan understood these things perfectly well but pretended ignorance around her. Seeing her compliance, Ethan was satisfied. Knowing she wouldn't go back once she agreed, he ran his fingers through her long, dark hair like a comb, coaxing her. "Meredith, I know you suffered a lot with me these past 2 years. How about this? In a couple of months, you'll be a senior with no classes. Move out and live with me. I'll take care of you from now on, slowly make it up to you, okay?" Meredith scoffed internally. Live together. Wasn't he afraid she'd watch him, limiting his chances to see the other girl? "Next Friday, I'll pick you up. On Saturday, we'll go look at cars together. From now on, whenever I'm free, I'll accompany you on your sketching trips. He hadn't planned on telling her these plans, but her unusual behavior today unsettled him, making him spill everything to stabilize the situation. Buying a car. Meredith was surprised, then felt foolishly self-important again. He could buy one for her and one for the other woman. What was there to be happy about? It was his decision anyway, nothing to do with her. Maybe buying the car was even decided with the other woman. After lunch, Meredith called the convenience store owner to apologize. The owner agreed without fuss. Meredith went back to the bedroom to sleep. She woke again at 7 p.m. The space beside her showed no signs of having been slept in. They often shared the bed, but their intimacy stopped at hugs and kisses. Boundary-crossing acts were rare. A few times, after Ethan graduated and got drunk at work functions, he came back seeking release, but nothing substantial ever happened. Meredith wasn't proactive. Ethan wasn't keen. Their physical contact was limited mostly to hand-holding. Meredith got up and left the bedroom. Outside, it was pitch black except for the light emanating from the study. She returned to the bedroom, gathered her things, then knocked on the study door to tell Ethan she was leaving. No response for a long time. Meredith pushed the door open. The study was empty. The small room featured a wall-mounted bookshelf filled with his books, mostly related to his university major. On the adjacent old desk, Ethan's laptop screen was still bright, not yet in screensaver mode, indicating he'd been using it recently. The screen displayed information about a car, a very conventional, sturdy design in a somber black color. Meredith didn't know cars, but she saw the emblem 2 overlapping M's. Below it, the price tag read over $1.2 million. Faced with this string of zeros, Meredith felt nothing. She knew nothing about cars, nor did she possess $1.2 million. Her gaze was drawn to a photo frame next to the laptop. The natural wood frame held not a picture of her and Ethan, but of another woman. The photo was vintage, yellowed. The woman wore a cheongsam, the collar exquisitely embroidered. Her willow leaf eyebrows were delicate and graceful, like a high society lady from the Republican era. She wore no excessive adornments, only a gold bracelet with a phoenix motif on her wrist. The bracelet looked vaguely familiar. Meredith didn't dwell on it, put the frame down, and left. Ethan wasn't here. It wasn't appropriate for her to rummage through his study. Picking up her bag, Meredith left a note for Ethan and headed out. The motion sensor lights in the old building cast a dim, yellow glow. Meredith waited quietly for the elevator. The silent corridor faintly carried Ethan's voice from the back staircase. Unable to resist, Meredith moved closer. His voice became clearer. "Emily, I've picked out the car for you. We'll get it next week. I'll find you a driver for pickups and drop-offs too. When you start university, we'll get you a new one. My little princess, don't be angry with me anymore, okay? I haven't slept well these past few days." His voice was soft, coaxing, pampering the person on the phone with a tenderness Meredith had never heard. Little princess. Still in high school? He really had patience. Meredith remained expressionless, numbly stepping into the elevator and leaving. She had been narrow-minded. Even if the girl was possibly his sister, Meredith still couldn't compare. But if she were his sister, why be so secretive? She feared this sister wasn't necessarily blood-related. A $1.2 million car, Meredith couldn't afford to ride in it. After placating Emily, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Since Emily discovered his mistreatment of his girlfriend that day, she had been giving him the cold shoulder. Later, after reading some angsty romance novel somewhere, she shoehorned him into the plot, disliked him even more, and pointedly called him a scumbag. Girls' minds were too complicated, also troublesome. Meredith was much better independent, ambitious, never bothering him with such things. Returning to the apartment, he found Meredith's note on the table. She had class tomorrow and had to return to campus today. Ethan nodded, tossing the note into the bin. A girlfriend should be this sensible and obedient, no need for constant attention or chauffeuring, allowing him more time for business. Ethan got up and went back to the study to pack his things. He tried calling Meredith's phone, but she didn't answer. He sent her a voice message via the app, first asking why she didn't wait for him, then reminding her to be careful on her way back. Changing his clothes, he emerged no longer the beleaguered office worker, but the renowned general manager of Yiyang Group. The sole heir of Yiyang, the crown prince. After arriving back at the university, Meredith sent Ethan a message confirming her safe arrival. Meanwhile, Ethan had already reached a private club. In the parking lot, after exchanging goodnights with Meredith, he turned off the old phone, picked up the latest model smartphone from the car, and entered the club. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Big bro E, why didn't you bring your girlfriend out tonight? His childhood friend, Adrian Pierce, who had organized tonight's gathering and specifically mentioned bringing partners, teased Ethan upon seeing him arrive alone. He poured Ethan a drink. Ethan ignored him, sat down, and downed the glass in one go. Hey, big bro E, even if she's a goddess, she should meet people by now, right? Are you planning on hiding her forever? Adrian turned to another friend, Liam Stone. Liam, you must have seen her, right? What does the little sister-in-law look like? Liam shook his head, glancing at the silent Ethan. I haven't seen her either. He knew about Ethan's secret girlfriend best. Ethan never brought Meredith out, so he'd never met her in person, but it wasn't a secret anymore. I heard your mother came back from abroad, Liam asked. Ethan nodded and drank another glass of ice wine in boredom. Annoyed, he downed another glass of iced liquor. When are you planning to tell Meredith the truth? You can't hide this much longer. Your mother's already started looking into potential matches for you. Ethan was at the prime age for dating. Others didn't know about him and Meredith. Mrs. Young was anxious to arrange blind dates for him for 2 years. Marry, enjoy couple life for 2 years, then have kids, a perfect timeline. Thinking about it was irritating. Ethan downed a shot of strong liquor. He knew about his mother's matchmaking plans. He couldn't hide Meredith anymore. If he didn't reveal her existence soon, he'd be forced onto the blind date circuit. Recalling how he found the photo frame moved from its original position on the desk when tidying up his laptop earlier, Ethan felt a dawning realization. Meredith must have seen the photo. If she was truly sensible, she would obediently return what wasn't hers and honestly apologize to him. Afterward, he would spoil her even more than his sister, give her everything. For now, she didn't deserve anything, not even the title. Liam stopped asking, joining Ethan in drinking silently. Mr. Young had his own plans. Liam couldn't influence them. Chapter 9. Stepbrother Monday, Meredith had no classes and went to the art studio to paint. Since Ethan started working, he rarely contacted her during the week. She used weekdays for painting, leaving weekends free. Evelyn sent her a link to a news article. Man gives wife $300 month but buys mistress 6 properties. Wife legally recovers half. The situation felt somewhat similar to hers. Meredith clicked on it. The outcome wasn't ideal, but at least the wife got back her share. How much do you think you could get back? Evelyn asked. Just that one question told Meredith that Evelyn knew something. She's the wife, of course she can recover assets. I don't have that right, Meredith replied, putting her phone away to paint. Boyfriend and girlfriend, marriage wasn't even certain. Where would joint property come from? Coincidentally, her major professor was there today. He introduced her to a high school art studio, suggesting Meredith work there part-time as an instructor. The hours were Saturdays and Sundays, full days with decent pay. He gave Meredith the contact information. Meredith hesitated initially, but then remembered Ethan was so busy now, not always free on weekends. There was no need to keep her weekends exclusively for him. The news article further solidified her decision to take on part-time work. She picked up her phone and dialed the number her professor provided, arranging to visit on Wednesday when she had no classes. The studio specialized in preparing students for university entrance exams. The owner, Sean Davis, was an art university graduate himself, her senior. Meredith did a trial afternoon. The job was within her expertise, she loved painting, and Sean seemed satisfied with her. The pay was also much better than working at the convenience store. I have students here for intensive training every day, weekends are busier. I'll pay you hourly. Sean, having learned about Meredith's situation beforehand, got straight to the point. He knew she needed money. His own family background was average. He opened this studio right after graduation. Now, with student numbers growing, he was short-staffed. He'd tried several professional teachers who didn't meet his standards, prompting him to ask his former professor to find a student with strong professional skills. Unexpectedly, just after the weekend, the professor recommended Meredith. "Okay, I understand. If possible, can I start next week?" Meredith remembered she had plans with Ethan this weekend to look at cars, so she arranged with Sean for the following week. Sean had no issues. They said their goodbyes. Back at the dorm, Meredith told her roommates about the art studio job. She planned to spend the next couple of days researching recent college entrance exam requirements. Just as she was falling asleep, Meredith's phone rang. The caller ID showed a number from her hometown. Meredith answered, "Hello? Sis." Meredith recognized the voice her stepbrother, Marcus Shaw. Meredith's sleepiness vanished instantly. She asked directly, "What do you want?" The boy's voice on the phone sounded hesitant and uneasy. "Sis, can you come home this weekend?" he asked cautiously. Home. Meredith scoffed internally. She left home in her first year of middle school. Her stepmother claimed that girls grew up and needed separation from boys, so her father sent her to her grandmother's. When she returned home for the new year, she found Marcus occupying her room, all her belongings packed away. Even water was served in disposable cups. She never set foot in that house again. Now, 3 years after her parents' deaths, he wanted her back. What for? "I remember when Dad died, I gave you $5,000 for living expenses. You turned 18 this year. I have no obligation to support you anymore." 3 years ago, her parents died unexpectedly. On his deathbed in the hospital, her father's last wish was to leave the only house to Marcus. He left her meager savings, which later went to compensate the victims her father had dragged into his troubles. Only then did Meredith learn the house had long been transferred to Marcus. Her father's dying words were merely to prevent her from fighting Marcus for it. Marcus used to be Marcus Joe. To change his surname to Shaw, her father transferred the house to his name. Her father neglected her while alive. After death, he only left her this burden, Marcus. With the surname changed, his biological father didn't want him, and the Joe relatives wouldn't care for him. Ultimately, guardianship fell to Meredith. She didn't want to see him. Coincidentally, Ethan found her shortly after being discharged from the hospital and gave her $5,000 as thanks for covering his initial hospital fees. She gave it all to Marcus at once, warning him never to appear before her again, or she'd sue for her share of the house. Since then, they had lost contact. After her grandmother passed away, Meredith never returned to her hometown. Marcus's sudden call today felt ominous. "Sis," Meredith interrupted, "I'm not your sister. I paid your support costs in full. I don't owe you a cent. Don't call me again. From now on, we have no relationship, and I won't answer your calls." "Don't call again," ignoring whatever else he might say, Meredith hung up. The shock of her father's death and the house situation had already killed a part of her. She didn't want to revisit it. As for Marcus, he was her father's son, nothing to do with her. Just past midnight, Ethan was dropped off by his driver at his flat near the company. The dim wall sconces cast a faint yellow light. After a business dinner today, Ethan felt slightly dizzy and ambled upstairs. This building was part of a residential complex developed by his family's real estate company, not the rented old apartment. The complex, named Imperial Clarity Estates, featured high-end modern design. When it was completed, he reserved several units for himself, including several luxury cars in the underground parking garage for his regular use. During the week, he usually didn't go to the old apartment. Meredith valued her privacy and wouldn't visit unless he asked her to on weekends. At other times, he stayed here. Reaching the bedroom, too tired to wash up, he lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. He inexplicably craved soup. The maid at home couldn't replicate the taste. Same ingredients, same cooking process, yet the maid's soup always lacked something. In a hazy state, the image of Meredith carrying shopping bags reappeared. Ethan's sleepiness vanished instantly. He got up, went to the bathroom, showered, and emerged clean, only then remembering Meredith wasn't here to hand him pajamas. He went to the walk-in closet to get clothes himself. This flat was spacious. When he first started dating Meredith, he lived at the university and didn't manage it. Only in his sophomore year did he hire a designer to renovate it based on a 2-person living plan. The walk-in closet was large, housing clothes ranging from everyday basics to bespoke limited edition business suits, a vast and comprehensive collection. Usually, he'd change out of his work clothes here before going to see Meredith. Placing his limited edition watch into a glass display case, he noticed a box next to it containing the matching lady's watch. Unlike the understated elegance of the men's version, the lady's watch leaned towards luxurious fashion, the diamond-encrusted dial dazzlingly bright. The design and price met the highest standards of luxury goods in their circle. Ethan picked up the lady's watch, turning it over in his hand. He'd brought it back from France this year as her birthday gift. At the time, Emily had fancied a lady's watch with diamonds on the strap, which made her wrist look delicate and fair. The image of Meredith's wrist immediately came to his mind, prompting him to buy this one from the same series for her, its price tag exceeding Emily's by a factor of 10. That silly girl Meredith didn't recognize any brands. He could just tell her it was a cheap rhinestone watch from a street vendor, and she'd believe him. Yet, it never made its way to Meredith. Since they started dating, he had deliberately limited the amount of money Meredith received from him. Recalling Emily's earlier expression calling him stingy, Ethan smirked, closed the box, and walked to the hidden safe in the closet. Opening it revealed numerous pieces of women's jewelry, each exorbitantly priced. Without a pang of regret, Ethan tossed the watch inside and locked the safe. Chapter 10. The bracelet he went to the study. The desk there also held an old photograph, identical to the one in the old apartment, but this was the original print. Ethan's hand gently touched the gold bracelet on the woman's wrist, the phoenix pattern, the old-fashioned style. The woman in the photo was his maternal grandmother. When he was young, his parents were busy with their careers, and he lived with her. He remembered his grandmother always wearing this bracelet, telling him stories about his grandfather. She said they were poor back then, supporting his grandfather's entire family. She sold her dowry. Later, his grandfather saved up and, throughout his life, only managed to buy this one gold bracelet to give back to her. His grandfather died young. She would often sit for afternoons, gazing at the bracelet, murmuring his grandfather's name. She said she didn't care about getting her dowry back. She only cared that he left her too soon. That kind of love fascinated and captivated Ethan. Later, when his grandmother fell gravely ill, his sister Emily, playing carelessly, accidentally broke the bracelet. Afraid to let his grandmother know, he secretly took it to be repaired. Just as it was fixed, news came of his grandmother's worsening condition. He rushed back with the bracelet, driving too fast on a shortcut, and crashed into the roadside wall. He was unconscious for nearly a month, ultimately missing his grandmother's final moments. The bracelet was lost. He couldn't be with her during her last days, nor attend her funeral. Later, he went back to the hospital that rescued him, checked the surveillance footage, and saw Meredith take it. He sought her out, hinting about the bracelet, but she pretended not to know. As they spent time together, he gradually fell for her. Thinking of giving her one last chance, he offered her $5,000, hoping the money would persuade her to return the bracelet. But Meredith avoided the topic, giving the money to her younger brother back home. Ethan grew disappointed, yet couldn't let go of his feelings for Meredith. Thus, their relationship, which should have been him spoiling her, turned into Meredith enduring hardship alone. 3 years had passed. Every moment Meredith spent proved she wasn't greedy. And his feelings for Meredith were no longer simple affection. He wanted a future with her, but the bracelet remained an insurmountable obstacle in his heart. His girlfriend could have anything he could provide, but Meredith wasn't worthy yet. Meredith was startled awake by her ringing phone. Checking the time, it was only 5 a.m. The caller ID was a string of numbers Marcus's number, she recognized. Annoyed at being woken, Meredith rejected the call. The phone rang again. Meredith rejected it. After rejecting 3 consecutive calls, Meredith was wide awake. The constant vibration might disturb her roommates. She got out of bed and went to the hallway to answer. "Marcus, are you done yet? I told you we have no relationship, I'm not your sister." 3 years without contact, and suddenly calling her definitely meant trouble. "Hello, this is X City Central Hospital. Your brother was attacked by a group of young thugs last night. This morning, a kind passerby found him lying by the roadside and brought him here. His condition is serious. Please come as soon as possible." The cold voice of a middle-aged woman on the phone reported Marcus's critical condition. Meredith couldn't harden her heart. She quickly dressed and rushed back home. It was too early for trains. She had to take the long-distance bus. 4 hours later, she arrived at the hospital. Marcus was beaten badly, his face swollen beyond recognition. He was in a general ward, an IV drip in his hand, still unconscious. "Are you Marcus Shaw's guardian?" A nurse spotted her, reprimanding her sternly. "What kind of sister are you? Your brother didn't come home all night, and you didn't look for him. We called you, and you didn't even answer." Evidently, this was the nurse who called earlier, now venting her morning frustration. Meredith apologized, making the excuse she was busy. What could be more important than your own brother? He barely had a breath left when they brought him in. "Go find the doctor quickly and ask about his treatment." The nurse clearly disliked Meredith, but the excuse "busy" was common in hospitals. After venting, she urged Meredith to find the attending physician. The doctor, a middle-aged man, held Marcus's X-rays. 3 broken ribs, fractures in the left forearm and right leg. Internal injuries can't be ruled out. "Go pay the fees and complete the admission procedures. I'll arrange more detailed examinations." Meredith nodded, went to pay the fees and handle the paperwork. By the time she returned, Marcus had been taken for tests. Meredith waited alone in the ward. A fellow patient mentioned Marcus hadn't woken since arriving. The hospital couldn't reach family, performed only basic checks, and put him on a glucose drip, then left him. Marcus's phone lay forlornly on the hospital bed. Meredith picked it up. It was the phone her father gave him when he started high school 3 years ago. When Marcus got a new phone, he gave this worn-out one to her. She never had money to replace it and had used it until now. The phone's casing was worn and battered, but the inside was clean, not even having a messaging app installed. He must have carried it always but rarely used it. She checked the contacts, hoping to find another relative to take over care. She needed to return to university and didn't want to stay long. The phone listed only 3 contacts, their deceased parents and her, not even a single classmate. The call log was sparse too. The most recent call was to her last night. The previous one was from her, 3 years ago, when she gave him the $5,000 and cut ties. Thinking of Marcus's unrecognizable face earlier, Meredith recalled last night's call. He must have been attacked, then forced himself to stay conscious to call her for help. An unspoken sadness welled up in Meredith. This fool. He called her, not an ambulance. The phone's wallpaper was a family photo from when they were very young. The family had just formed. Her stepmother was still nice to her. Her father held Meredith. Her stepmother held young Marcus, who was still called Marcus Joe back then, trailing behind her calling sis. This photo was blurry, shaky, clearly a picture taken of another picture. Meredith stared at the photo, lost in thought. Her father was young then, holding her hand, telling her this was her new mom who would take care of her. Her stepmother seemed so kind then, making her eventual cruelty in sending her away even more jarring. Meredith had begged her, offered to sleep on the balcony, give Marcus the room, take up no space at all. But her father said the neighbors would laugh at him for not being able to support his children. Sending away his biological daughter wouldn't invite laughter. This house was compensation, housing allocated by the factory after her mother died, saving someone, a heroic act. If her mother knew her daughter would be driven out by others, would she still have saved that child back then? Meredith didn't know. There was nowhere to ask. Chapter 11. Broken promise. After an unknown amount of time, a nurse wheeled Marcus back in. He had just woken up, lying immobile on the bed. His eyes, peering through bruised and blackened eyelids, searched the room for Meredith. Finding her, Marcus managed a weak smile, the facial movement causing him to gasp in pain. "Sis, you're back." The nurse hadn't lied. His sister really came back. Meredith didn't want to approach him, but he insisted on using his less injured hand to grab hers. Meredith stepped back half a step, and Marcus barely managed to clutch her sleeve. "Don't move, you're going into surgery soon," the nurse scolded. Marcus ignored her, grinning at the nurse. "Auntie, look, this is my sister. Isn't she pretty? She's a top student at Seaport City Art University, the kind who gets scholarships every year." The nurse nodded indifferently. Seaport City Art University was a top art school in the country, she knew that much. But so what if she was a top student? Her character wasn't great, went to university in the big city and disowned her family. The sister clearly didn't want to care for this brother, but such things happened often in hospitals. She was used to it. Besides giving Meredith a cold look, she proceeded with her duties as usual. My sister is different. She gets the first-class scholarship every single year. She even earned money herself to support me, Marcus rambled on. Meredith couldn't stand him bragging about her like this and told him to rest. All right, stop talking. You're going into the operating room soon, save your energy. Okay, I'll listen to you. Marcus obeyed, lying back contentedly, silent. Meredith went to the doctor's office for the results. Fortunately, there were no internal injuries, but the fractures were severe, requiring steel pins and hospitalization. Such serious injuries definitely needed someone to care for him. The doctor advised Meredith to put her affairs on hold, at least until Marcus could move freely. Meredith returned to the ward. Marcus was still awake, eyes fixed on the doorway, relaxing only when she appeared. Meredith walked over, holding out her hand. Give me the keys. The doctor says you need to be hospitalized. I'll go get some clothes for you. If possible, she didn't want to return to that house. But Marcus was still wearing his blood-stained old-school uniform. She had to fetch him some clean clothes. Sis, the house keys haven't been changed, Marcus said weakly. Meredith's hand froze for a second, then resumed its motion. Okay, she acknowledged. Give me your keys. I lost mine long ago. She had thrown her keys away long ago, right after giving him the $5,000 for support. She had discarded everything related to her family, making a clean break with the past. The hospital wasn't far from the house, just 3 bus stops away. It was an old factory district dormitory building, inhabited mostly by old neighbors, many having lived there their entire lives. Meredith didn't care if she ran into familiar faces. She opened the old security gate door. The inside was cleaner than she expected. Except for some unfinished noodles in the kitchen, other areas, though old, were very clean. Meredith toured her former home. The living room had a slightly larger TV. The shelf where Meredith used to keep her dolls was gone, replaced by Marcus's basketball and various sports equipment. These changes happened after she was sent away. The house radiated a lived-in, domestic atmosphere, yet held no trace of her. The little prince and princess she'd drawn on the wall with crayons were long gone, replaced by posters of basketball stars. A first-time visitor might assume this family only had a son. All traces of the daughter had been thoroughly erased. Following her memory, Meredith went to what used to be her room. The small bed now had the standard Blue School-issued sheets and duvet cover. The desk held many books. An old pink desk lamp with Mickey and Donald Duck stickers the lamp her mother bought her remained. The wardrobe her mother chose for her now contained Marcus's clothes. A few plain t-shirts, a spare school uniform, only 2 jackets. After packing a few changes of clothes and toiletries for Marcus, Meredith turned to leave the bedroom and saw the family photo. It had been enlarged, framed, and hung behind the main door, visible every time one left. Meredith remembered the empty call log on Marcus's phone, the bowl of unfinished noodles in the kitchen, plain white noodles, without a drop of oil. Her heart softened finally. Putting down Marcus's clothes, she went out and bought several large soup bones. Ethan woke up late, having slept in until the afternoon. He remembered agreeing to pick up Meredith today and quickly got dressed and left. He planned to buy a car suitable for his current status, convenient for commuting. He was tired of squeezing onto buses and subways in front of Meredith these past few years. He'd already chosen a model, around $10,000, not expensive, small, suitable for both men and women. He'd take Meredith to pick the color tomorrow. Meredith had a driver's license but hadn't driven. In a couple of years, if she wanted to drive herself, he'd buy her a better one. Arriving at the Art University gate, Ethan called Meredith. Meredith, I'm at the gate. Get ready to come out. On the other end, Meredith was skimming the scum off the simmering bone broth. Only then did she remember they'd planned to look at cars tomorrow. She opened her mouth to mention Marcus, but then remembered Ethan's dislike for him and changed her mind, making an excuse. I might have to substitute teach tomorrow. I can't go look at cars. Ethan was displeased. You took on part-time work again? Hadn't they agreed she wouldn't? Well, Meredith struggled for a moment, then lied. It's tutoring Joanna found. But she has something this week, so she asked me to cover one session for her. Knowing she couldn't come, Ethan considered it and felt it didn't matter much. He could just take Emily with him tomorrow to choose the color. Giving Meredith a surprise might be even better. All right then, I'll head back. We'll look at cars when you're free. Ethan was accustomed to her constantly working part-time and usually didn't interfere with her schedule. Chapter 12. Beating Emily was a junior in high school, only having holidays starting the day after tomorrow. With Meredith unavailable, Ethan decided to go home. He arrived just in time for dinner, the family of 4 enjoying a rare meal together. At the table, Arthur Young was cheerful, taking out a bottle of wine he'd saved for years for a couple of glasses. Seeing this, Vivian Young personally cooked a few side dishes to accompany the drinks. "Dad, let me pour you one." Ethan stood up to pour the wine. Since his father handed over the French business operations to him, he hadn't had much time to talk with his dad. Today, with his father free, it was a good opportunity to discuss work matters, including his intention to stay with the company instead of studying abroad. "You've been with the company for a year and a half now, and the senior members are quite satisfied with you. This period is crucial, don't get complacent. Gain a few more years of experience. Once your sister starts university and things at home settle down, the company will be yours to manage. Your mother and I plan to travel then," Arthur nodded, clinking glasses with Ethan. "Work is important, but don't neglect your personal life either. Don't slack off these next few years. If you meet a girl you like, put in the effort to pursue her. Your mother and I aren't that old-fashioned. As long as you like her, we can accept her." Vivian nodded in agreement. "A few days ago, I ran into your Uncle Leighton and his daughter while having tea. The girl is a junior in the oil painting department at the Art University. If you don't have anyone you like, Mom can arrange for you two to have a meal together sometime, get acquainted." This. A blind date dinner. Ethan wanted to refuse. "Mom, stop trying to set brother up. He already has a girlfriend. They've been together for almost 3 years. Emily finally sensed something was amiss and quickly intervened, spilling the beans about her brother. Ethan shot Emily a glare. The $10,000 he gave her a few days ago were wasted. She betrayed him after just 2 days of keeping the secret. Emily stuck her tongue out at him. Mom was trying to set him up. She was helping him, okay. Hearing her son had a girlfriend, Vivian's interest peaked. Arthur pretended to drink, but his ears pricked up. "You really have a girlfriend? Why haven't you brought her home to meet us? Why hide her?" They weren't the type of rigid, conservative parents who would scrutinize the girl. Ethan grunted an affirmative, admitting he had a girlfriend. "She's also studying oil painting at the Art University, a junior this year." "Exactly, that older sister is super nice, Dad. You don't know, initially, my brother pretended to be poor and in debt. It was that sister who worked part-time to support him and help pay off his debts." Seeing Ethan wasn't angry, Emily grew bolder, revealing everything she knew. Think about society nowadays. For a girl to willingly endure hardship with brother, she must genuinely like him. Arthur and Vivian had supported each other through thick and thin in their youth, building their current fortune. Their approach to raising their children wasn't based on rigid upper-class rules. On the contrary, as long as the person was good, they didn't care about family background or status. Thus, for Ethan and Emily, character was paramount. Emily, unaware of the full picture, genuinely believed Meredith was wonderful and that her parents would surely like her too. Hearing this, Arthur shook his head disapprovingly. Vivian also frowned. "That's not right. Honesty is crucial in relationships. You shouldn't have hidden your family background and deceived her." This was someone he might spend his life with. She'd find out eventually. How would the girl cope then, deliberately making her suffer who would want to be deceived like that? Supported by her parents, Emily continued adding fuel to the fire, sticking her tongue out at the impassive Ethan, venting all her frustration from the past few days. "A few days ago, it was the older sister's birthday. My brother actually gave her the free gift I got with my purchase. That sister is still in the dark, thinking my brother is poor." This was even worse. Arthur lectured Ethan, "You're not sincere with the girl. If you have reservations, don't force yourselves together. And you certainly shouldn't deliberately burden her." Ethan quickly declared his feelings. "Dad, I'm serious about her." Emily didn't believe him. Her brother needed a lesson. She would tell her parents all his misdeeds, let them educate him so he'd treat his girlfriend better in the future. "All right, don't be angry either. Since our son is serious, find an opportunity to bring her home for Mom to see. That way, she can come visit whenever she's free," Vivian placated Arthur. She also felt her son had mishandled this. How could he deceive the girl? "Okay," Ethan grunted. This unfolded faster than he expected. He originally planned to bring Meredith home after she returned the bracelet, but now that Emily had exposed everything, his previous plan needed acceleration. Emily achieved her goal, leaning against Vivian, playfully eating fruit. She knew her brother must like his girlfriend. Now, she was a meritorious contributor in her future sister-in-law's eyes. His son coming home for dinner unexpectedly brought news of a girlfriend. Arthur happily drank a couple more glasses before Vivian stopped him. Watching his parents' affectionate interaction, imagining his future life with Meredith mirroring theirs, Ethan's initially gloomy mood gradually lifted. This wasn't bad either. She had suffered too much in the first half of her life. He could protect her in the second half. Meredith stayed at the hospital. Marcus woke up late that evening. After eating, he fell asleep again within minutes, his hand clutching her sleeve tightly. In Meredith's memory, he had never liked studying, always mischievous and troublesome, causing worry. Her father once said if Marcus were a bit more obedient, he'd send him to live with her at Grandma's. But her stepmother, fearing he'd pick up bad habits, kept him close by to educate him. Marcus had been well raised by his stepmother. Meredith remembered him as chubby, his face like a white bun. Back then, every extra pound on him represented Meredith's poverty at her grandmother's. So, after handling her father and stepmother's affairs and learning the house was in Marcus's name, Meredith returned to university and never came back. 3 months later, the police called, informing her she was Marcus's guardian. She had no choice but to return and see him once more. Meredith barely recognized him. He was painfully thin, like a ghost, his old clothes hanging on him like sacks. Only upon seeing her did he seem slightly more human. Now, this boy was still thin, but had grown to nearly 63. His face was so bruised and swollen she still hadn't clearly seen his current features. The nurse quietly entered the room, motioning for Meredith to come out. She had something to say. As soon as Meredith moved, Marcus woke up, groggily tightening his grip on her sleeve, not wanting her to leave. "Sister, don't go," Meredith sighed, comforting him. "Sis is just going to the restroom. I'll be right back." The boy, unconvinced, watched her leave with wide eyes. Just outside, the nurse led her to a quieter room. Inside stood 2 police officers and an older gentleman. "This is Marcus's sister," the nurse introduced. The gentleman politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Marcus's homeroom teacher from school, Mr. Marsh. These 2 are the officers investigating Marcus's case." Meredith greeted them individually. The nurse left. "Miss Shaw, the school has been trying to contact you, but Marcus said you were studying out of town. So, we took the liberty of coming to talk to you today." Mr. Marsh smiled kindly. The 2 officers also explained their purpose. Marcus's behavior at school had become strange about 6 months ago. He stopped living in the dorms and frequently skipped classes. This time, he hadn't attended school for a week. The homeroom teacher couldn't find him. If not for this major incident, Marcus might still be missing. Marcus's situation this time is odd. Usually, fights between young thugs don't result in such severe injuries. Marcus is badly hurt. He likely had previous conflicts with these individuals. The teacher summarized Marcus's situation. "The school will naturally protect its students, but Miss Shaw, we hope you can ask Marcus who attacked him to assist the police investigation." Meredith nodded. Mr. Marsh didn't stay long. After escorting the police out, he returned, meeting Meredith outside the room again. "Miss Shaw, I couldn't say much with the police present just now." After Marcus started acting strangely, his classmates mentioned seeing him associating with some unsavory characters. Mr. Marsh spoke carefully, but Meredith understood the implication from his expression. "I understand, Mr. Marsh. I'll ask him about these things clearly," Meredith acknowledged, promising to get to the bottom of it. Involvement with organized crime was different from brawling with street punks. Chapter 13. Ethan woke early, roused by Emily, and drove her to school. Last night, thanks to Emily's unsparing betrayal, his parents learned about him and Meredith. His father called him into the study and gave him a stern lecture. Unable to sleep, Ethan tried calling Meredith, but she hung up. He checked his messages. Since his return from France, she hadn't initiated a single message. Their last conversation was that afternoon when she said she was going to the market to buy groceries, promising dinner would be ready upon his return. Their goodnight exchange that evening was via text, not the messaging app. He came home to half-prepared food, Meredith's cold shoulder, and her even testing him with a bracelet. It must have been that incident that angered her. That day, he had intended to give her the birthday gift, but seeing the bracelet on the table triggered memories of his grandmother telling stories about his grandfather while looking at her own gold bracelet. Negative emotions surged, causing him to wrongly accuse her. Ethan hadn't told his father the real reason for hiding the relationship, but his father was right about one thing. Regardless of what Meredith had done, if he genuinely wanted to be with her, he should tell her the truth and be together openly. She had suffered with him for so many years. The debt was long repaid. A man shouldn't hold grudges against his own woman. Besides, if he kept deceiving her and she found out, the consequences would be unpredictable. His father's scolding actually lifted Ethan's spirits considerably, clearing the invisible shadow in his heart. He abandoned the idea of the $10,000 car and went to order the car he'd long admired, choosing options based on Meredith's preferences, styled according to current trends popular among young women. 2 cars, identical except for color. One for Emily, one for Meredith, perfectly equitable. He needed to find an opportunity to clarify things with Meredith soon. When the car arrived, he'd present it as a belated birthday gift. She always had a soft heart. As long as he spoke openly, apologized sincerely, and treated her better from now on, even if she was currently upset and giving him the cold shoulder, she would eventually forgive him. The more Ethan thought about it, the more adorable Meredith seemed adorable enough to be etched into his heart, tickling him. Once this was resolved, he'd take her traveling, do all the things normal couples do. He'd make up for all the hardships she endured in previous years. After her senior year graduation, he'd propose. They'd get engaged first, enjoy 2 years of couple life, then find a suitable time to marry. From then on, he would provide for her, surely nurturing her into a world-renowned artist. Having ordered the cars, on the way back, Ethan remembered Emily buying a cat head keychain a few days ago, some limited edition cat design. Emily had told him to give one to Meredith, but he'd tossed it in a drawer and forgotten. Ethan thought he could attach the car key to it later. Meredith would probably like it. He turned the Porsche around and headed towards the old rented apartment. At the hospital, Marcus finished his checkup. His spirits were much better, though the facial bruises needed time to heal. Meredith took Marcus's blood-stained school uniform home to wash. On the way, she felt uneasy, repeatedly looking back, sensing someone following her. This feeling intensified as she reached her doorstep. Goosebumps rose on her skin. She unlocked the door, quickly entered, and bolted it shut. After cleaning the apartment, washing the clothes, and preparing dinner for Marcus, she left for the hospital. While locking the door, she noticed a cigarette butt on the ground that hadn't been there before. Someone had been smoking outside her door while she was inside. Fear gripped Meredith. She quickly kicked the butt into the stairwell, double-checked the lock, and then left cautiously. The feeling of being followed persisted all the way, even into the hospital ward. It seemed someone was monitoring her or anyone contacting Marcus. The next day, the feeling was still distinct. After returning home, Meredith grabbed a hammer and peered through the peephole. The hallway was quiet. Faint footsteps approached. A disheveled middle-aged man appeared in the peephole. A scar ran from his left forehead across to his right cheek. His eyes were fierce and clouded. Standing just outside the security door, he smoked, facing her. Same brand as yesterday, it was him. He finished smoking but didn't leave. Meredith panicked, afraid he wouldn't go away. She quickly locked the inner door again, retreated to the bedroom with her phone, hiding. She couldn't call the police. The man was just smoking outside her door. Reporting him rashly might alert him. Her contacts were limited. Girlfriends couldn't help. Among the men, she knew her department head, Professor, Sean Davis, and Ethan Sean was out of the question. Summoning her last bit of courage, Meredith dialed Ethan. The phone rang 3 times. Ethan didn't answer. As the ringing continued, Meredith's rationality returned. It was a 4-hour journey from Seaport City. Distant water couldn't quench immediate fire, it was useless. The call went to voicemail. Meredith hung up. Ethan didn't call back. Meredith waited inside until dark. She didn't know if the man outside had left. Peeking through the peephole, the hallway light was off, no movement. Marcus was waiting for her at the hospital. He'd already sent several messages urging her to return. Gathering her courage, Meredith cautiously opened the door a crack. The motion sensor light outside flickered on. Numerous cigarette butts lay flattened on the ground, but no one was there. He must have left. Meredith felt relieved. She went back inside to get Marcus's dinner. Just as she turned off the living room light and stepped out, the hallway light extinguished too, plunging the space into darkness. A crimson glow flickered outside the door. The man leaned against the wall, taking a drag from his cigarette, the red tip burning brighter. "Finally came out," he grinned, the cigarette dangling from his stained, yellow teeth, his breath foul. The food container slipped from Meredith's hand and clattered onto the floor. Meanwhile, Ethan, searching for the limited edition cat head keychain, remembered leaving it in the old rented apartment. He drove back to retrieve it. He recalled deliberately placing it among her clothes, thinking Meredith would naturally find it when changing. Who knew she hadn't noticed it after all this time? Ethan opened the closet and searched for the keychain. Meredith didn't have many clothes here, just a thin stack. He found it at the bottom. As Ethan picked up the keychain, his eyes caught a black velvet pouch tucked under Meredith's clothes in the corner. It was sealed with a red silk cord, embroidered with a classic design of mandarin ducks playing in water. The stitching was intricate. Careful inspection revealed one duck's tail feather had a broken thread. This was his grandmother's pouch for the bracelet. The ducks were embroidered by his grandmother herself. Ethan's hand trembled, a bad premonition gripping him. He picked up the pouch. The feel alone told him it was empty, but he opened it anyway, refusing to believe. Inside was only a slip of paper, XX Gold Shop, gold jewelry sales receipt. She sold it. His grandfather's keepsake for his grandmother, the only memento his grandmother left him in this world. She sold it just like that, for a few $1,000s. Chapter 14. Begging at the police station, Meredith learned the whole story. The man following her was Marcus's maternal uncle. The cause, once again, was the house. After their parents passed away, Marcus lived alone. His uncle, having done well in business over the years, had once lent Marcus's mother $20,000 for an emergency. After her death, seeing Marcus pitiful, the uncle shelved the debt, telling Marcus to repay it slowly after getting a job. In the 3 years Meredith hadn't returned, Marcus's uncle often visited and cared for him, eventually learning the house was in Marcus's name. Last autumn, the uncle's second son needed to enroll in school. Goaded by his wife, the uncle pressured Marcus to transfer the house to his name, promising the $20,000 debt would be canceled. This way, the uncle got a school district property slot and Marcus was debt-free. But Marcus refused. The uncle's coaxing failed. Knowing Marcus was underage and the transfer required the guardian Meredith's presence, the uncle waited. As soon as Marcus turned 18, he still refused. So, the uncle hired some underworld contacts to intimidate Marcus. Who knew they'd use excessive force, intimidating Marcus right into the hospital? Frightened these past few days, the uncle hadn't visited the hospital, instead lurking around the house waiting for Marcus to return. Unexpectedly, he saw Meredith come back and started following her, hoping to persuade her to convince Marcus to sell the house. Today, waiting outside, Meredith mistook him for a stalker and hit him with a hammer. He was currently at the hospital getting stitches. When Marcus's aunt and her children arrived, they unleashed a torrent of abuse on Meredith. Outnumbered, Meredith couldn't fight back. Hospital staff called the police, who finally separated them. Meredith, having injured someone, was taken to the station for questioning. By then, Meredith was disheveled, scratched by the aunt, her eye corner bleeding, a significant amount of hair pulled out by the aunt and her eldest daughter. That's roughly the situation. Your brother probably knew trouble was coming. He usually stayed in the school dorms and didn't go out much. Those people couldn't get into the school, so they tailed him for quite some time before making their move. Officer Collins, handling the case, took Meredith's statement, consolidating the two incidents. He finished his cigarette, stubbing it out in the ashtray. Collins sighed, "Meredith, I won't comment on your father's matters, but Marcus has changed drastically these past few years. He has college entrance exams in a month. I hope, for the sake of your past sibling relationship, you can help him through this critical time." Meredith didn't reply. She remembered her own exam year. The testing center was within that house's school district, but her stepmother refused to let her stay for 2 nights. She spent those 2 days alone in a cheap motel room. $2 a night, close enough to hear drunkards yelling on the street. She carried her art supplies and easel alone, back and forth. At her lowest point, she entered the exam room clutching her admission ticket in her teeth. "His aunt is a harpy. Escalating this won't benefit anyone," Collins stated. In this small town, Meredith becoming a university student was news, so he knew a bit about her family situation. For now, appealing to Meredith's emotions was the only way. "You're grown up now, Meredith. Uncle Collins knows you've been wronged, but you also understand the hardship of being parentless. Marcus is now, like you. Just take pity on this orphan, help him through this period." Meredith nodded. The issue stemmed from the $20,000 debt. Now, both sides were injured. If the uncle's family used this excuse to cause trouble, Marcus couldn't take the exams in a month. But $20,000 wasn't readily available. She didn't have it now. "Rest here for a bit. I'll handle the paperwork for you," Collins stood up, letting Meredith think calmly. Before leaving, he reminded her, "According to procedure, someone needs to sign for your release. Meredith, you're injured like this. Find someone to pick you up so I can be assured you leave safely." Covered in muddy footprints, hair matted with blood she needed to clean up at a hospital. And knowing Marcus's aunt's shrewish nature, she might be waiting somewhere to ambush Meredith again. After Collins left, Meredith sat alone in the interrogation room, her mind racing between the $20,000 and finding a guarantor. She wasn't obligated to pay this debt. Marcus was 18, he had the right to dispose of the house himself. She wasn't even responsible for his exams. His future, success, or failure had nothing to do with her. But first, she needed to get out. Her phone contacts were few. Her aunt, miles away in her hometown, was useless. Marcus, just added, was incapacitated in the hospital. Her 3 roommates were girls, unsuitable for late-night errands. Her professors and Sean Davis couldn't be involved in personal matters. That left only Ethan to bail her out. He worked hard, she disliked bothering him. After this past holiday weekend, Meredith wasn't sure if he, hearing she was at the police station, would come rescue her like a normal boyfriend. Her finger hovered over Ethan's contact. Since middle school, when her father sent her away, the pillars of support in her heart had withered and died. Her father's death uprooted them completely. Later, with Ethan, a small tree had sprouted, but it remained a seedling. She dared not rely on it, fearing it would break. Today here, Meredith suddenly wanted to know if she could lean on him. The phone rang, waiting for an answer, then the call was rejected by the other party. Meredith called again, rejected again, called again, rejected again. Back and forth, Meredith fell into a dead loop. Usually, if Ethan didn't answer, she wouldn't call a second time, hoping not to disturb his important work. But today, Meredith persisted until the other end finally answered, annoyed. "What is it?" The background noise was loud music. Ethan's irritated voice came through. Meredith recognized it but pretended not to. Compared to his annoyance, this interrogation room was too quiet. She wanted out even more. I went back to my hometown on Friday." Meredith hesitated, deciding to tell him everything that had happened these past few days. "And, you reunited with your brother. Why are you calling me now?" Of course, he knew she went home. Right now, Ethan felt only disgust. She secretly sold the bracelet to subsidize that stepbrother with no blood relation. Meredith wanted to say she was detained here, unable to leave without someone signing for her. But his undisguised aversion made her feel, inexplicably, that he suspected she was asking for money. The afternoon scene flashed again him with the princess-like girl, generously swiping his card for $10,000. This was likely the poor person's pride. She never asked him who the girl was. The girl's behavior resembled his sister's, and he did have a sister. Earning his first big money, giving it to his own sister, what was wrong with that? She knew she wasn't blood related to him, shouldn't ask him for money. But he had said they would never break up. Meredith clung to this last shred of hope in Ethan's words, summoning feeble courage. "Ethan, I'm in a bit of trouble. Can you lend me some money?" For the sake of the 2 years we ate steamed buns and free soup together, lend me some money. I can pay you back slowly, bit by bit. Sure, how much do you need? The other end chuckled, readily agreeing. Meredith heard the mockery. It was a tone ingrained in her bones throughout her long upbringing. Her heart already knew the outcome. That small tree wavered precariously, about to die too. $10,000. Meredith closed her eyes, uttering the number. Ha ha. Meredith Shaw, you might as well go out and beg. A decisive voice came from the other end, then the line went dead, leaving only the dial tone. Finally, the words were insulting, but Meredith felt no pain. She should have accepted it long ago. In all her years, every act of giving had gone unreciprocated. Meredith didn't even cry. She curled up tightly. It was already 1 a.m. She'd have to wait until morning, explain the situation, and leave on her own. Blood trickled down her face from the cut on her head. Meredith wiped it away with her hand, leaving a smear of red. Footsteps approached outside. Officer Collins entered. Meredith, you can go now. Meredith nodded, asked nothing, and followed Collins out. A boy stood in the cold, empty lobby. One leg and one arm were in casts. He leaned heavily on a crutch with his other leg and arm, waiting in the frigid hall. Seeing her emerge, his swollen face broke into a wide, happy grin. Sis, I came to get you. Meredith saw the uprooted tree, someone writing it, planting it, reviving it. Its branches grew rapidly, bearing fruit at the tips. The tree that sprouted because of Ethan now bore Marcus's fruit. Chapter 15, Blame leaving the police station at 1 a.m., even the clinics were closed. Fortunately, the external wounds weren't severe. Meredith borrowed some water and used tissues to wipe the blood from her face, then helped Marcus home. The hospital was too far. They'd stay home tonight and return Marcus to the hospital tomorrow. The moment she stepped inside, Meredith thought, Dad, I'm home. Sis, Marcus noticed her daze, feeling anxious. I didn't mean to sneak out. I heard Auntie hit you. I was worried. Meredith shook her head, went into the bathroom to wash her face and clean up. She dabbed some alcohol on the cut hidden in her hair for disinfection, then brought out a basin of hot water for Marcus to soak his feet. His good leg was covered in dirt. Clearly, he had hopped all the way to the police station on crutches. I can do it myself. I want to take a shower. Marcus was overwhelmed, quickly refusing Meredith's help, insisting on managing himself. His foot sole had blistered, then broken open, the dried blood stuck to his skin. He couldn't let his sister see. Since Marcus didn't want her to see, Meredith didn't insist. She went to his room to get clean clothes. Once Marcus had rinsed his feet and put on slippers, Meredith helped him onto the stool in the bathroom to shower. As a teenage boy, awareness of gender differences was kicking in. Meredith's presence made him uncomfortable. He fidgeted, nearly slipping off the stool. A sharp word from Meredith finally made him sit still and let her wash him. The boy was very thin, ribs clearly visible. He washed his sensitive areas himself. Meredith didn't comment, nor did she feel awkward. She helped him change and tucked him into bed. Sis, don't go. Seeing her about to leave, Marcus quickly sat up, wincing as he bumped his injuries and fell back onto the bed. Don't go. Mom and Dad are gone, you left too. I was alone here. Every time I closed my eyes, the house was full of your shadows. I wanted to join you all, but Dad said in my dreams you hadn't left, told me not to leave either. These past 3 years had been constant torment. Knowing Meredith disliked him, he hadn't dared seek her out. He could only stay in this house, a self-imposed prison, waiting for her to come back and see him, just once. The nearly 63 boy cried unabashedly before her. Sis, I'll listen to you from now on. I'll study hard, won't cause trouble. Don't leave, I'll be good. Don't abandon me. He had no one left. If the sister who cared for him in childhood abandoned him now, he truly lacked the courage to live. I won't leave, Meredith sighed softly. Marcus beamed, tears and snot on his face. He laboriously shifted towards the inside of the bed, leaving the outer spot for Meredith. When they were younger, their parents were often busy. Meredith took care of young Marcus, always sleeping on the outside to prevent him from rolling off the bed. A 5-foot bed now held the grown siblings. Sis, don't worry about my uncle's matter. After my exams, I'll get a job and pay him back. I won't let him trouble you again. Hearing about Meredith's ordeal today from Officer Collins, Marcus felt utterly useless, constantly burdening her. Your uncle offered an extra $50,000. Why are you still holding on to the house? Meredith questioned. Selling it for $70,000 total wasn't a significant loss in this small county. He could have sold it and made his life easier. Now he had broken limbs. Marcus shook his head. Remembering it was dark and Meredith couldn't see, he spoke tearfully. Mom and Dad are gone. If we sell the house, we won't have a home anymore. Sis, no matter where you go, this is always your home. I'll wait for you here. Home. She hadn't had a home for a long time. Ethan was gone too. Meredith stopped talking, closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. When she opened them again, Marcus was sound asleep. She got up, took her phone to the bathroom, and called Evelyn, asking her to request a week's leave from her professors. With Marcus in this condition, she couldn't leave. As for Ethan, after tonight, Meredith strangely felt no blame or sadness towards him. His money was his own, with absolute control. She had no right to expect anything. Looking at her battered reflection in the mirror, hair messy and matted with dried blood, face swollen, eyes bloodshot with dark circles underneath, Meredith recalled the little princess. Meredith, don't be sad, don't be angry, she murmured to herself. Endure it, wounds heal, everything will get better. When she lost her mother at 5, was sent to her grandmother's in the countryside by her father, her mother comforted her this way in her dreams. Breakups, debt, injury. How much worse could it get? Seaport City. Ethan called his childhood friends out for drinks late at night. Liam sat beside him, not drinking, scrolling through short videos on his phone to pass the time. Work tomorrow meant at least one of them needed to stay sober. With Ethan currently lovesick, the privilege of a hangover went to him. Hey buddy, what's got big bro E so worked up? Calling us out for drinks this late? Adrian Pierce clinked glasses with Liam, puzzled. Didn't he used to have a 10 p.m. curfew? What's gotten into him lately? In their circle, Ethan was known as the model youth, abstaining from the 3 vices. Now, he was repeatedly out late, clearly troubled, but wouldn't talk when asked. Liam shook his head, unable to drink, clinking glasses with Adrian for show. Seeing he couldn't get answers, Adrian went directly to Ethan. Big bro E, spill your troubles. Maybe your brother here can help find a solution. Could be I have just the fix for your woes. Adrian draped an arm over Ethan's shoulder solicitously, his tone hinting that the main remedy in this venue was the abundance of girls, enough girls to make any trouble vanish. Liam shot Adrian, the unreliable playboy, a glare, then moved to sit beside Ethan. Meredith's matter? Ethan's back stiffened. He put his glass down, nodding. Liam couldn't figure it out. Ethan was dating Meredith, even got past the major hurdle of his parents. What was he still conflicted about? She sold the bracelet. Swallowing a mouthful of bitter liquor, Ethan couldn't bear recalling the feeling when he saw the receipt just now. She had betrayed him. Sold it, so what? A broken bracelet, not valuable. Was it worth more than a person? Liam felt Ethan was making a mountain out of a molehill, creating his own misery. Didn't you suspect she sold the bracelet long ago? Why are you freaking out now? Ethan's mood swings these past few days were stranger than his girlfriend's, volatile and resistant to advice. Liam suggested, I think you should just break it off with her. Better a clean break than prolonging the pain. Avoid seeing her and being reminded of the bracelet, constantly losing your mind. The key issue was Meredith didn't even know the reason, completely clueless. Ethan glanced at Adrian, joking with a young girl nearby. The girl wore revealing clothes, her young face heavily made up, looking coquettish. She feigned shyness, covering her mouth, but her bright eyes assessed the value of Adrian's attire. Meredith would never look at someone like that. She didn't care if he had money. Chapter 16. Cheating. Thinking this, Ethan's heart ached even more. A strange sense of blame towards her arose. If she were simply greedy for money, he wouldn't be struggling like this, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. She called me just now, asking to borrow money for her brother, Ethan murmured. Marcus's mother owed his uncle $20,000 before she died. Last year, the uncle came asking for repayment. Marcus kept hiding. A few days ago, Marcus was beaten up by people his uncle hired. She went back home this weekend. I guess her brother played the victim card, begged her to borrow money. That silly girl Meredith had a soft heart, couldn't refuse pleas, and took on the task. How much did she borrow? Liam was curious. What outrageous sum had made Ethan dredge up the old bracelet issue? $10,000. Liam was astonished. $10,000? Are you sure you didn't miss a zero? Did you give it to her? His sister Emily's pocket money wasn't even this much. Buying clothes for a girlfriend would cost more than this. He actually hesitated over this amount. Please don't say he refused, otherwise Liam would feel truly sorry for Meredith. Ethan shook his head. No. This crazy world. If Ethan weren't his boss, Liam would seriously consider dunking him in water to clear his head. My dear brother, your girlfriend asks to borrow money, and you refuse. Don't forget, just a few days ago, you spent $10,000 on toys for your sister. Liam was actually older, but Ethan's idiotic actions made Liam bow down, calling him brother out of sheer exasperation. I don't get it. You don't want to break up over the bracelet, yet you've kept her hanging half dead for 3 years. What are you planning to do with her? You might as well just break up. Maybe after meeting some wealthy young ladies, Meredith won't seem so special anymore. Liam didn't understand girls' cosmetics, but Meredith had genuinely poured her heart out for Ethan these past 3 years. As far as he knew, this was the first time Meredith had asked Ethan for anything. And it was a loan meant to be repaid, not like asking a boyfriend for pocket money. This girl was truly suffering, stuck with Ethan. My girlfriend, if I miss giving her a gift for one holiday, she throws a fit. How much has Meredith saved you over these 3 years? And you? She used her hard-earned money from part-time jobs to support you, fund your education, help you succeed. Now she asks to borrow money, and you refuse. Do the math. In Seaport City, with its high cost of living, supporting you for these 2 years cost at least 8, if not 10,000. The more Liam spoke, the angrier he got. He felt like his own head was overheating. He thought Ethan was even more feverish, brain-damaged feverish. He came from a small city, worked hard after university, leveraging his friendship with Ethan to achieve stability faster than others. But that didn't mean he hadn't experienced condescension or didn't understand hardship. A girl of Meredith's quality was rare, yet his wealthy friend here suspected her of being with him for money. Liam shook his head. Class differences truly led to vast disparities in thinking. I was angry at the time, refused instinctively. After realizing it, Ethan also felt regret. Regret that his long-held suspicions were confirmed, that his grandmother's bracelet was truly gone forever. Regret that he just couldn't bring himself to end the relationship. He actually regretted it. If Meredith called again, he would give her the $10,000 for the emergency. But his phone had remained silent since then. Ethan comforted himself. If Meredith truly needed it urgently, she would call again. This time, he wouldn't make things difficult, just give it to her. Since she hadn't called back, it must not be urgent. Liam suddenly thought of something, grabbing Ethan's arm. Have you thought about how to resolve this? You won't break up, but eventually, she'll find out. Your immense wealth, yet you wouldn't even lend her money for a round of drinks. What will you do then? Tonight's drinks alone cost more than $10,000, yet he wouldn't lend it to her. Ethan was speechless. He didn't know. Long ago, when he saw Meredith reluctant to buy new clothes for herself because of him, he started considering this problem. He was torn about the bracelet, deliberately treating her poorly, while simultaneously terrified of her discovering the truth. Dead end. Break up, Liam concluded. Adrian, finished flirting with the young girl, walked over just in time to hear this sentence. He instantly understood the reason for Ethan's gathering tonight and grinned. Exactly, big bro-y. You just haven't seen enough girls, that's why you're upset. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to a few. Guaranteed, just hearing their sweet little voices will make you melt. What man could resist a fresh young girl's charm? Otherwise, why would they be so devoted, only liking 18-year-olds? Liam ignored Adrian's nonsense. Knowing Ethan was wavering, he persuaded, break up. This relationship started because of the bracelet. Let Meredith go with the bracelet. Meredith asked her roommates for a week's leave, because she had to go to Sean Davis's art studio on Saturday. She took Marcus for a checkup on Friday, arranged for him to stay in the hospital for those 2 days, and then took a cab back to the university. Just as she reached the dormitory building, Meredith looked up and saw Ethan standing downstairs. He was naturally striking. Dressed in a bespoke suit, sleeves casually rolled up, a hint of nonchalance in his expression couldn't mask his innate nobility. Combined with his tall frame and excellent demeanor, he attracted whispers and discussion from passing students. A bold girl approached him to talk. Ethan shook his head, refusing. He faced the dormitory, his back to her. Dusk was falling, blurring surroundings. Streetlights hadn't turned on yet, but Meredith recognized Ethan instantly. Was he waiting for her? After the money borrowing incident, she had been busy with Marcus's hospitalization. The police station had called her multiple times to mediate the debt dispute with Marcus's uncle. Each confrontation with his aunt's unreasonable behavior left Meredith exhausted. She fell asleep the moment she hit the bed, waking only to care for Marcus. She hadn't had time to think about Ethan, and he hadn't called or messaged her either. Meredith walked towards Ethan. Previously, he disliked the dorm supervisor's inquiries and only came downstairs to meet her if she was carrying heavy things. Since starting his internship, he hadn't waited for her at the dorm building. Because of her relationship with him, he held deep prejudice against Marcus. Refusing to lend her money was understandable. Meredith thought, seeing him waiting for her today, perhaps she should explain things clearly to Ethan. She hadn't taken many steps when a girl ran out from the dormitory building. She wore a pink ladylike dress and matching high heels. Carrying a small designer travel bag, she spotted Ethan, waved and smiled, then trotted over on delicate steps. Meredith stopped. This girl was Rosalie Leighton, from her same department. Rosalie held an exhibition at the Cultural Center during freshman year, often donated her paintings for charity auctions, and was well known in the oil painting department. Rosalie also came from a privileged background. Her parents were minor C-list scholars in Seaport City, the type who could spend $10,000 on lipstick. She made Meredith realize that even in a hand-intensive major, hands could remain fair and delicate, unlike her own calloused ones. She and Meredith were a stark contrast. She was Meredith's reality check, reminding her that her rough hands weren't due to painting, but poverty. Rosalie smiled at Ethan, seemed to whisper something. Ethan, back still towards Meredith, leaned down to take the luggage bag from Rosalie's hand, then walked with her towards the campus exit. They chatted and laughed side by side, oblivious to Meredith hidden in the tree shadows. Meredith followed them all the way, out the west gate where Ethan often waited for her, past the snack street where they once ate. The two looked like a noble young master and lady on an incognito visit, wrapped in their own world, impervious to the surrounding mundane life. Reaching the main road, Ethan gallantly helped Rosalie into a car, then got in from the other side. The car sped away, leaving dust in its wake. The black double M emblem the car from Ethan's laptop screen that day. Meredith had specifically looked it up afterward, a Maybach. Meredith looked down at her canvas shoes, accidentally stained by dirty water just now. She tiptoed back, pretending she wore Rosalie's latest sparkling diamond high heels, pretending the calluses on her hands were from painting, unrelated to manual labor. Returning to the dorm, her feet already ached, forcing her to walk flat-footed. She looked up and saw Evelyn showing off a pair of sparkling diamond high heels, identical to Rosalie's, just a different color. How about it, beautiful, right? Jimmy Choo new custom design, air freighted from France. Over $8,000, Evelyn held up the shoes. Lauren and Joanna crowded around, marveling at their beauty. Meredith lowered her head and smiled faintly. Her canvas shoes cost $2.50. Rosalie Leighton had no siblings either. Ethan and she were in a romantic relationship, not brother and sister. Chapter 17. New Love. Sean Davis's art studio operated from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. As a student with dorm curfew, Meredith couldn't teach the 6:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. class. She finished work at 6 p.m. Summer clothes needed daily washing. Meredith sweated easily, and the 2 outfits she kept at the dorm weren't enough. She decided to call Ethan to retrieve her clothes from the old rented apartment. His phone was off. She took the bus to the old apartment. Opening the door, a wave of dust hit her. Meredith, unfazed, went straight to the bedroom to pack her clothes. She rarely stayed overnight here, so her belongings were few, fitting easily into a medium-sized supermarket plastic bag. Packing done, Meredith prepared to leave. Passing the coffee table, she noticed a pouch lying there. Black velvet, embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water. The pouch looked familiar, though Meredith couldn't recall where she'd seen it. Picking it up, the gold shop receipt inside jogged her memory. This was what Ethan held during his car accident. Inside was a gold bracelet. At the time, Ethan was unconscious, needing emergency surgery. She had no money for the medical fees, so she sold the bracelet inside to pay for his treatment. Later, Ethan transferred hospitals and she didn't see him. She kept the pouch, intending to explain things to Ethan eventually. But the best time passed. After they got together, both were too busy, and Meredith gradually forgot about it. Now, the pouch on the coffee table meant Ethan had seen it too. Meredith took out her phone, sent Ethan a message asking to meet tomorrow. She needed to clarify the pouch situation to avoid misunderstandings about the gold bracelet's whereabouts. Ethan didn't reply. Meredith didn't press further. The next day, Meredith waited for Ethan at the agreed meeting place until dark. He never came. Meredith dismissed the thought. Perhaps he didn't care anymore. Or maybe he was deliberately avoiding her, afraid she'd ask for money again. During the week, Meredith informed her department head about Marcus's injury and requested another week's leave to care for him. Boys recovered quickly. Marcus was discharged after a few days to recuperate at home. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Marsh, brought his books over, and Marcus began studying at home. After multiple mediation sessions at the police station, Marcus's uncle agreed to mutually drop the assault charges, stipulating neither party would pursue the matter further. However, the outstanding $20,000 must be repaid quickly, otherwise, he would file a lawsuit after Marcus's exams. $20,000 was no small sum for Meredith. The past 2 years with Ethan left her with almost no savings. The money she had saved in the last 6 months amounted to only $2,000. She had intended this money for her master's degree. Now, it seemed she couldn't keep it. Marcus returned the bank card Meredith had given him earlier. It still held $4,000. In 3 years, he had only spent $1,000 on tuition and living expenses. Adding Meredith's remaining funds, she was still short $12,000. Marcus told her not to worry about the debt, but 2 days later, a court summons arrived. The hearing was scheduled for the 3rd day after Marcus's exams. His uncle was genuinely trying to force Marcus into a corner over the house. Helpless, Meredith told Marcus she was going out for groceries the next morning and left with her bank card. She had kept this card close. After being sent to her grandmother's, her father opened this account for her, occasionally depositing small amounts for living expenses. Her grandmother kept the card, and Meredith never knew about it until her grandmother's deathbed, when she was told it was her father's last bit of care. Meredith never used it. Back then, her father was dead, and she had sworn never to use a penny of his money again. Now, it was for his precious stepson. The accumulated small deposits, combined with their existing funds, left just enough for living expenses. She was still short $10,000. The street sun beat down, making Meredith feel dizzy. This $10,000 felt like a curse she couldn't conjure it, nor escape it. Friday afternoon, Meredith returned to the university. At the same spot beneath the dormitory building, Ethan wasn't there today. Entering the building, Meredith encountered Rosalie Leighton. Rosalie wore an intricate lace dress in cream, clearly expensive fabric. Her makeup was exquisite, a matching bow adorned her curled hair. She carried a small, impractical-looking handbag, resembling a fairy tale princess, skipping cheerfully towards the exit. The color on her lips was delicate, reminiscent of the lipstick the girl with Ethan on that holiday weekend had tested on his arm. Meredith felt faint again, leaning against the wall, catching her breath. "Meredith, are you all right?" Rosalie noticed Meredith suddenly stop and lean against the wall, approaching with concern. They were in the same department, aware of each other but never interacting. They'd seen each other in lectures and classes, but never exchanged a word. "I'm fine, just a little low blood sugar," Meredith shook her head. Rosalie produced 2 candies from her tiny handbag, offering them to Meredith. "Be careful with low blood sugar. Eating these might help you feel better." Meredith didn't take them. The candy wrappers were in French, the packaging delicate, clearly high-end. "Oh, my boyfriend brought these back from France yesterday. They're not some unknown brand, quite famous there, just not common here. Very tasty, try them," Rosalie explained quickly upon seeing Meredith's hesitation, assuring her they weren't cheap knockoffs. "My boyfriend knows I like sweets, so he specifically drove and queued up in France to buy them for me. They're limited edition, you know." Meredith couldn't tell if Rosalie was praising the taste or boasting about her attentive boyfriend. "But I'm afraid of gaining weight, so I only eat one a day. Here, take these, don't be polite. Rosalie spoke of her sweet troubles, oblivious to Meredith barely able to stand. This boyfriend must be Ethan, right? Meredith felt dizzy, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily before recovering slightly. She had a boyfriend, too. Why didn't he treat her even half as well as Rosalie described? Rosalie finished speaking and pressed the candies into Meredith's hand, then hurried outside. My boyfriend's here, gotta go. Bye. Meredith, weak-kneed, leaned against the wall, her eyes following Rosalie out of the building. Under the streetlight outside, Ethan's figure appeared, suit crisp, demeanor refined. After meeting Rosalie, the two walked off side by side. He didn't see her. Or perhaps he saw her and pretended not to. Meredith didn't go up to the dorm. Forcing herself, she went straight back to the old apartment. It was just as dusty as last week. Clearly, Ethan hadn't stayed here. Right, a delicate young lady like Rosalie wouldn't possibly come to this old place to clean for Ethan. She tried calling Ethan on her phone, still switched off. Meredith suddenly realized they hadn't spoken on the phone in a long time. She wasn't a clingy girlfriend, he wasn't a nurturing boyfriend. He likely had another phone number, his normal social contact, just not including her. Meredith stayed in the old apartment overnight, the dust choking her, causing her to cough throughout the night. Still, she waited uncomfortably, hoping Ethan might return, might notice her exhaustion, offer her support, help her through this difficult time. Flashes of the past flickered before her eyes, her cooking in the kitchen, him cleaning, ultimately settling on the present dust. Ethan didn't return all night. It seemed unlikely he would anytime soon. Burdened by debt, her mind was blank. She couldn't even fathom where Ethan might be with Rosalie. Meredith detached her key from her keyring, placed it on the coffee table along with the 2 candies Rosalie had given her, then stood up and left. Someone else's house. It wasn't suitable for her to visit anymore. Chapter 18. Selling art. The Art University, one of the top art institutions in the country, often attracted art enthusiasts looking to discover potential talents. The university administration was happy to facilitate connections. Students achieving recognition in the art world brought honor to the school. Today, a certain madam visited. She was the benefactor of the Art University's studio building. The dean and the head of the oil painting department personally received her. The entire oil painting department's student works were housed in this building. Rosalie Leeton, an outstanding junior, followed closely, introducing the department's situation to the madam. Auntie, shall we have lunch together later? My mother mentioned wanting to dine with you last time. I've been looking forward to it for ages. Rosalie clung sweetly to the madam's arm, her words tinged with respect and subtle flattery. Of course. Call your mother, we'll all eat together. The madam nodded, adding, Ethan happens to be free today too. Let's invite him along. Hearing Ethan's name, Rosalie blushed slightly and lowered her head, murmuring a soft, okay. The madam didn't elaborate further. Rosalie, adept at reading situations, understood the implicit approval. Excusing herself, she stepped away to notify her mother and Ethan. With today's lunch engagement, her relationship with Ethan was essentially acknowledged by the elders. Thinking of Ethan picking her up yesterday, his generous gifts, his impressive conversation and appearance, his polite and gentlemanly demeanor devoid of the usual spoiled rich kid arrogance, Rosalie couldn't help but feel shy. Her mother had said the young family she was introducing her to valued education and etiquette. If she was satisfied, they would discuss marriage with the young family after her graduation. Initially reluctant about blind dates, she was willing since the prospect was Ethan. She took out her phone to call Ethan. Hello, little Yang bro, Auntie said we're having lunch with my mother today. Once Rosalie was out of earshot, Mrs. Young addressed the dean. Dean, I came today seeking your assistance with a matter. The dean nodded. Please speak freely, madam. To be honest, my husband heard that there's a highly talented junior in the oil painting department who unfortunately comes from a difficult background. He specifically asked me to meet her during this visit. Vivian Young stated her purpose clearly. The department head understood immediately she was referring to Meredith and quickly led Mrs. Young towards Meredith's studio. Mr. Young must be referring to Meredith Shaw. Meredith consistently ranks first each year, a very talented painter. Sadly, her parents passed away unexpectedly right after she enrolled freshman year. She also has a younger brother to support. These past few years, she's relied on scholarships and part-time jobs for tuition and living expenses. The department head opened the door to Meredith's studio. A striking oil painting dominated the view, a field of brilliant, golden, mature wheat, heads held high, awns sharp. The sky above was a mix of gray and blue, hovering between clear skies and impending gloom, leaving interpretation to the viewer. Positioned facing the doorway, the painting displayed its unique, prickly presence. Up close, however, the textured brushstrokes softened the wheat awns, creating an unusually harmonious blend of contradictory imagery. Vivian Young nodded. It was a fine painting. The department head enthusiastically promoted Meredith. If not for her financial situation, this student would undoubtedly achieve more than Rosalie Leighton. If she could secure this madam's patronage, Meredith's future would be boundless. When Meredith arrived after receiving the call, she saw her department head acting like an overly eager salesperson, frantically promoting his prize product herself. "Meredith, come here," the department head beckoned upon seeing her. Meredith entered, greeting the dean and department head politely. "This is Mrs. Young. Mrs. Young greatly admires your work," the department head hinted. Meredith received the message, understanding the situation. "Hello, Mrs. Young," Meredith greeted her. Vivian Young nodded. Her assistant handed Meredith a business card. Mrs. Young then asked a few questions about the art building, prompting the dean and department head to step outside as well. Only Meredith and Mrs. Young remained in the studio. Meredith observed her. She wore a white designer suit, her hair impeccably styled. Her jewelry and accessories looked expensive but weren't ostentatious. Her expression conveyed warmth and kindness. Likely nurtured by love, she didn't look old. Meredith couldn't guess her approximate age. Mrs. Young focused intently on her painting, a piece Meredith created recently, inspired by the lonely path back from the convenience store. Wheat ripened when she and Ethan first met. Later, they often walked hand in hand through vast wheat fields. "This painting is very interesting," Mrs. Young praised. "Thank you for liking it, madam," Meredith replied politely. Sadly, the farmer stopped planting wheat the following year, switching to fruit trees. "Here," Mrs. Young's finger touched the depths of the wheat field. "Could something else be added?" With this question, Meredith knew Mrs. Young intended to buy the painting. The background depicted a row of houses, now demolished. Originally, there was a small path through this wheat field, but due to time constraints, I never finished painting it. The path could extend into the distance. Meredith gestured on the canvas, inquiring, "What did you have in mind to add, madam?" Vivian Young nodded. "In a few days, it's my husband's and my wedding anniversary. I'd like to give this to him as a gift. Meredith, do you happen to have photos of you and your husband, madam? If possible, the more, the better." Mrs. Young nodded, agreeing to have her assistant send the photos over later. She also offered Meredith $10,000 as remuneration. For a university student, $10,000 for a painting was a very high starting point. Meredith couldn't pass up this opportunity. This painting was originally intended for her graduation exhibition, commemorating her meeting and relationship with Ethan. But now, faced with financial need, even precious memories paled in comparison to money. Mrs. Young was generous, paying Meredith the $10,000 directly. Meredith then spent days and nights in the studio. Mrs. Young sent numerous photos, spanning from their newlywed days to their present life together, clearly showing the couple had overcome many hardships. Meredith called Marcus, telling him to focus on his studies. She had resolved the debt issue. This $10,000 was exactly enough to repay his uncle. The photos of Mrs. Young and her husband, along with her business card, were clipped to Meredith's easel. Rotating around Meredith, the card displayed the madam's name and affiliation. Vivian Young née Yi, chairwoman of the board, Yang Group. Young Family Villa. Mrs. Young's car returned from outside. Mr. Young had been waiting anxiously at home. Emily paced back and forth nervously. She only found out after school today that her mother went to meet that older sister. She wondered if her mother would recognize her, what impression she'd have. The car pulled into the garage. Mrs. Young entered. "Mom," Emily rushed up, helping her mother with her slippers. "Emily, didn't do your homework today? What are you doing here?" Vivian Young felt a headache coming on. Her daughter was about to enter her final year of high school, yet remained so lax, not even studying after returning home. Vivian reprimanded her. "Go upstairs and do your homework." Emily pouted. But in their family, Mom ruled supreme. Even Dad wouldn't dare intervene. Reluctantly, she nodded and headed upstairs. To prevent Emily from eavesdropping, Arthur and Vivian went to the study to talk. "How was the girl?" Arthur asked. Vivian sat on the sofa, nodding. Setting aside family background, she's indeed a very good child. No calculation in her eyes, rather the integrity and dedication of an artist. Compared to Miss Leighton, this child is much better. It seems our son's changes these past few years are related to her. People in the company say although Ethan is new, he lacks the typical businessman's excessive ambition, instead possessing a maturity beyond his years. Arthur nodded. Arthur then asked, "What do you think of her as a daughter-in-law?" Good children came in many forms. Emily was a good child too, but too playful. He felt she needed a few more years before dating or marrying. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Meredith was a good child, but that didn't necessarily mean she was suited to be the wife of a wealthy family. Vivian Young hesitated. The girl was excellent, but her background was too poor. "I've seen Ethan getting closer to Miss Leighton these days. Why not let him choose himself? This girl, Meredith, doesn't know Ethan's identity yet. Let's see how they interact from now on." Today's lunch with Rosalie and her mother showed Ethan taking good care of Rosalie. Maybe her son would ultimately choose Rosalie. Perhaps they've already broken up, Vivian guessed. Regarding Meredith, I also gave her $10,000 for her emergency. Let's observe her character further before making a decision. That was the only option. Arthur felt a headache brewing over Ethan's messy situation. Chapter 19. Fitting in. Vivian and Arthur Young's 30th wedding anniversary celebration was held in the top-floor ballroom of a 6-star hotel. It happened to fall on a weekend. Vivian asked Meredith to deliver the painting and invited her to attend as well. Sean Davis reasoned that this madam was likely Meredith's future patron, so he granted her a day off and personally drove her there. These kinds of events are full of wealthy heirs and young ladies. Avoid conflicts, speak minimally to avoid offending anyone unnecessarily and jeopardizing your future, Sean cautioned. Meredith's straightforward nature, saying whatever came to mind, made him worry she might offend some important figure. "Got it, I'm best at playing mute. Whatever anyone says has nothing to do with me," Meredith replied jokingly. "Can't say it has nothing to do with you. If someone asks you something, you still have to answer. Basically, just be observant." Sean found correcting her futile and decided not to give further instructions, letting her handle it herself. Luxury cars crowded the hotel entrance. Sean saw entering would require queuing, so he dropped Meredith off at the entrance. Meredith insisted he didn't wait and let him leave first. The hotel's European-style marble pillars were grand, the fountain adorned with playful cherubs. Ethan stood outside, greeting guests. Meredith saw Ethan from afar. He wore a well-tailored black suit, perfectly pressed, accentuating his tall, lean figure. His hair was neatly styled, looking sharp. He moved effortlessly among the guests, mingling with ease. Seeing Meredith holding the wrapped painting, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, and unable to produce an invitation, the hotel staff assumed she was event staff. They directed her through the lobby towards the service elevator at the back. Meredith wanted to say she knew Ethan, but remembering his unanswered calls for the past half-month, she ultimately gave up and headed towards the back. Just then, Rosalie Leighton, wearing a black evening gown, approached Ethan from behind, lightly tapping his shoulder. "Little Yang bro, good evening." Ethan smiled and nodded politely. Together, they looked like a perfectly matched couple, their coordinating outfits resembling couples wear, sparking whispers among the arriving guests. On closer inspection, the color of Rosalie's jewelry even matched Ethan's tie color and tie clip style. The crowd understood. These two were likely a young couple. "That's the Young family's eldest son, truly handsome. Is the one beside him his girlfriend?" A passing female elder observed Ethan and Rosalie's interaction, gossiping. "Probably. I heard his girlfriend is at the Art University, a top student in oil painting. This Miss Leighton happens to be an oil painting student." "Definitely. Young Master Young has been picking up Miss Leighton from the Art University frequently these days. The whole university knows. Plus, it's Mr. Young's wedding anniversary today, such an important occasion. The daughter-in-law would surely be brought out to meet everyone. Seems likely. Wasn't Mrs. Young arranging blind dates for her son recently? I heard he met the Leighton family's daughter. Maybe it was love at first sight then. Love at first sight. Meredith halted her steps towards Ethan. During their relationship's peak, Ethan had also claimed love at first sight, explaining his constant repayment visits. Now, it seemed falling for him wasn't difficult. What a handsome couple. Meredith averted her eyes, stopped listening to the speculation, raised the painting to obscure her face, and slipped past Ethan and Rosalie towards the service elevator. "Little Yang bro, take a break," Rosalie smiled, handing Ethan a crystal glass. "I got you some iced beverage." Ethan frowned slightly, refusing. "No need, it's windy here. Miss Leighton should probably head upstairs first." Rosalie wanted to say she didn't mind staying to keep him company, but feminine reserve prompted her to nod obediently. Her mother had told her that families like the Youngs were different from ordinary merchants. The Young family had strict upbringing. She needed to appear modest, not lacking manners, to show the Young parents she would be a supportive wife in the future, compliant, not defiant, so they wouldn't look down on her. Inside the ballroom, lights glittered. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the 30-foot ceiling. Guests in fine attire mingled and chatted. Women complimented each other's new, sparkling jewelry or rare limited edition dresses. Meredith had only seen such scenes in movies. Witnessing it firsthand now didn't particularly excite her. Yet, her eyes involuntarily followed Rosalie, watching her parents converse with the Youngs, Rosalie standing beside them, smiling shyly. She then watched Rosalie chat playfully with the girl from the mall, Emily. Ethan hadn't arrived yet. His presence would complete the picture. Rosalie whispered something, then excused herself with her small bag. Unable to help herself, Meredith followed. Rosalie wasn't heading to the restroom but meeting her friends, gathering around the bar for casual chat. "Didn't expect you to capture young Master Young so quickly," one friend teased after initial greetings, her voice laced with envy. "No, he has a girlfriend," Rosalie denied. "That girl is also an art university student like me. They've been together for a long time." So, she knew about me and Ethan. Meredith found it laughable. She had thought Rosalie was upright, likely unaware of her relationship with Ethan. "Ah, then why isn't she here today on such an important occasion?" the friend asked, surprised. Rosalie replied, "I don't know either." Meredith sat with her back to them, unsurprised Ethan was a wealthy young master. She wasn't blinded by love. Mrs. Young's surname was Yi, chairwoman of Yi Yang Group, Young and Yi Ethan Young. Recalling Ethan's behavior recently, she understood he had been signaling many things. She just didn't understand why Ethan had lied to her. Was it purely fear she was after his money? Their past relationship, their shared moments felt genuine. After 3 years, Ethan should have realized she wasn't greedy. Or perhaps, Ethan simply feared she, nearing her senior year graduation, would pressure him for marriage, afraid she'd become an entanglement he couldn't shake off. After all, his family was prominent, class differences mattered. Meredith wouldn't fit in. Such storylines were common. Getting up, Meredith didn't want to listen anymore. She and Ethan had been cold for so long. The breakup was practically a fact, just needing verbal confirmation. As adults, they didn't need a messy breakup. Privately, she was glad Ethan had such a good background. Perhaps being with him meant no more suffering. Logically, she didn't care about the money. Just then, another girl drinking nearby chuckled, fiddling with a diamond-encrusted bracelet on her wrist, saying scornfully, "I know why." Meredith paused, sitting back down for this reason. Chapter 20. The truth the group of friends urged her to spill the details. The girl savored the suspense before slowly revealing, "My boyfriend, Liam Stone, works with young Master Young. 3 years ago, when young Master Young had that car accident, the girl saved him. But guess what? While he was unconscious, she stole the gold bracelet his grandmother left him." Gasps rippled through the group. Rosalie shook her head disapprovingly. "Oh my God, that's so greedy she saved him. Wasn't she afraid the Young family wouldn't reward her? How much could a gold bracelet be worth?" "You don't get it. These poor people, poor their whole lives, have shallow perspectives. See something valuable and they can't resist," the girl said smugly. "Poverty is an incurable disease. You can smell the stench of poorness from 10 miles away." Meredith felt ice cold all over. So Ethan cared about the bracelet. Why didn't he just ask her? One friend remained skeptical. I don't buy your story. If that happened, how could they end up dating and for 3 years? Meredith's heart clenched. She didn't believe Ethan misunderstood her over a bracelet. Their 3 years together couldn't be outweighed by a single piece of jewelry. Liam said young Master Young initially just wanted the bracelet back. Who knew that country bumpkin had tricks up her sleeve? She managed to charm him completely. Back and forth, they just got together. The group had to admire Meredith's supposed methods. But unfortunately, young Master Young isn't stupid. Knowing the hick loved money, he deliberately pretended to be poor, letting her support him. Turns out the hick didn't get a cent, wasted her efforts, and got played by young Master Young. Rosalie, you need to seize this chance. Young Master Young has been treating you so well lately. The position of the Young family's daughter-in-law is definitely yours. We're talking billions in assets, no joke. Plus, young Master Young himself is top tier among the young masters. Never messes around outside, a genuine top student from the business university. None of the bad habits those other heirs have. Even without his family background, such a man was a rare find. Add the sole heir status of Yeong Group, and Ethan was highly sought after. The girls smiled triumphantly. Only Rosalie, unnoticed, glanced back. The seat was empty. Rosalie felt relieved, frowned, and told the girl to stop talking nonsense. Meredith descended the hotel's back staircase, step by step. Many scenes replayed in her mind, gradually becoming clear. After they got together, they once browsed a night market. She fancied a 1.60 bracelet, haggled it down to 1.0. Ethan said it looked bad and pulled her away. In their 3 years together, for every holiday, Ethan gave her cheap trinkets, never any actual jewelry. Back then, she thought they were financially strained, him still paying medical debts money tight. She never fussed over these small things. Turns out, it wasn't his austerity, he was guarding against her. He held the bracelet against her, preferring to harbor misunderstandings rather than tell her, yet letting his friend's girlfriend mock her freely. No wonder when he saw Evelyn's bracelet, his first reaction wasn't asking who gave it, but telling her to return it to avoid being looked down upon. Wasn't he the one looking down on her the most? Her pace quickened. She wanted to rush down, find Ethan, tell him she was sorry about the bracelet, but she wasn't greedy. The motion sensor light on the stairs went out. Meredith missed a step, stumbled several times before collapsing onto the stairs, unable to grab the railing in time. The sharp pain in her ankle brought clarity. Meredith, wake up. No point clarifying. To wealthy people like them, perhaps the act of selling the bracelet mattered more than whether she was greedy. They couldn't comprehend the desperation of starving for 3 days, unable to pay medical bills. Poverty was a disease hard to cure. They hadn't suffered it, so they easily laughed at her supposed greed over a gold bracelet. Meredith stood up, limping down step by step. Ethan entered the ballroom, scanning for Meredith. His mother mentioned inviting Meredith today. He hadn't seen her downstairs, nor was she visible now. Lately, he'd seriously considered Liam's suggestion. Unilaterally break up with Meredith temporarily, avoid contact, and try dating other girls. He deliberately left the old phone behind, unsure when it ran out of battery and turned off. He initiated contact with Rosalie Leeton. She was nice, shared the artistic mindset like Meredith, and crucially, there was no class disparity, no financial pressure. He didn't need to worry about secrets being discovered. Being with her was often more comfortable than with Meredith. Ethan felt no discomfort, but the novelty wore off. When Rosalie shared stories of shopping with friends or afternoon tea, Ethan felt out of place. He realized he preferred hearing Meredith complain about the market vegetable prices increasing by 20 cents. During this period, Ethan experienced a normal relationship. He gave Rosalie gifts appropriate to her status, dined at suitable restaurants, drove his luxury car to pick her up and drop her off, accompanied her shopping or strolling in parks when free. When Rosalie looked at him with admiration, Ethan realized this wasn't the kind of girl he wanted. They should have their own thoughts and principles, not worship him for a gift, let alone adore him. In his eyes, Rosalie gradually faded into a dull object. Only Meredith in his mind remained a vibrant person. What would Meredith look like? Recklessly swiping cards at the mall? Would she also look at him with admiration? Being admired by Meredith was what truly satisfied his sense of achievement. Ethan pictured a princess like Meredith in his mind. Since her successful imaginary creation, she resided in his thoughts, appearing whenever he was idle. Only then did Ethan remember he'd never given her a single decent gift, often handing her cheap street vendor items with negativity. Liam said his secret dating while with Meredith constituted cheating. Emotionally, he had wronged her, canceling out the grievance over the bracelet. From now on, Meredith owed him nothing. He and Meredith were finally equals. He resolved to let the bracelet issue go, to treat only Meredith well from now on. He knew Meredith was delivering the painting to his parents today. He had waited downstairs specifically, wanting to confess first, beg her forgiveness. Meredith was so soft-hearted, easygoing. They had weathered the toughest times together, their love was genuine. She would definitely forgive him. He had prepared beautiful dresses and jewelry for her, waiting only for her to dress up stunningly. Today, he would formally introduce her to his parents, let everyone know, "This is Ethan Young's girlfriend." He wanted her to know that for his girlfriend, $10,000 was only fit for throwing into water to hear the splash. But Meredith hadn't arrived, or she had, and he missed her. "Brother, what are you spacing out for? Time to cut the cake," Emily pulled the dazed Ethan over. The family of 4 cut the cake amidst blessings. Then, waiters approached. Vivian Young presented the painting to her husband. An endless field of golden wheat, bold, dazzling colors, initially feeling aggressively invasive, yet revealing tenderness upon closer inspection. A small path wound through the wheat field towards the distance, where the backs of a man and woman walked forward. The figures were abstract, mere strokes, yet their movement instantly evoked Ethan's parents. "Old Young, look." Vivian seemed to have discovered a secret, pointing it out to Arthur. Deep within the golden wheat, subtly hidden by the sharp awns, appeared 2 children. The taller boy carried a girl with pigtails on his back, like a cherished little princess, running towards the couple. It was their family of 4. Ethan felt a surge of panic. Meredith had been here. This painting? He had watched Meredith paint it, stroke by stroke. Meredith said it was a treasure, something she wouldn't sell even after becoming world famous. But now, she had altered the wheat field, sold it to his parents. Meredith walked out of the hotel, stopping before a jewelry store near the bustling street. The window displayed various new gold ornaments, alongside many classic designs. Through the shatterproof glass, she saw her own disheveled reflection, feeling transported back to middle school. A senior girl asked her to do her homework, promising the hair clip she wore as payment. After finishing, the senior girl reneged. Not one to be cheated, Meredith fought back. The hair clip broke during the scuffle. The senior girl falsely accused her of stealing. The school called her guardian. Her grandmother arrived, slapped her immediately, completely ignoring her injuries. She remembered her grandmother yelling, her ears ringing. "Stealing other people's things, your hands are itching for a beating." Now, those words echoed clearly in her ears again. Meredith saw tears reflected in the glass. She hadn't cried in a long time. Her eyes stung. "Mom, I can't hold on anymore. I can't get through this." Her heart ached. The principles her mother taught her about being a good person were crushed to dust by Ethan tonight. "I'm so sad. Mom, when you left, why didn't you take me with you?" Ethan, the young master of Yiyang Group. She couldn't demand responsibility from him, couldn't vent her anger or settle scores. She wasn't worthy, nor could she afford to provoke him. Chapter 21. Working Meredith vanished. Ethan couldn't reach her. He charged the old phone and turned it on. It was flooded with hundreds of missed calls and messages from her. Ethan called back. Meredith didn't answer. He went to the art university to find her. For several days, she didn't attend classes, nor was she seen entering or leaving her dorm. Ethan hadn't formally met Meredith's roommates before, only glimpsed them from afar, not enough to recognize them among thousands of female students. After waiting at the dormitory entrance for days, questioning several students, he finally found Meredith's roommates. The 3 girls were heading out for dinner together, initially chatting happily, but stopped upon seeing him, their faces wary. "What do you want?" Lauren Riley, the bolder one, asked. They all recognized Ethan. They had seen him waiting here to pick up Rosalie Leeton just days ago. They deliberately pretended not to know him then. "Excuse me, I wanted to ask what Meredith has been up to lately." Ethan began. He actually wanted to ask where Meredith was, but worried they knew he couldn't find her, not wanting her roommates to misunderstand they were fighting. Evelyn Yates couldn't help but snort with laughter, taunting, "Oh my, we wouldn't dare say. Rosalie Leighton's boyfriend asking about our Meredith? If word got out, Meredith's reputation would be ruined. How could she face anyone?" The other two stepped back slightly. Ethan had picked up Rosalie several times. Plus, Rosalie had distributed the milk candies Ethan brought back from France to many classmates, openly referring to Ethan as her boyfriend. So everyone in the department knew they were a couple. Poor Meredith, that foolish girl, 3 years together, yet less renowned than Rosalie after half a month. Rosalie's narrative effectively painted Meredith as the ex, not even worthy of a name. Meredith probably didn't even know yet. They hadn't dared tell her. "I have no relationship with Rosalie Leighton. My girlfriend is only Meredith," Ethan frowned, explaining. Picking her up personally, yet young Master Young says it's no relationship. Then someone like Meredith, without even a title, is even less significant. Ethan, no longer pretending, exuded an air of authority. Only Evelyn could match his tone, retorting sharply. "Right, a country bumpkin. Showing her any favor is an act of grace. Putting her on display would be degrading." Evelyn mocked, ostensibly talking about Meredith, but Ethan felt she was talking about him. Poor Meredith. Her boyfriend treats someone else so well, Lauren dared to mutter a complaint. She had also received those milk candies. It was nauseating. Everyone in the department got some. One might think it was wedding candy. The three didn't want to get entangled. Lauren mentioned the restaurant's signature ribs were running out. They headed towards the restaurant, Lauren casting a final glare at Ethan as they passed. So what if he was handsome and rich? A dog is still a dog. He could deny a publicly witnessed relationship with a straight face. Meredith was so good to him, yet he was still involved with Rosalie. The more Lauren thought about it, the sadder she felt. Even the ribs lost their flavor. Should we bring some back for Meredith? These past few days, she'd been surviving on plain rolls dipped in free soup, just one roll a day. Lauren couldn't bear watching it. "That poor ghost has too much pride. You bring it back, will she eat it?" Evelyn scoffed. "Besides, do you know if she's even coming back today? Just eat your food." Lauren and Joanna sighed. Meredith hadn't been back for 3 days. 4 a.m. downtown. Meredith finished stacking the last case of liquor behind the bar, wiped the counter clean with a cloth. A table of guests had partied late tonight, only just leaving. Rubbing her shoulders, Meredith prepared to clock out. Exiting through the bar's back door, the alley smelled unpleasant. Streetlights cast feeble glows. Meredith walked cautiously, avoiding stepping on filth. Darkness occasionally rustled with sounds. Meredith paid no mind, long accustomed to it. Before midnight, the front door attracted the crazies. After midnight, the back alley hosted lovers. Someone's there. What's there to fear? People are everywhere. Meredith walked straight ahead, eyes forward, tossing a bag of trash into the dumpster, holding leftover fruit from the kitchen's platters in her other hand. Meredith ate as she walked. This was her breakfast for the day. Even at 4 a.m., the city remained brightly lit. Meredith jogged, reaching the vicinity of the art studio by 5:30 a.m. She had taken a month's leave from university, teaching full-time at Sean Davis's studio. At 8 p.m., she went downtown to help in the bar's kitchen. Altogether, she could earn nearly $2,000 a month. The high income in the city drove high living costs. Her only option was minimizing expenses, saving every penny. Ethan's bracelet must be repaid. She wouldn't bear this stigma. The $10,000 Mrs. Young paid for the painting if needed, she would return it too. 5:30 a.m. The dorm building wasn't open yet. These days, Meredith rested in the small booth of an ATM nearby. Today was no exception. Meredith leaned against the frosted security glass, hugging herself to sleep. Her phone showed countless missed calls and messages from Ethan. She ignored them all. Setting her alarm, she drifted off. Sean's studio gave her 1 day off a week. Survive today, and tomorrow she could sleep properly in her dorm bed. The alarm rang promptly at 7:30 a.m. Meredith got up, bought 3 plain rolls nearby, borrowed the shop owner's tap to wash her face, then went to Sean's studio to teach. After finishing at 6 p.m., she still had to go work at the bar. Ethan completely lost track of Meredith. Her roommates wouldn't tell him anything. Calls and messages went unanswered. Waiting downstairs at the dorm yielded no sight of her. He went to see Meredith's department head, finally learning about her brother's situation at home. She had taken a month's leave to care for him. A month meant she wouldn't return to campus before the summer break this semester. He asked the department head for Meredith's hometown address and drove there himself. It was a very old neighborhood, 6-story dormitory buildings made of red bricks. The smell of mold and decay was palpable even from several meters away. Ethan spent a long time mentally preparing, but still couldn't bring himself to approach. This was where Meredith's father's house was, now under her stepbrother's name. He had considered helping her reclaim it, but held back due to his hidden identity. Around noon, kitchens bustled with activity. Students in school uniforms returned home. Ethan sat in his car, smoking, staring blankly at the window of Meredith's family home. "Marcus, buying groceries yourself. Where's your sister today?" Nearby, a middle-aged man helped an injured boy approach. The boy's face was bruised and swollen, one foot and one arm in casts. He struggled forward on crutches, hopping. The middle-aged man carried 2 white plastic bags filled with raw noodles, not a single vegetable in sight. This must be Meredith's brother. Ethan gripped his cigarette tightly. "Uncle, my sister had things to do at university. She won't be back for a few days." Marcus smiled brightly, without a hint of gloom. The middle-aged man shook his head, sighing at the siblings' hardship. He advised, "You must study hard, earn money later to repay your sister. It's not easy for her as a student. Paying off that $20,000 debt for you was truly remarkable." Thinking about their small city, $20,000 was a huge sum. Meredith, alone out there, must be struggling. "Yes, I know, Uncle," Marcus nodded, as if making a vow. The two went upstairs together, disappearing from Ethan's view. A dull ache spread through Ethan's chest. He detested her stepfamily's actions, wanted her to stay away from them. Coupled with anger over his grandmother's bracelet, that's why he refused Meredith the $10,000. He wanted her stepbrother to know Meredith had no resources for him to exploit. But he forgot. Since Meredith was willing to ask for the loan, she would definitely help her brother. Now that foolish girl must be somewhere, selling her labor to earn money. She wasn't at university, nor at home. Where was she? The middle-aged man who accompanied Marcus upstairs came back down, heading home. Ethan quickly got out of the car and hurried after him. Chapter 22, Missing the bar was exceptionally crowded tonight. Meredith constantly ran between the back storeroom and the bar, carrying full cases of liquor, without a break all evening. On the central stage, a singer belted out energetic songs, followed by a dancer who captivated the entire venue. They were young women, some even professional students from the music conservatory. Young, beautiful, vibrant qualities Meredith lacked. Ethan stood on the second floor, leaning against the glass railing, observing the surging crowd below. "Big bro see anyone you like? Your buddy here can call them up for a chat." Adrian Pierce noticed Ethan staring intently downstairs and teased him softly. He had arranged tonight's gathering. Young Master Young, usually aloof and drinking morosely, was unexpectedly fixated on the scene below today. Adrian assumed Ethan had broken up with the previous girl, so he invited Rosalie Leighton and her friends. Unexpectedly, Ethan completely ignored them. Ethan, on the second floor, coldly watched the staff flaunt their youth everywhere. This place wasn't cheap. Young, attractive girls, if willing to be outgoing, could easily earn over $10,000 in one night. Running multiple gigs, netting $100,000 was simple provided they were beautiful and knew how to play the game. He just wanted to know where Meredith was now. That foolish girl, she would rather work herself to death than earn money this quickly. But he couldn't help wondering where the $20,000 she used to repay her brother came from. She was in Seaport City, hadn't returned to campus these days, living somewhere outside. Had she met someone else who treated her well, helped her settle the debt? She was known for repaying kindness. She would then only be good to that person. Ethan dared not think about it, afraid Meredith took a wrong turn, suffered humiliation, even more afraid she had help from someone else. The party on the second floor grew lively. Ethan never once glanced at Rosalie Leighton, making her and her friends feel awkward. Gathering her courage, Rosalie approached Ethan. "Little Yang bro, why are you unhappy? Tell me what's wrong, maybe I can help," Rosalie asked innocently, trying to gauge Ethan's thoughts and get closer. Ethan shook his head without answering, his eyes tracking a figure near the bar. She wore the black staff t-shirt, weaving through the crowd around the bar, diligently serving drinks. Could it be Meredith? "Hey, Ethan, giving your girlfriend the cold shoulder like this. You'll be sleeping in the guest room tonight," someone joked. Another quickly chimed in, changing the subject. Rosalie blushed deeply and lowered her head. Ethan ignored the banter, his gaze fixed on the bar, feeling the figure strongly resembled Meredith. The flashing lights downstairs made it hard to see clearly. After several runs, Meredith's back ached from carrying cases. She ducked behind the bar to rest. Soon, the bartender called her up. "Meredith, second floor's asking for fun, wondering if you want to go up." The second floor was VIP exclusive. Girls who went up were generally beautiful with good temperament, usually returning with substantial rewards. In her half-month here, Meredith had seen many girls come down from the second floor, clutching thick wads of cash. More impressively, some acquired designer bags worth tens of thousands. Meredith shook her head, refusing. "No thanks, I have a naturally stern face, can't smile properly. Can't earn that kind of money." She turned and went back to help in the kitchen. The bartender didn't press. This university student was different from the uniformed girls. If not for the specific request from upstairs, he wouldn't have asked Meredith. She looked quiet, so thin she seemed almost frail. Her eyes held an unwavering determination, utterly out of place for someone working in this environment. Yet she held her ground. When applying, she explicitly stated she wouldn't work as a waitress or similar roles. She worked harder than men, moving liquor in the back. Her books were kept in the storeroom. She'd read whenever she had a spare moment. They all looked out for her. The kitchen staff always saved fruit for her as a late-night snack. After all, edible options were limited in a bar. The bartender felt a pang of pity. Perhaps unforeseen circumstances, financial hardship forced her here temporarily. She wasn't the type to stay long. Meredith returned to her storeroom, sat on the small stool, and resumed reading. Someone had kindly placed an old cushion there, soft, not hard on her bottom. Suddenly, the words blurred. Darkness washed over her. She slumped against the chair, unconscious. Second floor. All the available girls lined up, a diverse array for selection. The one Ethan kept watching wasn't among them. Adrian went downstairs to ask the manager, only to learn she flatly refused, wasn't interested. Oh, a feisty one. Adrian chuckled. A girl here who didn't love money? Rare indeed. With a group of professional girls entering, Rosalie Leighton and her friends felt even more awkward. They were highly educated socialites. How could they sit with these types? Rosalie felt aggrieved, tugging Ethan's sleeve. "Little Yang bro, I'm not feeling well. Can we leave?" Ethan couldn't find Meredith and was already annoyed. Being mistaken for Rosalie's partner further fueled his irritation. He called his driver to pick her up, left his car keys, and got up to leave himself. If his mother hadn't specifically told him to be patient with her, who cared if she felt uncomfortable? "I'm giving you face this time. Next time someone mentions our relationship, I'll clarify it myself." He could see through her intentions. This was the only time he'd play the gentleman. This girl truly lacked discretion, nothing like Meredith. Rosalie was near tears. Her accompanying friends exchanged glances. Wasn't he supposed to be her boyfriend? Why wasn't he even seeing them home? In the storeroom, Meredith was woken up. "Meredith, customers need drinks, hurry, come move the liquor," rubbing her dizzy temples. A dull ache throbbed at the back of her head. Meredith stood up, carried a case of beer towards the bar. Ethan found himself back at the Art University's West Gate. It was dismissal time. Couples walked out hand in hand, discussing dinner plans. Watching them, Ethan felt a pang of envy. They were inseparable now, but few would last past graduation. Yet at this moment, he genuinely envied them. Meredith's bank account showed no spending activity. She hadn't stayed in any hotels. He couldn't track her down. Her roommates were wary of him, wouldn't reveal her true situation. Something must have happened to her. She must be hiding somewhere, enduring it alone. Ethan walked through the west gate into the campus, towards Meredith's dormitory building. People around whispered, saying things like, "Rosalie Leighton's boyfriend." Ethan felt a pang of guilt. Could Meredith also know about him and Rosalie? Did she see them together, misunderstand their relationship, and now, angry and jealous, deliberately avoid him? Would they break up just like this? His phone showed unanswered calls and messages. Ethan didn't even dare look at their chat history now, afraid to send another message and receive the red exclamation mark indicating she'd blocked him. "I don't care you were laughing with someone else, don't come looking for me anymore." A couple walked past, the girl storming ahead, leaving the boy behind. "It was nothing, I don't even know her." The boy hurried after her, pleading. "She asked about my clothes brand, wanted to buy it for her boyfriend." "I don't believe you laughed with someone else, you don't like me anymore." The girl's voice faded into the distance. A sudden urgency gripped Ethan. He had to find Meredith, explain about Rosalie, clear things up. He couldn't let it end like this, absolutely not. Meredith went to the back alley to throw out trash. Nearby, she heard someone crying and shouting, a typical bar street scene. Man wants to break up. Woman cries, begs, demands if there's another woman. Usually, the man, embarrassed, drags the hysterical girlfriend to the back alley to talk, avoiding public humiliation. The woman's voice sobbed about sacrificing family relationships for the man, only for him to ignore her shortly after and fool around in the bar. So foolish, Meredith thought numbly. For a whole week, the argument echoed in the back alley. Meredith didn't know who had more persistence, the man stubbornly frequenting the same place, or the woman relentlessly causing scenes. Meredith grew numb to it, walking past without a second glance. But tonight felt different. The man was gone. The woman performed a solo act, laughing and crying, seemingly drunk. She bumped into Meredith, fell, then scrambled up like a ghost, staggering deeper into the alley. Back in the kitchen, Meredith noticed a strange stain on her t-shirt. Washing it in the restroom, the water ran red blood. The girl's hand had touched her earlier. The blood came from her. Blood on her hand meant only one thing. The girl, desperate, had harmed herself. Chapter 23, Guidance. The bar called an ambulance. Meredith was tasked with accompanying the girl to the hospital. The hospital buzzed with activity. In the emergency room, the girl thrashed, uncooperative. Doctors, left with no choice, administered a sedative, finally calming her. Now she lay on the bed, eyes vacant, staring at the white ceiling lights. Meredith sat on the nearby sofa, reflecting on the perks of wealth, a VIP room with a private bathroom, large floor-to-ceiling windows offering pleasant views. Even the companion bed was spacious. "Can you contact your family? I have work early tomorrow morning, need to leave soon," Meredith spoke softly, but the girl seemed unresponsive. "I'll turn off the main light. Staring at it isn't good for your eyes." Sighing, Meredith switched off the light and lay down on the companion bed. Time ticked by, the girl remained wide-eyed. "Aren't you going to say something?" Suddenly, the girl's weak, trembling voice emerged from the darkness, hovering on the edge of breakdown. "Say what?" Meredith asked groggily, then realized the girl wanted comforting words. After a long pause, she said, "I'm not good with words, can't say nice things. I'm not good at consoling people either. My situation is even worse than yours. You have money. Even when hurt, you can afford a nice room like this. I don't even know where my next meal is coming from. You're poor? Who are you kidding?" The girl didn't believe her. Young and poor, she could understand. But single, working at that bar, the monthly income shouldn't lead to such dire straits. She was young and pretty too. Having a boyfriend wouldn't leave her this destitute. Meredith didn't want to elaborate, but the darkness, coupled with an urgent need for release, prompted her to share. Starting from her father's accidental death up to this girl's suicide attempt. "When I was a freshman, my dad and stepmom died unexpectedly. My dad left the only house my mom owned to my stepbrother. I relied on scholarships, started working part-time very early. I got a boyfriend. He had a car accident. I happened to pass by and saved his life. For the first 2 years, he was paying off hospital debts, so we pooled our money. Earlier this year, he said the debts were cleared. I thought life would finally get better. And then, women are naturally drawn to stories. The girl wanted to know more. Then, life didn't get better. One day, I saw him at the mall, spending $10,000 on a girl. I had just been haggling over a chicken at the market for him. That day was my birthday. He gave me the free gift with purchase the other girl didn't want as my birthday present. My family needed money urgently. I was detained at the police station. I called him to borrow money. He told me to go beg. Killing someone softly with words, this was it. Later, I found out he's actually from a very wealthy family, driving million-dollar cars, dating a girl from my department, the same girl I competed with for the top scholarship for years. Ethan knew Rosalie. Meredith had mentioned her more than once. For Rosalie, losing the scholarship was merely the price of a new dress. For Meredith, losing it could mean dropping out or, best case scenario, taking on another job like now. But that risked neglecting her major, making future scholarships even harder to secure a vicious cycle. That's why Meredith always chose physically demanding, mentally non-taxing jobs, allowing her to study while working. The girl ventured, "You don't sound very upset." Upset, crying for mom helps how? Debts don't decrease because you're sad. Sadness is for others to see. Since no one's watching me, why bother being sad? 3 years together hadn't convinced Ethan of her character. Pleading for pity. She didn't care for it. Despair and suffocation were cured by debt. A heart she couldn't warm, she wouldn't crave it anymore. Just hope to repay the debts quickly and start fresh. Then why haven't you broken up? Keeping him for New Year's. The girl exclaimed indignantly. Meredith shook her head. Remembering the darkness hid gestures, she said, "He was the only stranger who ever stayed by my side." That's why she waited, held onto a sliver of hope that what others said was false, wanting to hear from him directly if he truly cared about the bracelet. The girl suddenly understood. Hadn't she been foolishly clinging to that person these past few days? What right did she have to tell someone else to break up? "Miss, look on the bright side. You're so wonderful. Many good men are waiting for you in the future." She didn't accuse her of shamelessness, even shared her own story to comfort her. "I've accepted it. I did it willingly. I wasn't after his money. Having a clear conscience is enough. Even blood ties between parent and child can be so weak. What right do we have to demand someone else's money or affection? What belongs to others ultimately belongs to others, decided by others," Meredith chuckled. Sadness was real, but acceptance now was also real. It was just that, from that moment, Ethan had sown weeds in her heart. They grew wildly, disturbing her peace. She hadn't broken up, not because she regretted her past investment, but because she was searching for a way to uproot them completely. This was what Ethan owed her. She wanted to become the focused Meredith again, not the current scarred version. "Miss, you're only a junior in high school. Get discharged tomorrow, go home, apologize to your parents. A warm family still awaits you. Everything can start over." The girls' arguments in the back alley over the past few days had revealed much. Meredith piecing it together wasn't hard. If you hate him, go all out and sue him for statutory rape. He won't escape prison time. Both options are more practical than slashing your wrists. Cutting yourself with a broken bottle only hurts you, leaves ugly scars. It's not worth it. The one who did wrong was him, not you. In other words, if you're not afraid of death, what else is there to fear? The girl fell silent for a long time, then choked out, "My parents, they won't forgive me. To be with him, I did many things that hurt them." "What grudge between parents and child lasts overnight?" Meredith said. "I used to think my dad hurt me the most, felt life was meaningless. But a few days ago, I learned my dad, trying to bring me back, went into business with others, compensated my stepmother heavily. Not wanting me to be burdened by debt either, he transferred the house to my brother." During Marcus's injury, Officer Collins summoned his uncle, investigating the whole situation, revealing the efforts the middle-aged man made, alone, to bring his daughter back. But circumstances and lack of ability led only to failure. He could only teach Marcus from a young age. Bearing the Shaw name meant being a Shaw man, protecting Shaw women. That's why Marcus would rather die than sell the house. Without going back, she would never have known these things. "Miss, are you asleep?" The girl couldn't sleep, wanting to hear her talk. Hearing the voice, Meredith roused from her thoughts. Setting aside the past, she smiled. "Actually, it's not all bad. Good things happen too. Tonight, I got paid to save someone. Because of you, I have a bed to sleep in, don't have to squeeze into an ATM booth," Meredith said lightly. "So I should thank you. The ATM machine keeps telling me to conduct business. It's actually quite noisy." She never slept soundly there, always worried someone needed the machine, disturbed them, got chased away. Chapter 24, Self-Rescue. The girl's name was Scarlett Sutton. At 5 a.m., she called her friend. Her friend arrived in a panic. Meredith had just finished washing up, ready to leave. Looking up, she saw a familiar face. "Older sister, you saved Scarlett?" Emily Young burst in and saw Meredith emerging from the restroom, instinctively calling out. Meredith nodded a greeting, then took out her phone to exchange contact info with Scarlett via messaging app. You can't stop someone determined to die, no matter how many times. But if you ever feel life is meaningless, come see my world. Having tasted hardship, being able to eat and live was the greatest fortune. Meredith didn't greet Emily, turned and left. She was still wearing yesterday's black t-shirt, stained brown in places. She hadn't dared wash it last night, fearing it wouldn't dry by morning. Now she had to go back to the dorm to change before heading to the art studio. Just as she opened the door, she collided head-on with Ethan. Meredith, what are you doing here? Ethan was utterly surprised. His sister called him awake early, saying her good friend and classmate was sick in the hospital, asking for a ride. He never expected Meredith, whom he'd been searching for, to appear so unexpectedly here. Inside, Scarlett Sutton turned her head, realizing Ethan was calling Meredith. So this older sister was also named Meredith. What a coincidence. Brother, it was the older sister who saved Scarlett. I can't believe we're so fated, Emily exclaimed excitedly. First saving her brother, now her friend the older sister was truly beautiful and kind-hearted, a perfect heroine. Emily excitedly told Ethan what Scarlett had roughly explained. Yesterday, overwhelmed by sadness, Scarlett momentarily lost her will to live, and it was the older sister passing by who saved her. Meredith didn't respond, offering a distant smile. I have things to do, leaving now. With that, she walked around Ethan and left. The world is small, yet large. Such vast class differences, yet they still managed to meet. Ethan didn't go inside, following Meredith out. Left behind in the room were the two friends' classmates. Scarlett looked confused, but Emily wanted to scream with excitement. Sitting by the bed, she enthusiastically told Scarlett all about Meredith's virtues. Scarlett, that's my brother's girlfriend. She's amazing. Saved my brother's life before, then got together with him and supported him for 2 years. It was just her scumbag brother who deceived her, unable to go public now. Serves him right, worrying at home. Your brother's girlfriend? Scarlett couldn't believe it. Wasn't that the scumbag from the story she heard last night? Emily, completely oblivious, nodded. That's her. Now she saved you too. She's truly my savior. Rescuing both her most important brother and her best friend, an unbreakable bond indeed. Scarlett fell silent, debating whether to tell Emily the truth. Meredith, what have you been doing lately? I call, but you don't answer. Ethan followed her out of the room, grabbing her wrist in the hallway. He had searched for her for so long. Now that he finally found her, why was she rushing off without a word? Meredith remained composed, smiling calmly. Been busy working part-time lately, not convenient to use my phone. Couldn't use her phone while working. Didn't see it after work. The real reason was simply not wanting to reply. Ethan knew the answer. Remembering his deliberate neglect Arabic fa, Arabic ta, Arabic rot, Arabic tet merbuta fentru period ago, Ethan felt guilty himself, unwilling to dwell on the phone issue. Consider it even. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the black t-shirt Meredith wore wasn't that the uniform for the staff at the bar he was at yesterday. You're working part-time at a bar? Ethan frowned. Could the figure he saw from the second floor yesterday really have been her? Meredith didn't deny it, waiting to hear what he'd say next. Would he accuse her of earning easy money in such a place? Lecture her that good girls shouldn't go there, lest they be looked down upon. Unexpectedly, Ethan said nothing, filled with remorse. He hadn't even recognized her yesterday. The elevator arrived. Meredith stepped inside, Ethan followed. Have you been there all this time? Is it because of the $10,000 last time? I was wrong last time, don't worry. Whoever you borrowed from, I'll help you repay it. Ethan pondered for a moment, concluding the issue must be the $10,000 her brother owed. He knew she had repaid it, likely borrowing from someone. Was it from your roommates? Let's pay it back today, then stop working there. He remembered one roommate, Evelyn Yates, came from a wealthy family. She likely borrowed from her, but Ethan recalled Evelyn's arrogant attitude and sharp tongue. Meredith must have endured much harshness from her. No, I didn't borrow money, Meredith explained briefly. Meredith was always honest. If she said no, it meant no. Ethan relaxed. Then stop working. That place is too chaotic. I'll give you my supplementary card. Focus on your painting from now on. "Don't work part-time anymore, okay?" He couldn't bring himself to say, "I'll support you." He'd said it many times but never managed to support her properly. A gathering he organized could easily cost $15,000 or $20,000. Yet his girlfriend worked manual labor, moving liquor. How could he not feel heartache? "No need. I wasn't planning to work there long anyway. If I quit now, I'll lose the wages I've already earned," Meredith refused. She indeed only planned to work through the summer. Senior year required focus on painting. Without tuition pressure, she would just teach part-time at Sean Davis's studio. Spending time with students recently made her realize being an art teacher wasn't bad. She decided to forego the master's application and try for a teaching position back home. Big cities like Seaport City weren't suitable for unambitious people like her. Forget that little bit of wages. "Meredith, listen to me, let's not work there. Whatever you want to do in the future, I'll support you. We can open a studio. Just don't do this kind of job anymore." Ethan felt distressed. The dark circles under her eyes, the black t-shirt hanging loosely on her frame. She had lost so much weight these days, unable even to fill out the shirt. She had literally starved herself thin. It was all his fault. Ethan's heart twisted. He opened his arms, wanting to embrace Meredith. Meredith stepped back, Ethan's arms closed on empty air. "I have blood on me. Wouldn't want to stain your clothes," she said. She couldn't afford such expensive clothes. The elevator reached the ground floor. Meredith walked towards the exit. "Meredith, wait, I drove, I'll take you back." Ethan caught her arm, trying to lead her back to the elevator towards the basement parking. But Meredith suddenly stopped, a strange smile on her face, self-mocking, yet also mocking him. "No need. Young Master Young's car is too expensive. If I dirty it, I can't afford to compensate." Ethan froze, ice spreading through his veins. She knew. Meredith walked for a long time, reaching the bus stop. The first bus wasn't until 6:30 a.m. Ethan hadn't driven off. He followed her, keeping a distance, waiting for the bus together. They walked in silence. Ethan tried initiating conversation, but Meredith remained completely defensive, acting as if he didn't exist. Whenever Ethan tried to talk, Meredith responded coolly or not at all, often retreating into her own thoughts, completely ignoring him. Ethan felt miserable. He wanted to explain everything, but wasn't sure how much Meredith knew. After much deliberation, he couldn't bring himself to speak. He just followed her all the way. Reaching the west gate, Meredith refused to enter with him. Rumors of Ethan dating Rosalie Leighton were widespread on campus. If Meredith walked in now with the well-dressed Ethan, the inescapable accusations would flood towards her. How ironic. After 3 years together, they had to sneak around, avoiding suspicion, terrified a single careless moment would brand her the other woman. Ethan didn't dare push too hard. He stayed at the west gate, waiting for Meredith. Chapter 25, Apology. Meredith returned to her dorm. Her roommates were still asleep. She changed, washed her dirty clothes, hung them up, then deliberately took the long way around campus, leaving through the east gate to head to the art studio. At 8 p.m., Meredith arrived punctually for her bar shift. She expected Ethan might follow, but didn't anticipate him arriving even earlier. Tonight, Ethan had booked the entire venue. No other customers, no music playing. The bar was quiet, even the main lights remained on. Meredith found herself idle. The kitchen staff cut some fruit for her. Glad for the leisure, she stayed in the back, reading a book on world art history. Final exams were approaching. She needed to review whenever she had time. As for how Ethan chose to squander his money, that was his business. But Meredith overlooked one thing. Booking the venue meant Ethan was a VIP. The owner would fulfill any request. So, when the owner learned Ethan was here for Meredith, he personally came to fetch her. "Meredith, a customer up front is asking for you." The big boss himself requested her presence. Meredith sighed and stood up. Working under someone meant obeying their orders. Passing by numerous other female staff, their chatter ceased, all eyes uniformly fixed on her. Meredith ignored their curious glances. She never categorized such looks as jealousy. She lacked the capital for that. The main hall was brightly lit, silent without music. Ethan sat alone at the central table, a glass of water before him. He was no longer the struggling office worker. His innate privileged background and prolonged high status imbued him with an aura of cold indifference and arrogance. Meredith had never seen this aloof version of Ethan before. The owner gave Meredith a meaningful look before leaving, urging her to seize the opportunity. Rich heirs chasing after girls happened often, but spending hundreds of thousands to book the venue was rare. Young Master Young called for me. "Is there something you need?" Meredith inquired, treating him like any ordinary customer. I wanted to talk to you," Ethan hesitated. He felt humbled before Meredith now. It was all his own doing. "You're the customer. If you wish to chat, of course, you can," Meredith smiled, her professional facade perfected. Ethan stood up, leading Meredith towards the second floor. "Let's talk upstairs. Avoid disturbing the owner's business." The owner understood, stationed a few people at the staircase entrance, then had security open the doors for regular business. Upstairs was quiet, downstairs noisy. It was Meredith's first time on the second floor. The decor was more luxurious than the first, soundproofing excellent. Closing the door silenced everything. "Meredith, I waited for you at the gate all day," Ethan began. He waited all morning, but Meredith didn't appear. He thought she might be tired, prepared lunch, and specifically asked a classmate from her department to deliver it upstairs. Only to learn Meredith was working part-time outside and had left early. She had another job besides the night shift. This realization shamed Ethan. Ordinary men dating wouldn't let their girlfriends work day and night like this. And he, with his respectable status and ample wealth, had never allowed Meredith to enjoy a single penny of it. Ethan shed his distant demeanor, appearing slightly flustered. The carefully rehearsed explanations vanished from his mind. She sat silently, unmoving, amplifying Ethan's unease. "Meredith, hiding my identity from you was my fault. I apologize. If you blame me for deceiving you, want to hit or yell at me, I'll accept it. Just don't be silent. And don't ignore me, playing the vanishing act." Meredith shook her head, speaking calmly. "I don't blame you. These things were yours to begin with. Choosing which identity to use when making friends is your freedom." Even marriage offered divorce. Her own family ties were weak, blood relations could be biased. What right did she have to demand anything from a non-contractual relationship? Hearing this, Ethan felt even worse. Wasn't this drawing a clear line between them? "I'd rather you blame me, don't be so indifferent. Meredith, whatever you say today, I'll accept. Just don't sever ties like this." They had 3 years of history. Since getting together, he never considered the possibility of breaking up. She couldn't just silently erase their connection, couldn't cut off 3 years of entanglement over one incident. Meredith looked at him. Her sunken eyes, accentuated by weight loss, cast dark shadows under the light, unnerving Ethan. "All right, then I'll ask you, why did you hide your identity to approach me? During the time I called you, where were you? What were you doing? Who were you with?" Ethan choked, unable to answer either question. Doing so would lead to an unavoidable, tearing breakup. Meredith's personality, she'd rather die than compromise. He shifted focus, crouching before her, meeting her gaze, coaxing. "It was all my fault before. Meredith, please believe I struggled too. I'll make it up to you slowly in the future. Let the past be the past, okay?" Seeing Meredith remain silent, Ethan added, "Just consider it a fresh start. I won't lie to you again. Everything will be up to you as long as you don't bring up the past. We'll start over. Our future decisions will be yours. I won't let you suffer anymore." They didn't just have a past, they needed an infinite future. Not getting the desired answer, the weeds in Meredith's heart couldn't be cleared. Disappointment washed over her. She suddenly lost all strength, slumping backward. He wasn't sincere. He was hiding things from her. Simultaneously, Ethan swiftly caught her, shifting behind her to act as a cushion. Holding Meredith in his arms, Ethan finally felt truly at ease. From the beginning of their relationship, he had felt insecure, simultaneously preoccupied with the bracelet and terrified of Meredith discovering his identity. Later, following Liam's bad advice, he forced himself to temporarily forget Meredith, seeking other options, yet feared Meredith finding out even more. Besides unease, a greater emptiness grew within him. A girl from the art department like Meredith couldn't fill this emptiness. A poor girl with unyielding spirit didn't deserve his affection. Only Meredith could. Her soul possessed both the romantic pursuit of an artist and the resilience against harsh reality. The world offered too many temptations for girls. Someone like Meredith was truly rare. Some people never encounter such a person in their lifetime. He didn't want to give her up to someone else. They had shared hardship, they must share prosperity. Being in Ethan's position, he understood even more clearly how rare a woman like Meredith was. Some people search their whole lives without finding one. He didn't want to let her go. "Meredith, I'll be very good to you. We won't separate anymore, ever." Ethan whispered his promise, arms tightening, holding her close. Her unique scent of oil paints enveloped him. Ethan sighed contentedly, placing a kiss on the crown of her head, gradually growing bolder, tracing her features down her face. Cautiously, Meredith didn't resist, nor did she accept. Following his entanglement, she was forced to lean back against the sofa, heat in front, softness behind. "Meredith, let's quit the job and go home, okay?" He leaned into the crook of her neck. Her collarbones were sharply defined. Through the black T-shirt collar, he could even see the outline of her ribs. She had starved herself thin. It was all his fault. Ethan's heart clenched. Meredith's eyes cleared. She pushed Ethan away, stood up, straightened her clothes. "Can't quit the job. I'm going downstairs now." "Meredith, did she still intend to work here? You just said you'd listen to me about everything." So, if she wanted to work here, he had to listen. He hadn't offered her a way out. She had to find it herself beside him. Chapter 26, Courting. Ethan fell silent, following Meredith downstairs. Fine, if she insisted, let her be. He could just work on changing her mind every day. Eventually, she'd tire of it. Downstairs, customers had arrived, music blared. Ethan followed Meredith to the back kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and helped her carry liquor. This case wasn't light. Ethan clenched his jaw. Remembering Meredith endured this for 3 years, his guilt intensified, solidifying his resolve to get her to quit soon. He was useless, should have overcome that hurdle earlier instead of letting her suffer this kind of hardship. The bar owner saw the customer turn employee, while Meredith sat calmly on a stool in the back kitchen, reading a book. He stepped outside, half expecting the sun to have risen. The tastes of wealthy young masters were truly hard to fathom. After work, everything cleaned up, Ethan went to get his car. The owner called Meredith into his office, advising her to treat Ethan well for an easier future, avoiding manual labor. "Meredith, life isn't easy for you. Seize this opportunity, secure a future for yourself. Rich heirs pursuing poor girls even if marriage didn't happen, grab as much money as possible. No loss either way. Learn from Nana," the owner hinted, fearing Meredith's naivety. Nana was a legend at the bar, her story known to Meredith upon arrival. A pragmatic university student, she made enough money at the bar, dumped the pursuing rich heir, refused to be a kept woman, and went on to university, graduate school, then abroad. Meredith understood his meaning. Nana was now overseas, married to a highly respected researcher. Just outside the bar, her phone notified her of a $17,000 bank transfer from payroll. Ethan pulled up, got out, saw Meredith frowning at her phone. "What's wrong?" Meredith shook her head, put her phone away, and got into the passenger seat. He wasn't driving the Maybach today. This car she didn't recognize either, but definitely not the $10,000 car Ethan mentioned. The dark blue Porsche drove smoothly into Imperial Clarity Estates. Ethan didn't stop, heading towards the underground parking. "It's too late tonight. Tomorrow, I'll show you around the area. I plan to give up the rented place. After you graduate, we'll live here." Meredith stared out the window, unresponsive. Reaching the underground garage, she got out, saw the Maybach parked nearby, confirming he usually lived here. The small rented apartment, Ethan probably only went there when she visited. The moment she left, he likely didn't linger either. The parking garage elevator ascended directly. The large flat occupied an entire floor, served by 3 elevators. Ethan opened the door, handing Meredith slippers pink, cartoon-patterned, bearing a famous brand's logo, matching Ethan's brown pair. "Has anyone worn these shoes before?" Meredith asked abruptly. The design reminded her of Rosalie Leighton. Maybe Rosalie wore these very shoes, stayed here during those days. "No other woman has been here. Everything was prepared for you," Ethan, thinking she was jealous, explained with a smile. He led Meredith towards the master bedroom, into the walk-in closet. Motion sensor lights illuminated display cabinets filled with clothes and jewelry. "Meredith, these are all for you." A few days ago, deciding to focus solely on Meredith, he took everything out, arranged it nicely, thinking she would surely like it. Ethan kissed her cheek, apologizing again. "I'm sorry. Because of me, you suffered many wrongs before. Now I'll make it all up to you." He had Emily to thank for these items. Whenever new designs for girls' things came out, Emily always knew first, then extorted him into buying them. The jewelry glittered under the lights, dazzling like storefront displays. Meredith picked up one bracelet the same monthly design Evelyn owned. So, there was one for her here too. Ethan, seeing her interest in the bracelet, put it on her wrist. "This bracelet was bought for you. I got it as soon as it came out, thinking it would look beautiful on you." It did look beautiful now, except her wrist was too slender, the bracelet seemed loose. He needed to fatten her up. Meredith felt indifferent, uninterested in admiring such valuable items. She yawned. "I'm tired, have to wake up early tomorrow." With Ethan driving her, she still needed to wake at 7 a.m. It was 2 a.m. now. Little time left for sleep. Ethan understood immediately. She still had her part-time job tomorrow. He went to the closet to get her pajamas, arranged for her to stay in the master bedroom, and retreated to the guest room himself. They had just made progress. He couldn't be too hasty. Meredith removed the bracelet, placed it back where it belonged, and surveyed the room. Everything screamed luxury. The bathroom was larger than her entire old house back home. The bathtub faced floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the spectacular river view. Across the river glowed colorful neon lights and landmark buildings. She fumbled with the shower controls, unable to get hot water. She had to search online for instructions, accidentally discovering its price. This bathroom set alone could buy half her old house. Including the entire bathroom's fixtures, her old house couldn't afford this one room. How ridiculous. Outside the window lay worldly suffering. Inside, she could now casually use these things. She felt like a price tag herself, mentally scanning the room, assessing the value of everything. The bed was too soft. The expensive sheets and duvet cover prevented her from sleeping. She rolled off the plush bed onto the floor. The luxurious decor met her eyes, stacks of cash bundled casually nearby. Meredith's sorrow deepened immeasurably. This was the person under whose deception she had slaved away for 3 years. Was this compensation? No. Ethan was unforgivable. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., Ethan called her from outside the door. When Meredith emerged, breakfast was already laid out. Ethan came out from the kitchen, frowning at the sight of her. "Why are you still wearing yesterday's clothes? Didn't you like anything in the walk-in closet?" He had prepared changes of clothes for her in the closet, a whole wardrobe of T-shirts. Why was she still in yesterday's worn-out tee? Meredith shook her head. "Going to the studio later. This one resists dirt." The studio was full of pencil lead and paint. Carelessness meant stains that were hard to wash out. She had washed this shirt yesterday. Thankfully, it was wearable this morning. Those so-called T-shirts in Ethan's closet, radiating a strong little princess vibe, the cheapest costing hundreds, weren't suitable for her. In this room, anything she used might need to be repaid at equivalent value later. She didn't want to add unnecessary debt. After breakfast, Ethan drove her to the studio before heading to his company. Sean Davis, usually keeping a professional distance, unexpectedly approached her. "Boyfriend?" He didn't try to be subtle, nodding slightly towards where Ethan's car had just been parked, asking Meredith. Meredith handed a student's paintbrush back. "Temporarily." This temporarily was intriguing. Sean knew some basics about Meredith's situation. He thought they had broken up, but it seemed things needed more time. He smoothly changed the subject. "There's a teacher certification exam in the second half of the year. Want to give it a try?" Her current position here was due to the professor's recommendation. But if she wanted to stay after her senior year, she'd need the relevant teaching qualifications at the very least. Otherwise, education department inspections could cause problems for her, potentially forcing her to leave and even implicating his studio. "Thank you for your concern, Big Bro D. I've already started preparing the materials for the exam later this year. For the next few years here in Seaport City, I'll probably still need your support." Her intention to stay was clear. Sean Davis didn't press further, nodded acknowledgement, and turned to observe other students. Meredith wouldn't be returning to her hometown for now. Incomes in Seaport City were relatively higher. She planned to use these youthful years to save some money, then take the exams to become an art teacher back home. She considered herself simple and honest. She couldn't emulate Nana's path. She only hoped for a stable future, free from struggling for survival without needing immense wealth. Chapter 27, Reconciliation. At noon, Ethan called Meredith, wanting to take her out for lunch. Meredith didn't answer. Unable to leave work, Ethan had the household maid go to the studio to deliver lunch to Meredith. Meredith wasn't at the studio. Anticipating Ethan might look for her, she had asked Sean Davis for leave and returned to the university. She bought 2 plain rolls from the cafeteria and went back to her dorm to eat. The dorm was empty. Apparently, the other 3 had gone out for a better meal again. Just as she took a couple of bites, the 3 returned. Lauren Riley placed a disposable container on Meredith's desk. Meredith started to refuse, but Evelyn Yates haughtily declared, "Today's leftovers. Seeing you pitiful, giving them to you." Joanna Chapman whispered, "Don't listen to her nonsense. We ordered too much, barely touched it, it's clean." The container held spicy boiled beef. Much of the meat was gone, but the vegetables were plentiful. Meredith didn't refuse, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. Lauren and Joanna exchanged victorious hand gestures. They initially planned to bring a new portion for Meredith, but Evelyn mocked them, saying that with Meredith's poor ghost pride, accepting a full meal would mean needing to repay them. Better to give her half, leaving Meredith no way to return the favor. Indeed, Meredith didn't refuse. Lauren and Joanna looked at Evelyn with admiration. Evelyn snorted haughtily, applying a face mask with a cold smile. Such strange pride for a poor ghost, willing to eat someone else's leftovers. The spicy beef was flavorful and went well with the roll. Eating further down, Meredith found a pile of beef hidden at the bottom. Her hand holding the roll paused. Pretending not to notice, she continued eating, head down. Half a bag of milk candies landed on the table with a thud. Evelyn's disdainful voice came from behind. "Don't misunderstand. The stupid company mixed all flavors in one bag. We picked out the ones we like. None of us can stand the remaining flavors. Take them, don't waste them." Better than fainting from low blood sugar, staggering around, and crying over 2 pathetic candies. Embarrassing. Meredith, back towards them, didn't say thank you. The beef was delicious. The bar owner felt caught between a rock and a hard place these days. Firstly, he was thrilled. The VIP customer now came daily. But he was also distressed. The VIP was wooing a girl in the back kitchen. Seriously, if you really liked the girl, wouldn't showering her with jewelry, bags, and clothes be more effective? A car or a house wouldn't hurt either. Taking her on scenic trips, whispering sweet nothings, letting her max out supplementary cards even the toughest nut would crack. What was the point of showing up daily to do the girl's work? And Meredith actually dared to order the VIP around, moving goods back and forth. How could she sit there so calmly, reading a book? Didn't she know this young master's identity? Was it a game of hard to get? Seeing how determined the young master was in pursuing her, securing him meant never having to struggle again. Had he misjudged? Was Meredith not a simpleton but a high-level player? True hunters often appear as prey. A timeless saying, indeed. He'd been in the nightlife scene for years, but this was the first time seeing a young master court a girlfriend so desperately. The owner sighed. Generation gap. He, an old man, didn't understand the rhythm of young love nowadays. Let the young master play if he wanted. He'd just facilitate and stay out of it. Maybe they were just experiencing life. This Meredith girl seemed hard to handle. Perhaps she'd become the young master's official partner. These days, wealthy people did all sorts of things for true love. A suitable match on the surface, a forbidden love hidden away he'd seen plenty. Just wondered how long Meredith could hold out. Ethan finished moving the liquor, sweating profusely, and sat down beside Meredith. Seeing her continue reading impassively, Ethan felt wronged. Previously, when he helped her work, she'd fuss over him. Now, he seemed invisible to her. "Meredith, I'm done moving," Ethan said softly, placing his heated head in front of her book, whining, "You didn't even look at me once." She was still angry at him. These past few days, she refused his offers to drive her, refused to stay at his place, even declined meals out, citing lack of time. Ethan didn't know how long this playing the victim strategy would work. She was genuinely holding a grudge this time. Meeting Ethan's disappointed gaze, Meredith took a wet wipe from the insulated box Ethan brought, wiped the sweat from his face, then poured him some soup. For the past few days, dinner was prepared by Ethan's family maid, picked up after work, and brought to Meredith. It included everything from main courses to fruit, all Meredith's favorites. Food she once craved at first sight, now she didn't even glance at. She'd lie, saying she already ate, then have Ethan take it back. Ethan, like a big puppy, sat waiting, enjoying Meredith's service. Meredith, however, remained calmly detached. This was the young family's young master, no longer her boyfriend of many years. "Meredith, my friends are outside. Let's go meet them together, okay?" Ethan suggested. Fearing Meredith would use work as an excuse, he quickly added, "I've moved all the liquor. Go check up front if you don't believe me." Adrian Pierce and the others came every day. He had waited until today to dare suggest this. Meredith put her book into her canvas bag, smiling. "Dressed like this, I'm not presentable." She still wore the black work t-shirt, hair simply tied in a ponytail, no makeup, hands dusty. Ethan, initially worried she wouldn't want to meet them, was relieved this was the reason. He quickly led her upstairs. The bar was connected to a hotel, upstairs an integrated business. Ethan swiped a card to open a suite door. Meredith, unsurprised, went in to shower. After she finished, Ethan showered. Several outfits hung in the room, styles popular among girls currently. Meredith chose a longer floral dress, tied her hair back into its usual ponytail. Her naturally curly hair formed pretty waves at the ends. Unfortunately, lacking bangs, which she found troublesome, gave her a more capable look. Otherwise, Meredith fit the currently popular pale, young, thin, cute girl aesthetic. Bottles and jars lined the dressing table, same brands as at Ethan's home, likely also sent over by him. Meredith never wore makeup and didn't touch these items. Using her own portable face cream, she wiped her face dry and applied a little. Her hands were too dry, now she needed to apply cream after every wash. Ethan emerged in a bathrobe, toweling his short, wet hair dry. He came up behind Meredith, watching her get ready. She was prettier than he imagined. She always used cheap, 80-cent baby cream packs. Her face was smooth and fair. Even after getting tanned in summer, she didn't need repair treatments, naturally regaining her fairness after a few days. Such natural conditions once made Ethan think Emily's constant complaints about skin problems and acne were just fussiness. Later, when the baby cream switched to a $5 bottle, Meredith changed to another cheap, old brand costing $2.30. By then, Emily already knew about going to beauty salons with her mother for maintenance. Countless similar instances occurred. Meredith washed her delicates with 1.50 soap bars. Emily cried that such things damaged skin, insisting even hand soap had to be a specific brand. Ethan recalled Rosalie Leighton's delicate, fair fingers, then looked at Meredith's calloused, dry hands, feeling like a complete jerk. He lowered his head, planting a long kiss on her exposed shoulder. His greatest luck was that Meredith still liked him. He could make amends, it wasn't too late. Meredith took out her own lipstick, applied it. The color was too red, she couldn't get used to it and wiped it off. His hand rested on her slightly concave abdomen. Ethan tightened his arms, Meredith's bone structure was clearly visible. Every part of her made him feel guilty. He had starved her so thin. He hadn't even put a single lipstick in her bag. Meredith's figure was slender and straight. The dress was light but not sheer. Held too tightly by Ethan, she couldn't move properly. "Ethan, if you don't change soon, I'm changing back and going downstairs." Their unspoken power dynamic shifted. Ethan, fearing Meredith's anger, quickly released her and went back to the room to change into a fresh suit. Meredith finished getting ready and walked out. The unusually refined girl left Ethan stunned, his last defenses crumbling. He was an idiot for letting her potential be buried for so long. She should have been by his side, cherished and cared for, yet he made his little princess taste worldly bitterness. Meredith ignored Ethan's sentimental musings, went to the door to change shoes. Canvas shoes didn't match such a nice dress. Dark blue high heels sat by the door, perfectly complementing the dress Meredith chose and Ethan's suit. Right, meeting his friends for the first time, she needed to be more formal. She wondered if anyone she met that night was among them. Chapter 28, Ingratiation. Ethan and Meredith went up to the second floor. The lighting was dim, just enough to make out everyone's faces. Including Meredith, there were 3 women, the rest were men. Yo, Big Bro E finally decided to bring the little sister-in-law out. Before greetings were exchanged, a playful voice teased. Ethan held her hand, leading her inside to sit. The one talking is Adrian Pierce. I'm half a year older, so he calls me bro. He's quite mischievous, don't take his words seriously. Yeah, little sister-in-law, I'm a bit rough around the edges. If I say something wrong, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Adrian Pierce offered goodwill first. He now understood who Big Bro E had been watching downstairs earlier. Just based on the fact that this girl hadn't come up then, she deserved the title little sister-in-law now. Meredith nodded politely. Ethan continued introductions. Beside him is Liam Stone, our company's art director. Next to him is his fiancée, Wendy. She also works at our company. Hello there, Wendy Stone smiled at Meredith, appearing warm and generous, but her eyes held shrewd calculation. Liam's fiancée, Meredith remembered. At the Youngs' wedding anniversary, she thoroughly sold Meredith out in front of Rosalie Leighton. Thinking back, Rosalie's attitude towards her afterwards became subtle, likely thanks to Wendy. And Rosalie's roommates, supposedly acting very superior at school lately, looking down their noses at everyone. Meredith shook her head. Young girls, inexperienced in the world, easily flattered by someone like Wendy, puffed up too high. Ethan briefly introduced the others, finally introducing Meredith. Facing his friends, he announced, "This is my girlfriend, Meredith Shaw." Liam understood the situation. Meredith's future wealth and status were basically settled. Wendy's mind raced with even more calculations. Damn it, she had wasted so much effort trying to curry favor with Rosalie Leighton. Now this Meredith held the position of the main wife. All her previous efforts were wasted. This Rosalie Leighton was useless, couldn't even hold on to a man. All those years of education, wasted. Adrian Pierce started teasing. Wendy immediately displayed familiarity, switching seats with Liam to sit right next to Meredith. Within 5 minutes, she acted like Meredith's closest sister. Ethan didn't allow Meredith to drink alcohol. Wendy brewed her tea and got her juice. When Adrian made inappropriate jokes, Wendy cleverly deflected, subtly mocking Adrian, essentially protecting Meredith throughout the gathering. As for the bar downstairs, no one came up looking for Meredith. Adrian, though unreliable, grew up in circles of power and knew the intricacies, having already sent someone to handle things. Meredith, you're still a student, right? Which university? Wendy, having gauged Meredith wasn't confrontational, quickly tried to build rapport. Art University, 3rd year, oil painting major. To preempt further questions, Meredith stated everything at once. Unexpectedly, Wendy grabbed her hand, praising, "No wonder I noticed your hands are a bit rough. Turns out it's from the hard work of a top student wielding a brush. Just these hands show you'll definitely be a great painter someday." Meredith chuckled inwardly. She was extremely curious. How did Wendy praise Rosalie Leighton's hands back then? Naturally gifted artist, a masterpiece with a casual stroke, no need to roughen hands at all. Ah, Rosalie, you're so talented, such a genius. Mentioning her hands made Ethan stiffen slightly. Seeing Meredith chatting happily with Wendy, he felt it necessary to tell Liam later to have Wendy spend more time with Meredith, include her in their activities. Meredith mentally cast Wendy as the clown, thoroughly enjoying her internal monologue. Ethan relaxed completely, starting to drink and chat with the friends beside him. After a while, tired of Wendy's chatter, Meredith excused herself to the restroom. Passing staff showed no surprise at Meredith's employee-turned-guest transformation. In places like this, fortunes changed in seconds. "Excuse me." As Meredith exited after washing her hands, she encountered a girl in a white dress, the girlfriend of another friend of Ethan's. Wendy had monopolized Meredith earlier. This girl had sat quietly in the corner. "Yes," the girl took a tube of hand cream from her purse and offered it to Meredith. "This is very effective for softening calluses. Use it consistently and your hands won't get rough anymore. And their techniques are quite good," the girl added, handing over a business card for a well-known beauty salon. Meredith nodded thanks, accepting them. The girl smiled and walked back with Meredith. "If you feel uncomfortable going alone, you can call me to go together. My number is on the back of the card," the girl offered. Meredith didn't reply, putting the items into her canvas bag. The gathering lasted until almost midnight. Meredith didn't drink a drop. Ethan, however, was pressured into drinking quite a bit. By the time they left, he was somewhat intoxicated. He had already called the driver to pick them up. This time, it was the very expensive Maybach. The driver, middle-aged Mr. Liu, looked steady and reliable, driving silently in front. Ethan raised the partition, leaned entirely against Meredith, murmuring Meredith repeatedly. He was somewhat feigning drunkenness, Meredith knew, but didn't expose him. Meredith toyed with the hand cream tube. She felt Wendy was actually better, at least her compliments were pleasant. This hand cream felt like a calculated offering. Did the girl think she was naive, unaware this was specifically to curry favor? She probably knew about Meredith long ago, only showing goodwill now that Ethan acknowledged her. Without Ethan, this would belong to Rosalie Leeton. The hand cream ended up in the parking garage trash bin. This act should have been done discreetly, given it was from Ethan's friend's girlfriend. But Meredith tossed it openly, unafraid of Ethan seeing. Mr. Liu helped carry Ethan upstairs. Meredith followed in high heels, carrying his jacket. After settling Ethan on the sofa, Mr. Liu confirmed everything was fine before leaving respectfully, leaving Meredith alone to deal with Ethan. While Meredith prepared hangover soup, Ethan quickly showered, changed, and snuck into the master bedroom. When Meredith found him, the nearly 63 Ethan was sprawled out, feigning drunkenness, acting shamelessly. After drinking the soup, he clung to Meredith like an octopus, refusing to let go, whining and acting cute, only settling down when Meredith held his hand tightly. Yet Ethan felt empty. This wasn't enough. He had always struggled with his relationship with Meredith. Every time intimacy should have deepened, he restrained himself, limiting contact mostly to moments like this, relying on her touch. Meredith, how about we go travel in France? I'll accompany you, we can start fresh. Yang Group had business in fashion. He owned a rose manor in France. He wanted to take her there, give her a beautiful trip, possess her completely in a romantic setting. He desperately wanted to touch her, but still wanted to give her an unforgettable first time. It would also mark a new beginning for them, where Meredith was no longer defined by poverty. Meredith didn't answer. In her mind, dignity and money waged war. Beside her, Ethan slept soundly. Meredith closed her eyes too, forcing herself to ignore dignity. This was a wealthy young master. Endure it, and she could cross class boundaries. Having tasted poverty, she didn't want to suffer anymore. As long as Ethan was around, money and fame were readily available. Meredith, you can do this. For the sake of money, give him and yourself another chance. You definitely can. Chapter 29. Exams. Early June brought soaring temperatures and the tense atmosphere of the National College entrance exams. Marcus had his exams in a week. As his guardian, Meredith had to go back to care for him. These were their last days together like this. After the exams, wherever he went, it would be his freedom. No mutual obligations. Ethan, knowing Meredith was leaving, had the family maid prepare numerous nourishing ingredients. He drove Meredith home himself. Marcus's leg wasn't fully healed yet. He hopped out to greet his future brother-in-law. The building remained old, the musty smell still making Ethan feel suffocated. But in front of Meredith, Ethan maintained his composure and tolerance. The dark blue Porsche parked downstairs attracted onlookers. The middle-aged neighbor who had seen Ethan before smiled with relief. The daughter found a good match. Old Mr. Shaw could rest easy. Ethan, dressed in loose casual wear, climbed up and down, cleaning the entire apartment, even wiping dust from the door frames. Marcus, leg propped up, watched Ethan work. Meredith cooked lunch in the kitchen. This house finally felt like a family reunion. He no longer had dreams of the whole family together, only to wake up to crushing silence. After cleaning, Ethan was drenched in sweat. Marcus told him Meredith had bought new t-shirts for him in the room, suggesting he shower and change. Ethan emerged refreshed, went straight into the kitchen in front of Marcus, closing the frosted glass door behind him. Marcus pretended not to notice, watching a war movie on TV, but his ears strained to catch any sounds from inside. He suddenly felt the pangs of fatherly concern. Inside, Meredith was braising ribs. In another pot, bone broth simmered into a milky white. Finely chopped green onions and cilantro sat in a bowl nearby Meredith's signature cooking style. Ethan's throat tightened involuntarily. He had craved this for so long. Since the bracelet misunderstanding, Meredith hadn't stepped into the kitchen. He hugged her from behind, burying his face in her hair. The long-absent faint smell of cooking fumes, he loved it. Her nape was damp with sweat. Ethan gently licked it. "Control yourself, my brother is outside." Meredith felt ticklish, nudging him back with her shoulder. Ethan chuckled lightly, reaching past her to take the finished dishes out. "I finished my work. Don't I get a reward?" "A bowl of soup as a reward," Meredith replied, placing large bowls of bone broth before both men before they sat down. Meredith's signature sweet ribs were devoured enthusiastically. Ethan felt that, ignoring the unpleasant musty smell, Meredith's brother wasn't entirely unbearable. Fine, if Meredith accepted him, he had no objections. "Exams in a week, nervous?" Ethan asked Marcus. Entering the exam hall with limbs in casts would surely affect his mentality. Marcus shook his head. Ethan asked again, "Do you have any universities in mind?" Marcus still shook his head. He actually wanted to say he'd consider schools with lower tuition, but with Ethan present, he feared revealing their poverty would make Ethan look down on his sister. He couldn't say it. "It's too early to think about it now. Decide after the results come out," Meredith interjected smoothly. His life was his own to decide. Marcus nodded. After lunch, Marcus went to his room to study. Ethan washed dishes in the kitchen. Meredith stood beside him, chatting idly. Ethan had to leave in the afternoon. The drive back was 4 hours. With Marcus in the room, discretion was needed. Meredith walked Ethan downstairs, only to be pulled into the car for a kiss. Passers-by couldn't see inside. After a satisfying kiss, Ethan pecked Meredith's lips lightly, making up for the week's missed affection. Remembering she'd be here for a week, Ethan couldn't help reminding her, "Don't push yourself too hard taking care of your brother alone. Marcus needs nourishing food. Don't be too frugal with meals either." He took out a card from his wallet, handing it to Meredith. "I know you're still angry with me, but at this critical juncture, don't neglect your own health. You two are both so thin. If I bully you later, how can your brother defend you with that physique?" He actually wanted to send the maid over to care for them, but knew Meredith's pride wouldn't accept a stranger in the house. Meredith was different from other girls. Having weathered many storms, her resilience was strong. When problems arose, she wouldn't cry for help but solve them herself, often only informing him of the decision afterwards. Now, her accepting everything he gave her was the most dangerous sign. In Meredith's mind, she might still be evaluating him. Meredith didn't refuse, taking the card. Ethan was pleased. He planted a hickey in the crook of her neck, lingered reluctantly before leaving. "These few days, when you have time, look at some property listings. That multi-story building nearby seemed decent. Check it out. If you like it, we'll buy an apartment there, put it under your name. It'll be your asset later." "Young Master Young, you're rich and powerful. We siblings are dirt poor. If you bully us, we just have to endure it. Can we really seek revenge?" Meredith's words, though joking, carried a sarcastic edge. The words were true but unpleasant. Ethan wasn't angry. "Don't talk nonsense. You're dating me. Buying gifts normally would be enough to afford an apartment here. This is what you deserve. Whenever I think about your dad giving the house to Marcus, my heart aches. This dump, so dirty and dilapidated, yet her father gave it to an outsider. The thought infuriated him. Small town houses weren't expensive, perhaps cheaper than a bathroom in Seaport City. Ethan knew about Meredith's family situation. He never wanted to set foot in this old building again. Meredith remained silent. Since she and Ethan reconciled, her standard of living skyrocketed. Buying houses seemed like buying toys. This was Ethan's money. She wouldn't use it for now, nor would she look at properties. "All right, I'm leaving. I'll let you know when I arrive safely." Ethan escorted Meredith to the stairwell entrance, turning back reluctantly. Meredith watched Ethan's car drive out of the complex. The musty smell from the stairwell drifted over with a cool breeze, nauseating after just a few minutes. She quickly ran upstairs, back to the apartment, lying down to rest. Her tongue tingled evidence of his recent presence. He indulged her much more than before, tolerated her recent coldness. This Ethan gradually morphed into the version she once fantasized about. Life without debt, him treating her better than ever. Meredith opened a shopping app, searching for a gold bracelet identical to the one Ethan lost. Besides the bracelet, he had also given her $5,000 back then. Coinciding with her parents' accident, she had used the money. Now was the time to repay Ethan, clarify the past incident, eliminate mutual suspicion, and return to their previous state of genuine affection. Perhaps she shouldn't be so paranoid, try trusting him again, believe she too could have a happy future. Chapter 30. Protection. Meredith was compliant. Ethan was in a good mood. He called home for dinner. Exiting the highway, he drove straight home, arriving just at dinner time. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Arthur Young grunted. Ethan sat down, about to grab an orange to quench his thirst, when Emily recoiled in disgust. "Are you moldy? You stink, stay away from me." Emily wrinkled her nose, fanning the air. It must be the musty smell from Meredith's old apartment. Ethan looked down. He was still wearing the t-shirt Meredith bought for her brother. He quickly went upstairs to shower and change. When he came back down, only a bowl of water sat before his place, setting a bowl of soup with 2 floating vegetable leaves. A plate held 2 steamed buns. Emily declared, "From now on, this is all you deserve to eat in this house." Ethan was confused. What was wrong? She hadn't given him a pleasant look since he returned. Arthur and Vivian ignored him, eating quietly. Only Emily glared at Ethan. "Brother, I'll call you that one last time. You're not my brother anymore, just a scumbag. This is all you deserve." "Emily, you're getting spoiled," becoming increasingly disrespectful. Ethan finally snapped. He had indulged her too much. She dared speak to him so rudely. "Why are you yelling?" Emily shrank into Vivian's arms, eyes red, voice choked with tears. "Dad, today Scarlett and I wanted to thank the older sister, so we went to the art university to find her. Only then did we learn how badly brother treats her. Older sister eats only 1 meal a day, and this is what she eats." She couldn't understand. Their family wasn't destitute. Why did her brother treat the older sister this way? "What nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly let her eat this stuff?" Ethan was shocked, pointing at the bowl of clear water with vegetable leaves, utterly disbelieving. "Still denying it, I brought these buns and soup back from the art university. Let brother have a taste too." Remembering what others said about Meredith, Emily's anger flared. Pointing at the bowl, she said, "This soup is free from the university. Those buns are 3 for $1. Dried out, they're rock hard." Her roommate said adding free salt and vinegar helps stave off hunger. Emily buried her face in Vivian's embrace, feeling she hadn't fully conveyed Meredith's suffering. "Mom, that older sister saved brother's life. She's our family's benefactor. Even if brother dislikes her, he shouldn't let her suffer like this," her roommate also said. When older sister got into trouble with the police, nearly detained, she called brother. But brother was busy with Rosalie Leighton, completely ignoring older sister's plight. Evelyn had told her this. Back then, Meredith, desperate, had asked Evelyn for a loan. Coincidentally, Mrs. Young bought the painting right then. Otherwise, Evelyn would have been Meredith's biggest creditor. Is what Emily said true? Is this how you treat your girlfriend? Only now did Arthur realize Meredith was the benefactor who saved Ethan years ago. He asked Ethan, "Meredith is the girl who took you to the hospital back then. Did she use the life-saving favor to demand you be with her?" Besides this reason, Arthur couldn't fathom why his son would treat his girlfriend this way. When his son formally told them about the relationship, Arthur thought since he genuinely liked her, her background didn't matter compared to his son's, so he hadn't thoroughly investigated the girl. But today, combining what his daughter said, the only explanation Arthur could conceive was that Meredith was opportunistic, greedy for wealth, threatening Ethan to marry into their family. This would explain his son's conflicting attitudes towards Meredith. No, Dad, I pursued her first. She never asked me to repay her," Ethan quickly denied. Emily's words caught him off guard. He couldn't let his father misunderstand Meredith as that type of woman. But what did Emily mean by detention? Why had Meredith never told him? No matter how much he cared about gains and losses, he wouldn't let his own girlfriend end up in a police station. Arthur looked at the 2 dry, hard buns. He lost his appetite for the meal on the table. His wife's comforting words to their daughter echoed in his ears. He felt incredibly frustrated. His pride and joy, his son, actually mistreated a girl like this. How was this different from those spendthrift wastrels? "You, come with me." Arthur put down his chopsticks, stood up, and headed towards the living room. The maid, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly had someone brew ginseng tea, dismissed the other staff, and retreated to the staff quarters. This family, despite immense wealth, forbade extravagance and indulgence in their children. Upbringing was extremely strict. Arthur especially abhorred his children using money recklessly outside. Now, the eldest son had transgressed precisely this taboo. Ethan knew an interrogation was unavoidable. He quickly set aside thoughts of Meredith and followed his father to the living room. Vivian brought Emily over, sitting on the sofa. "You initially prevented your father and me from thanking her. Was that also your own calculated decision?" Vivian, having calmed her daughter's emotions, frowned at Ethan. "Now you're still hiding things from the girl, seeing Miss Leighton before breaking up with the other. How could you do such a despicable thing?" When he initially wanted to meet the Leighton girl, she assumed he had broken up after a fight with the previous one. It was her fault for not asking further, just letting him proceed. "You're an adult. I never interfered with your dating life. Now you dare pull such dirty tricks. What, planning to deceive your wife openly after marriage, while secretly keeping a mistress on the side?" Hearing Vivian's words, Emily felt even worse. She wasn't just thinking about Meredith now. She had fully immersed Meredith in some CEO abuse novel plot in her mind, already envisioning a grand, tragic love story. Meredith was the abused heroine, saving the wealthy young master, only to be forcefully imprisoned, tortured, becoming his hidden lover. Couples playing their own games common in wealthy circles. But the crucial difference was Meredith saved Ethan's life. If this got out, how could the family face anyone? No wonder on their wedding anniversary, Rosalie Leighton kept hovering around them, the Leighton parents acting overly familiar. It turned out her son was the one behaving disgracefully. Arthur considered the situation, then decided, "All right then. Since you've already interacted with Miss Leighton, and your Uncle Leighton mentioned the possibility of becoming in-laws just the other day, perhaps you should just end things with this Meredith. We'll compensate her financially, consider it thanks for saving you back then." "No, Dad, Mom, it's all a misunderstanding with Miss Leighton. I only picked her up twice. Nothing happened between us," Ethan objected, quickly distancing himself from Rosalie. He then explained everything to his parents openly, from falling for Meredith, but holding the grandmother's bracelet against her, leading to neglect, to his confusion and interaction with Rosalie while trying to sort out his feelings for Meredith. "Dad, it's all my fault, every single mistake. I foolishly blamed her for losing Grandma's bracelet, that's why I ignored her," Ethan confessed. "But she stuck by me all these years, scrimping and saving to pay off my debts. Whatever debt she owed me is long cleared." "Dad, Mom, now I want to make it up to her properly. She did nothing wrong." The young parents had weathered storms, but Emily couldn't accept her brother. This was worse than any abuse novel. "So, Meredith knows your identity now?" Arthur asked after hearing the whole story. Ethan nodded. "Yes," she found out. "We just reconciled a few days ago." Vivian sighed sorrowfully, wiping tears from her eyes. She remembered after her father passed, her mother often sat under the grape arbor in the yard, sunning herself, the gold bracelet in her hand polished smooth. She always thought the bracelet was lost during Ethan's accident. Who knew Meredith sold it? Vivian felt an undeniable pang of sadness, murmuring, "A gold bracelet, how much could it be worth? Why did she sell it? If she needed money, our family could have given it to her." Ethan sensed trouble, about to defend Meredith, when Emily piped up first. "Mom, that's not right. It wasn't necessarily the older sister being greedy. Maybe she had unavoidable difficulties. She refused to believe the person who saved Scarlett was bad. Look, she saved Scarlett and didn't ask for anything in return, right? Older sister must have had her reasons." Reasons. Those words jolted Ethan. Meredith was going through her parents' deaths around that time. He remembered her father's accident implicated several people, requiring compensation. Did she use the bracelet money to pay the compensation? If so, then he was a complete bastard. Arthur dismissed these concerns. The main issue now was Meredith marrying into their family. "So you still want to be with her, even if your mother dislikes her now?" Arthur pressed. The bracelet held sentimental value. Meredith selling it understandably upset Vivian. Ethan felt torn. He had avoided telling his family precisely because he feared his mother would dislike Meredith over this. If his mother disapproved, his father likely wouldn't support him either. Meredith, with her stubborn pride, wouldn't try to win them over for his sake. Recalling Emily's words earlier, the bowl of clear soup, The two dry, hard buns the bone broth he ate at lunch churned in Ethan's stomach. He wouldn't let Meredith suffer anymore, definitely not. "Mom, I'm sorry. If you're angry, be angry at me. This has nothing to do with Meredith," Ethan said softly. He couldn't wrong Meredith, he couldn't. Chapter 31. Tutoring. "Mom, I'm sorry." Ethan knelt before Vivian, pleading, "I was the one who lost Grandma's bracelet. If you must blame someone, blame me. Please don't blame Meredith." Her parents had just passed away, she had huge debts to repay, she had no other choice. "Mom, Grandma's keepsake is important, but older sister saved brother's life. Can't we just consider it even?" Emily suddenly looked up, begging her mother not to blame Meredith, hugging Vivian's arm coaxingly. Besides, these past few years with brother, she influenced him so much. "Didn't you often say brother became much more mature in his work at the company?" "That's because being with older sister influenced him. She definitely isn't greedy, otherwise how could she stay with my poor brother for so long?" Supported by Emily, Ethan looked hopefully at Vivian. "Then he shouldn't have been indecisive. Does he think he's some prince or emperor? Planning to enjoy the company of two women?" Vivian was primarily angry at Ethan. Her child wasn't like this before. Now he resorted to toying with a girl's feelings. "I didn't, Mom, I didn't," Ethan quickly promised. "I've already made things clear with Rosalie Leighton. I compensated her too." "And this Meredith?" Vivian asked. Meredith, he had wronged her. Ethan's heart ached. "Mom, I'm serious about Meredith. Life is long, I will make it up to her." "Mom, believe me, this time I was foolish. I won't make this mistake again," he pleaded. He had lost Meredith once, he couldn't lose her a second time. Vivian remained silent, contemplating the sincerity of his words. Ethan shot Emily a look. Emily understood, got up, sat between her parents, cajoling each one. Dad, look, older sister, coming from that background, could still get into the art university. Art is so expensive, yet she never took shortcuts, always won first-class scholarships. Doesn't that prove how outstanding she is? Much better than any pampered young lady. This wasn't entirely wrong. When they first learned of Meredith's existence, Arthur and Vivian had thoroughly investigated her. Naturally, they were assured of her character, which is why they commissioned a painting from her. It's also why they allowed their son to associate with her for so long. They just didn't know about the bracelet incident, nor that their son had treated her so poorly. "Mom, look at that Rosalie Leighton." The entire oil painting department, new brother and older sister were dating. Did she not know? When my brother was poor, did she show any interest? Now that my brother changed his clothes, suddenly she's interested. Doesn't care if he has a girlfriend, still gets so close to him. I think her character is far worse than older sisters, Emily reasoned. Mistresses were the worst. Emily decided to mentally label Rosalie. HMPH, materialistic, hypocritical. Compared to her, she preferred the older sister much more. "Mom, if you're really bothered about Grandma's bracelet, fine, let older sister and brother give you more grandchildren later. Then you'll be a grandma. Don't our family traditions say grandmas buy bracelets for grandchildren? Just consider it for the grandchildren. Why be angry with the grandchild's mother?" Emily grew bolder, simultaneously covering for Ethan. "One bracelet won't even be enough then, you'll have to prepare several more." Ethan caught on, nodding eagerly, promising, "Yes, Mom, Meredith and I will have more kids later. However many you want, we'll have." First, appease the matriarch. Then, go back and apologize to the younger ancestor. Emily mentioned so many things he didn't know. He must have been a real jerk before, making Meredith distrust him. The topic strayed completely off course thanks to Emily. "Nonsense, you're a girl, spouting such gibberish, saying whatever comes to mind," Arthur snorted. Women were soft-hearted, easily swayed by their children. He was different. He didn't consider this a major issue at all. Vivian looked at Arthur. Seeing his do-whatever-I-don't-care attitude, she relented. "About the bracelet, I can let it go. Consider it thanks for saving you. It should have gone to your wife anyway." She could pretend the bracelet went to her future daughter-in-law, but could he guarantee it would definitely be Meredith? Dating multiple girlfriends, I have no opinion. But being emotionally fickle is not allowed in our family. Arthur followed Vivian's lead. "Immediately cut off all your messy relationships, or watch out for my belt." Arthur's belt. Ethan shuddered at the thought. Ethan nodded. Arthur, seeing the matter settled, got up and kicked Ethan lightly in the back. Ethan stumbled forward into Vivian's embrace. With both children acting cute, Vivian softened, letting go of her grievances. "Mom, once you meet Meredith, you'll definitely like her," Ethan assured. Meredith was so well-behaved, hardworking, ambitious, exactly the type his mother admired. "Meet. You have to bring her back first for me to meet her," Vivian conceded. This might be the last time her son pleaded with her like this. He already had a girlfriend. Perhaps soon he'd start his own family, become the pillar of another household. Though she regretted the bracelet, she was more angered by her son's infidelity. Ethan nodded, promising to bring Meredith home soon. "Ah, Mom, can I ask older sister to help me with tutoring then?" Emily seized the moment of maternal affection and opportune atmosphere. "Actually, it's Scarlett whose studies fell behind. She wants older sister to tutor her. I want to join Scarlett." Today, the two went to the art university looking for Meredith primarily for this reason. Scarlett Sutton, trying to salvage her academics after wasting time on that scumbag, needed to catch up. Scarlett felt self-conscious about gossip, so she thought of asking Meredith, known for good grades, for help. Emily, being her classmate, would join the sessions to deflect some gossip for Scarlett. Meredith needed money, tutoring wasn't tiring work, mutually beneficial. Meredith's character was reliable. The young parents found it acceptable. Ethan thought it was a great idea. This way, Meredith wouldn't have time for the bar job at night. A win-win situation, he fully supported it. That night, after his parents retired, Ethan knocked on Emily's door. Emily, in cute pajamas, was reporting the situation to Scarlett. They were celebrating a phased victory when the knock interrupted. Opening the door, she saw Ethan leaning against the frame. "Brother, why aren't you sleeping so late? Was Dad's kick too light? Did it knock some sense into him? Or maybe scrambled his brains further?" Ethan ignored her disrespectful tone, handing Emily 2 bundles of cash. "Here's 20,000. Half is your pocket money for this month. Give the other half to your sister-in-law. Find a way to mix it into the tutoring fees without her noticing. When you and Scarlett hang out later, take your sister-in-law along." With Meredith's sky-high pride, she'd never used the card he gave her. Also, schedule the classes during the week, after 8 p.m. This way, she'd have to quit the bar job. Painting during the day, tutoring at night, that was normal part-time work for a university student. Of course, not working at all was best. Tutoring after 8 p.m. meant the buses stopped running late. He could also pick her up and drop her off, demonstrating attentiveness. Emily's eyes lit up at the sight of money. She quickly nodded, hugging the cash. "Rest assured, Comrade Mission Guaranteed will make sure sister-in-law's tutoring experience is comfortable and worry-free." Heh, older sister becomes sister-in-law, and she gets a hefty commission. Excellent, excellent. Chapter 32. Playing pitiful Ethan video called Meredith from his room, taking off his shirt to show her the bruise on his back. Arthur's kick, while not severe, left a red mark. He wanted to show Meredith before it faded, hoping to gain some sympathy points. "How did you get that?" Meredith found it strange. "Wasn't he fine this afternoon?" "Dad hit me. There are other places too, not suitable to show you." Ethan deliberately sounded embarrassed, painting himself as pitifully wronged. Why? Ethan was considered a promising child among the wealthy second generation. He joined the company before graduating, was hardworking and polite. Why would his father hit him? At this, Ethan bit his lower lip, looking somewhat guilty. "My sister and her friend went to the art university looking for you. They came back and told Dad I wasn't treating you well. Dad got angry and beat me up." Although slightly exaggerated, the bruise was evidence. Meredith listened without comment. To say Arthur hit Ethan to defend her, Meredith didn't believe it for a second. More likely, Arthur was disappointed in his son's actions and disciplined him. Meredith didn't expose him, just smiled and acknowledged it. "Meredith, since Dad already punished me, don't be angry about the past anymore, okay? I promise I'll compensate you doubly in the future." Just now, Emily recounted everything she knew. Only then did Ethan realize the extent of Meredith's suffering during the period he was hesitant and uncertain. Meredith didn't say much, just shook her head. It's long past. She hadn't held on to it. His telling her to beg, wasn't he right? At that time, apart from not literally begging on the street, her situation was essentially the same. Asking for a loan wasn't that different from begging, just unsuccessful. In the future, living together, she didn't necessarily need his financial help. She could support herself through her own work. She wanted equality with Ethan, not dependency due to finances. Only then, in the uncertain future, after she uprooted the weeds in her heart, could she avoid devastating injury, avoid being left bleeding and mangled. Ethan observed her micro-expressions. Seeing no signs of anger, he relaxed. "Meredith, I was wrong before. Keep track of it all. We have plenty of time later. I'll let you vent, get even." Meredith smiled and nodded, appearing docile and obedient. Ethan felt satisfied. She was obedient like before, just the way he liked her. "After your brother finishes his exams, I'll pick you up. Let's have dinner with my parents, okay?" Ethan proposed. Now was the perfect time to make their relationship public. "Consider it giving face to your father-in-law, who disciplined me today. You should meet my parents too. They're very nice, won't make things difficult for you." Father-in-law. Meredith hung up, lying in bed unable to sleep. She hadn't met Arthur Young, but based on others' descriptions, he was an upright businessman. Starting from scratch with his wife, he built the company. Right after Yang went public, he gave the shares to his wife, making her chairwoman. He was low-key, disliked flaunting wealth on social media, nor sharing his secrets to success. Having such a person as her father-in-law, Meredith couldn't picture it, just as she couldn't picture a future with Ethan. It would be wealthy, effortless. But all this would eventually need repayment, Meredith knew. During the 2 days of the college entrance exams, Marcus had his cast removed early. Ethan sent people over to assist Marcus with transportation for the exams. The day after the exams ended, Meredith needed to return to work. Ethan waited outside the exam center, took Marcus home. The three had dinner together before Ethan drove Meredith back to Seaport City. On the way back, Ethan drove focused, eyes on the road. Meredith chewed on marinated duck tongues, a local specialty. "Did your brother say which university he wants to attend?" "Don't know, I didn't ask." Meredith hadn't planned on asking. Marcus was an adult now, choosing his university was his freedom. Right, he's grown up now, should be able to make his own decisions. The siblings had no dependents, where they went was entirely up to them. But Ethan couldn't help considering Marcus's tuition and living expenses. These would be significant costs, difficult for Meredith to bear. She was so stubborn, unlikely to let him support her. They weren't blood siblings, Marcus couldn't leech off her. He needed to find a way to separate Marcus and Meredith financially, let Marcus become self-sufficient in university. "Do you know where Scarlett Sutton's family lives?" Ethan was lost in thought when Meredith suddenly asked. "She called me the day before yesterday, asking if I could tutor her, wondering if I could help." Ethan mentally praised Emily. He didn't expect her to act so quickly, already securing Meredith without raising suspicion. Though pleased, Ethan feigned ignorance. "Are you planning to go?" "Yes, I'll check out her situation first. If I can handle it, I'll quit the bar job after completing the month, then start there," Meredith nodded. She still had a few days left at the bar, she needed to give notice. Still going to the bar? Ethan sighed in frustration. Was she still thinking about that job? After resting these past few days, hadn't she recovered? Did she have to endure that hardship? Let's not go to the bar anymore. Rest well for a couple of days so you have energy for tutoring, Ethan persuaded. Places like that have high staff turnover. If you say you're quitting today, you can get paid and leave immediately. We don't need those few days' wages. Adrian Pierce was well connected in that scene. Calculating commission based on previous spending, ensuring immediate payment upon quitting was definitely possible, perhaps even with an extra bonus for Meredith. His reasoning wasn't entirely flawed, Meredith thought. If the tutoring job with Scarlett worked out, earning nearly $2,000 a month, resting and focusing on teaching would be better. Exhausting herself mentally at the bar wasn't sustainable. Plus, tutoring Scarlett long-term required mental effort. She needed concentration, couldn't be distracted. "I'll think about it." Seeing Meredith soften, Ethan pleaded weakly, "Meredith, I'm a man too. You might not care what others think, but as your boyfriend, Adrian and the others have already mocked me into oblivion. That place isn't safe either. Just for my sake, let's not go back to the bar, okay?" He hadn't dared tell her he already informed the bar she wouldn't be returning. He feared Meredith would feel he interfered too much in her life, but that kind of exhausting work wasn't suitable for a girl. "Later, you can go to your senior's studio during the day, tutor the Sutton girl at night. That way I'll be more at ease." More importantly, he thought being a teacher suited Meredith well, stable income, no stress, low pressure. Ideally, after a while, she'd stop going to her senior's studio too. He understood men best. That Sean fellow clearly had feelings for Meredith. Ethan pleaded, "Please, give me some face. Let's quit the bar, all right?" Just as he finished speaking, Meredith stuffed the half-bitten duck tongue into his mouth. Ethan chewed it up. This meant she agreed. Meredith purely wanted to shut him up. His whining was annoying. "Meredith," Ethan called her. She already agreed. What else did he want? Ethan had many questions but couldn't voice them. After much deliberation, he said nothing more. Regardless of truth, in Meredith's eyes, these matters were likely his past debts. Best not to mention anything now, let the past pass, use their future life together to mend past mistakes. Meredith returned to the dorm that night, bringing back many local snacks for her roommates. Evelyn, unusually, didn't display disdain, eating several pieces, though her words remained sharp. "Oh, the iron rooster is finally plucking its feathers." Meredith didn't retort, completely unaffected, smilingly encouraging Evelyn to eat more. Evelyn must be plotting something, trying to fatten her up. Lauren and Joanna exchanged glances. "Meredith, now that you and Ethan have reconciled, shouldn't you publicly declare your sovereignty?" Today, she and Joanna saw Ethan drop Meredith off at the university. At the west gate, Meredith didn't let Ethan come in. They remained low-key as before, maintaining distance in public, not even holding hands. They knew the two had been together 3 years, but others at the university didn't. These past few days, Rosalie Leighton's roommates were restless, boasting everywhere that Rosalie was marrying into a famous Seaport City wealthy family. If Meredith and Ethan continued this secretive behavior, would it cause trouble for Meredith? Meredith shook her head. She had no such thoughts for now. Chapter 33. The meeting the next morning, Meredith received a call from Wendy Stone, enthusiastically inviting her for a beauty treatment together today, followed by dinner at the young family's home tonight. Ethan and Meredith had agreed yesterday to bring her to meet his parents, but they returned too late, rescheduling for today. Setting aside how Wendy knew about today's plans, just the fact that Wendy wanted to insert herself into such a private matter, Meredith admired her thick skin. She was meeting his parents. What business was it of hers? Even if it were, it wasn't Wendy's place. Meredith hadn't bought nice clothes in a long time. Meeting Ethan's parents for the first time required dressing presentably. Her fashion sense was average. She specifically asked Evelyn for advice. That morning, the entire dorm mobilized, heading to the mall for a shopping spree. Meredith initially intended to buy clothes herself, but ended up passively trying things on. Meeting parents is different from dating. Of course, you need to dress more obedient. Families like Ethan's would have investigated Meredith thoroughly. They're not short on money, you don't need fancy clothes to impress. Overdressing might seem insincere. Evelyn vetoed everyone else's choices with a single vote. Blowing imaginary dust off her nails, she selected a few more everyday dresses for Meredith, then led her downstairs towards the makeup section. Meredith had a complicated history with this brand. The sales associate warmly introduced new products. Meredith hadn't planned on buying anything, assuming Evelyn wanted something, so she browsed casually. Unexpectedly, Evelyn picked out 2 items and told Meredith to pay. Meredith was baffled. Lauren and Joanna were equally confused. Evelyn's background and personality meant she never took things from others. What was this now? Evelyn, knowing what the 3 must be thinking, rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Ethan's sister loves this brand's makeup. His mother uses this brand's eye cream. Are you planning on going to their house empty-handed? Poor ghost, now is the time for etiquette. Don't tell me you were planning on just bringing some fruit. Meredith had thought that, but didn't dare say it, fearing another round of poor ghost ridicule. Meredith proactively went to pay. Evelyn instructed her to add the spending points to her own card. It just exceeded 1 million points, earning a complimentary bottle of perfume. You don't have a card yet. These points are useless anyway. Perfect for me to exchange for perfume as compensation. When you become a rich wife later, you'll have plenty of opportunities to get cards and splurge. Evelyn, rarely showing a gossipy face, waved the newly acquired perfume in front of Meredith. You've used it before. How does this scent feel? It's all right. You know I don't like strong scents. If you like it, you can have the other bottle too, Meredith smiled faintly. It was usable, she supposed. Evelyn had opened the perfume Ethan gave her. She only smelled it once. It still sat untouched in her drawer. Evelyn understood, saying no more. The silent exchange between the two left Lauren and Joanna bewildered. Fortunately, Meredith, uncharacteristically, treated them to milk tea, and they forgot about the matter. Evelyn snorted, leading Lauren and Joanna for milk tea, ordering the most expensive options, making Meredith spend $30. Ostensibly because Meredith was a soon-to-be wealthy wife and couldn't appear cheap. Lauren and Joanna, tagging along with Evelyn, focused on eating, not asking questions. This milk tea wasn't easy to come by. Need to give you some thanks back, otherwise this poor ghost will hold it against me forever. Evelyn deliberately slurped her milk tea loudly while speaking. My dad brought back 2 bottles of small batch liquor from a small southern town. It's not famous, but Ethan's father likes it. Take it with you today, saves me a trip. Wasn't it a bit too formal? Meredith remembered back home, only the groom's side brought liquor when visiting. Evelyn raised an eyebrow. Meredith didn't dare question. In the afternoon, the group returned to campus. Evelyn retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from her cabinet, a paper bag decorated with ink wash paintings, the ceramic-like jars seemingly sealed with clay. Handing them to Meredith, Evelyn said, "Consider this my apology for hiding things, knowing Ethan's identity early on and helping deceive you." Back then, her father wanted her to go on a blind date with Ethan. Ethan disappeared after a few meetings, reappearing already with Meredith. By the time she found out, it was too late to reveal the truth. "Evelyn, you knew Ethan before?" Lauren and Joanna were surprised. So Evelyn knew Ethan's identity all along? Evelyn nodded. In their social stratum, many connections existed. Knowing each other wasn't strange. When I came to Seaport City for university, my dad took me to meet the young family, asking them to look after me. That's why Evelyn knew the young family's preferences, often sarcastically, calling Meredith a poor ghost unfit for dating, intending to make Meredith aware of Ethan's true status. "Meredith, I admit, on your birthday, recommending this mall, asking you to pick up the bracelet here, it was intentional. I wanted you to run into Ethan." Thinking about this gave Evelyn a headache. After her father introduced her to the Youngs upon her arrival for university, he always assumed she and Ethan were in contact. A few days ago, her father asked how things were going with Ethan. Unable to answer, she thought finding an opportunity for Meredith to discover Ethan's identity would work. With Ethan having an official girlfriend, her father might quiet down for a while. If this led to their breakup, it would be a clean break. Meredith was sensible. Explaining things clearly wouldn't make her resentful. "You'd better secure your position in the young family now, otherwise I'll laugh at you even harder, you poor ghost," Evelyn warned. Men like Ethan weren't common. Finding one meant holding on tight. Lauren and Joanna exchanged glances, not understanding what the two were discussing. Meredith nodded. Meeting Ethan and Emily at the mall that day was too coincidental. Meredith had suspected Evelyn knew something before. Later, when Ethan waited for her at the West Gate, Evelyn recognizing him instantly wasn't accidental either. Now it seemed Ethan avoiding meeting her roommates was likely partly due to avoiding Evelyn. "Thank you," Meredith expressed her gratitude. Evelyn mocked her the most, yet also helped her the most. When she mentioned potentially needing to borrow money a few days ago, Evelyn even started eating frugally. Buying clothes and gifts, large and small expenses, left Meredith practically broke again. Meredith looked at her expense tracker and smiled wryly. All the commission from the bar was spent. Truly, what goes around comes around. The gifts for the young family weren't cheap. Fine, first meeting, couldn't be too shabby. Chapter 34. The in-laws. Ethan finished work punctually at 6 p.m. and went to the university to pick up Meredith. He wanted to spend the day helping her prepare, but Meredith stopped him, forcefully sending him off to work. Meredith, tidied up and made presentable by Evelyn back at the dorm, carried her bags and walked towards Ethan. Ethan, waiting at the West Gate as requested, brightened upon seeing her. "Wow, my girlfriend looks so beautiful today. Miss Yates must have put in a lot of effort." Taking the bags and glancing inside, he knew Evelyn contributed. He helped Meredith into the car. Good, she was prepared, saved him the trouble. Meredith thought darkly. Your and Adrian Pierce's contributions were the greatest. This was all thanks to the commission kickbacks from Adrian's spending sprees. How about I book a restaurant another day and treat your roommates? Ethan suggested. It was a common custom in universities. When a roommate started dating, the boyfriend treated the others. Ethan hadn't done so before due to the bracelet issue and avoiding Evelyn. Now unburdened, he naturally wanted to extend the invitation. Final exams are coming up soon, probably no time, Meredith shrugged. They'd figure it out later. Roommates had different elective courses, different exam schedules. Getting everyone together temporarily was difficult. Lauren and Joanna were still clueless about Ethan's identity. She needed time to explain. Arriving at the young residence, Meredith saw the kind of villa only seen on TV. The garden was meticulously maintained, rows of climbing roses lining the path to the entrance. Fountains, sculptures, lush greenery, swings, everything reflected the owner's exquisite taste. Arthur and Vivian Young, dressed casually yet elegantly, waited in the living room. Dad, Mom, this is Meredith. Upon entering, Ethan introduced her first. Uncle, Auntie, hello, Meredith greeted them. Arthur Young looked imposing and righteous, tall without the middle-aged paunch, still robust and spirited. Vivian Young, shedding her chairwoman persona, presented as a gentle and virtuous housewife at home. Don't be so formal. We're happy you came for dinner. No need to bring gifts next time. Vivian accepted Meredith's gifts, telling her not to bring presents for future meals. Arthur Young, pleased his son brought his girlfriend home, had the maid open the bottle of liquor Meredith brought immediately, clearly intending to share drinks with Ethan during dinner. Uncle, this liquor was given to me by my roommate, Evelyn Yates, Meredith clarified, not taking credit. Arthur had a flash of realization, remembering the Yates girl. Oh, old Yates' daughter, haven't seen her in a while. Bring her along for dinner sometime later. Arthur, preoccupied with the liquor, didn't care who gave it. Ethan agreed. Meredith wasn't good at flattery, mostly answering Vivian's questions politely. Vivian steered clear of Meredith's family background, focusing on topics Meredith found interesting. This family atmosphere reassured Meredith. Ethan's parents weren't harsh like TV stereotypes, proving to be very amiable potential in-laws. Vivian personally went to the kitchen. Meredith followed to help. Ethan and Arthur watched TV outside. Ethan, restless, kept worrying about the kitchen situation. Arthur, seeing his son's anxiety, chuckled, "What's the rush? Your mother won't eat her." Their father-son duo notoriously couldn't distinguish salt. The kitchen was forbidden territory for them. Ethan primarily worried his mother would bring up the bracelet issue. He hadn't discussed it with Meredith yet. Arthur thought he was worrying unnecessarily. His wife was the most magnanimous person, surely wouldn't embarrass Meredith. At 6 p.m., Emily returned. Still in her school uniform, she rushed in. Older sister, good evening, we meet again. Behind her followed Scarlett Sutton. Evidently, the driver picked up Emily from school, and the two came back together. Scarlett's complexion had improved considerably since Meredith last saw her. Entering, Scarlett appeared reserved, facing Arthur and Vivian. Uncle, Auntie, sorry for intruding. No problem, the more the merrier. Your parents said they're arriving soon. Let's wait a bit. We'll eat once they arrive, Vivian smiled. The house hadn't been this lively in a long time. Since Ethan started pretending to be poor for dating, he visited less often. Just as she finished speaking, a car pulled up outside. Hearty laughter preceded General Sutton's entrance, followed by his wife. Scarlett's father exuded strong military bearing, dressed in uniform, with imposing features and stern aura. 4 stars adorned his shoulder. Meredith didn't recognize the rank, but knew it was high. Arthur happily welcomed them, insisting on drinks with General Sutton. Scarlett Sutton's father is a military man. Knowing we were having dinner home tonight, he came specifically regarding Scarlett's matter. Ethan seized a moment to whisper an explanation to Meredith. The two sets of parents shared similar temperaments. Fathers exceptionally capable, mothers mostly gentle women protected under their husbands' wings. At the dinner table, the parents dominated the conversation. Ethan accompanied them in drinking. Meredith became a background figure, lacking presence, which she found comfortable. Ah, this old liquor still tastes good. Old Young didn't expect that after we ventured out together back then, you'd be the first to have joyous news at home. General Sutton took a sip, chuckling. Back when our daughters were born around the same time, we joked about arranging a marriage. Mrs. Sutton nudged her husband, chiding, "You've had 2 sips and started talking nonsense." Meredith, don't mind him. That was just parents joking back then. Your uncle didn't mean anything else. With things said so explicitly, could Meredith possibly mind? It's all right. Meredith outwardly said it was fine, but under the table, she fiercely pinched Ethan's thigh. Ethan's smile widened. He stood up to propose a toast, then sat back down, firmly grasping Meredith's hand, preventing her escape. Emily and Scarlett covered their mouths, giggling secretly. "Right, Meredith, don't take it to heart. Uncle is happy today," spoke carelessly. "You'll need to look after Scarlett more in the future. If she misbehaves, feel free to discipline her." General Sutton raised his glass towards Meredith, then drained it himself. Ethan had no choice but to follow suit. Mrs. Sutton watched, feeling poignant. The Young family's eldest son was outstanding from a young age. Having him as a son-in-law would naturally be wonderful. Contrasting with her own daughter, who ran away from home at a young age, got involved with. Now the boy's girlfriend was brought home. Not only academically excellent, but also saved her daughter. What more could she be dissatisfied about? Sensing the mood shift, Vivian quickly changed the subject, asking Meredith, "Meredith, you're about to be a senior. Any plans?" Meredith replied. "These days, I've been helping out at a senior's art studio, teaching part-time. I plan to get my teaching certification in the latter half of the year, then decide further." She previously planned to return home to teach, but reconciling with Ethan rendered that plan unfeasible. She had to reconsider. Vivian nodded, exchanging a look with Arthur, seemingly satisfied. She then said, "Being a teacher isn't bad, but competition in Seaport City is fierce now. With just a bachelor's degree, the pressure is immense. Have you considered pursuing a master's? I heard from your dean that you're very talented. He also hopes you continue your studies. A master's degree." Meredith had considered it, but lacked funds, already abandoning the idea. Her major was expensive. She didn't have Rosalie's family resources to be packaged as a young artistic prodigy. Nor was her field as commercially viable as design majors. She remained relatively unknown. Ethan squeezed Meredith's shoulder, smiling. "Mom, Meredith and I discussed it. We'll support her continued education." Meredith has already started preparing for next year's master's entrance exam. They had discussed pursuing a master's long ago, back when they were still poor. Ethan promised then, regardless of circumstances, he would ensure Meredith could study for her master's, even further if she wished. Meredith nodded along. To integrate into such a privileged family, her only asset was the halo of higher education. Her presence at this dinner table was partly due to Ethan, partly due to her academic achievements. "Studying is naturally good. Our family doesn't need girls to earn money. Just focus on your studies. Ethan will support you with everything else. Emily and Scarlett, you two should also learn from Meredith. Don't neglect your studies." Vivian and Mrs. Sutton jointly lectured the other 2 girls. The girls groaned dramatically. Meredith finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, the driver took Meredith and Ethan back. Vivian privately gave Meredith a bracelet. Not jade or emerald, but a simple gold bangle, saying it was left by Ethan's paternal grandmother, now given to her as a meeting gift. Remarkably, the Young family seemed fond of gold. Ethan's maternal grandmother's bracelet had a phoenix pattern. His paternal grandmother's was a plain gold band. Thinking of his maternal grandmother's bracelet, Meredith felt the need to clarify, but Ethan, beside her, was drunk and fast asleep, unresponsive. Fine later then, Chapter 35. Invitation. After meeting Ethan's parents, Meredith returned to her busy routine of part-time work. During the day, she went to Sean Davis's art studio. In the evenings, she tutored Scarlett Sutton and Emily Young at Scarlett's home every other day. Meredith was quite busy and hadn't found time to visit the Young residence again. Emily often brought her things. Mrs. Young bought always one for her, one for Emily, showing no favoritism. Emily's schoolwork was fine, but Scarlett had fallen significantly behind, requiring extensive foundational work, a heavy task. Mrs. Sutton, a military wife, was also a full-time homemaker. General Sutton was often away on duty. Every time Meredith visited, Mrs. Sutton prepared numerous treats for her, making Meredith feel slightly embarrassed. But tutoring at Emily's house was even more awkward. Her future in-laws were very kind, which paradoxically made Meredith more self-conscious. Occasionally, Meredith took the two little sisters out for tutoring sessions at cafes or quiet professional study rooms. After class, Ethan would drive her back. At Sean Davis's studio, the current batch of high school graduates had all left. Good news trickled in. Several were accepted into the art university, becoming Meredith's future juniors. The studio temporarily slowed down. Sean gave Meredith time off, requiring her only on weekends during the summer break. Life truly started improving. Meredith had some savings, tutoring became more manageable. She and Ethan tacitly avoided discussing the past, acting as if those unpleasant events never happened. Meredith felt teaching suited her. For now, she needed to focus on preparing for her master's entrance exam. 7 days after the college entrance exams, results were released. Meredith didn't ask Marcus how he did. Her part was over. His future path was his to decide. Meredith focused on preparing for her own final exams, shuttling between the studio and the library. One day, Scarlett Sutton and Emily Young came to the university looking for her. Meredith took them to the library to study. Ethan picked them up afterwards for dinner. Scarlett and Emily chattered excitedly about what to eat. Meredith had no preference. The two debated endlessly without reaching a conclusion. Brother, moment of truth, are we truly siblings? You love barbecue, right? Emily, seeing Meredith remain neutral, resorted to appealing to Ethan's brotherly affection. Scarlett, not wanting to be outdone, pulled Meredith aside, extolling the virtues of a newly opened Japanese restaurant, praising its freshness and ingredients. Having entered the young family's circle later, her mother specifically advised her against being overly familiar with Ethan, so she mostly interacted with Meredith. Ethan threw his hands up. His vote lay with Meredith. Meredith wanted to suggest the university cafeteria, but seeing the two girls' pleading expressions, she couldn't bring herself to be so cruel. She ultimately chose the Japanese restaurant. She actually craved seafood too. The two high school girls watched with keen interest. Emily and Scarlett had already transformed Meredith's story from a tragic melodrama into a domineering CEO's sweet pampering romance. Teenage girls harbor fervent fantasies about love. The two chattered about nonsensical, dramatic character names. Ethan found the girls incredibly noisy, sighing helplessly to Meredith. Looks like having sons might be better in the future, quiet, less drama. Meredith looked at him. Reaching that stage wasn't even certain yet, and here he was, thinking so far ahead. You're overthinking. Ethan didn't press her meaning. Yes, he was overthinking. Who said it had to be sons? Ideally, one boy, one girl. Having several more, he'd fully cooperate. What should they name them? Like his name, Ethan Meredith, Ethan Shaw. After dinner, it was getting late. Meredith couldn't return to her dorm. Ethan dropped the two younger girls off first, then took Meredith back to Imperial Clarity Estates. Meredith showered, changed, finished her routine, and lay reading in bed. Ethan came over, holding an invitation card. Day after tomorrow, Liam Stone and Wendy are having their engagement party. Liam specifically sent us the invitation today. If it were just for Ethan, no invitation would be needed, just a verbal notice. This invitation clearly showed respect for Meredith, though the primary purpose was still inviting Ethan. For them, more like for Ethan's sake. Would Wendy really invite her? Did she think Meredith was stupid? Meredith frowned, taking the invitation. Opening it, she saw the deep red matte paper with gold lettering. Inside, her name was written alongside the time and location of the event. The day after tomorrow, a weekend. Meredith closed the invitation, placed it on the bedside table, lay flat, and started browsing a shopping app on her phone. Marcus had gained some weight recently. She should buy him more clothes. He had too few. I'm not going. You, do as you please, go if you want. She refused to see Wendy. That was her biggest concession to Ethan. Meredith wanted to say he shouldn't go either, but they were childhood friends. Preventing Ethan from attending wouldn't be right. Besides, she no longer had interest in controlling Ethan's actions. His freedom, not going. Do you have something unavoidable that day, or is it hard to get time off from the studio? Ethan was puzzled. Didn't she say the studio wasn't busy lately? No, I don't have anything specific that day. I simply don't want to go. Meredith didn't bother hiding her displeasure with Wendy, speaking directly. I can't be friends with her. She didn't want to force herself to accommodate Wendy. Wendy had recently tried frequently to show goodwill, leveraging the engagement party, inviting her shopping, or for beauty treatments. Each invitation reminded Meredith of Wendy's demeaning words in front of Rosalie Leeton. She, Meredith, had nothing but her self-respect to live by. She couldn't stoop to Wendy's level of opportunistic behavior, nor did she want association with such a clown. It was degrading. But Ethan didn't understand, assuming Meredith was being antisocial and withdrawn. He reasoned softly, "Meredith, I only have these few friends. Liam is the first among us to get engaged. I already accepted the invitation for you. We should at least show him some respect. That day, just spare a little time. We can arrive late, just show up for dinner, make an appearance, then leave." Did she really have something so important that she couldn't spare even a little time? Ethan snuggled closer to Meredith, playing with her hand, tickling her playfully while coaxing softly. "Besides, they all know we're together. If I go alone that day, Adrian and the others will mock me relentlessly. Even if you want to punish me, give me some face in public. Right now, I won't resist whatever you want to do." With that, Ethan lay flat like a starfish, his face screaming, "I won't resist, come get your revenge." Meredith was ticklish. Unable to bear his antics, she relented. "It's not that I don't want to go. It's just that this country bumpkin stench of poverty is too strong, noticeable from 10 miles away. I feel ashamed, wouldn't want to pollute their engagement's fragrance." Hearing this, Ethan understood the implication, sitting up abruptly. Who said that, Liam or Wendy? Eating bare heart leopard gall? Dared to say that about her, go ask them yourself. In any case, my status doesn't match your friends. I'd rather not invite ridicule. Meredith shook her head. These words, she returned them verbatim to Wendy. She rolled over, clearly unwilling to discuss further, turning her back to Ethan and preparing to sleep. Ethan wanted to press further, but the words were truly hurtful. Making Meredith repeat them was unkind. He knew Meredith's stubborn nature. She was honest, wouldn't fabricate accusations. It must have been either Liam or Wendy who spoke ill of her, and Meredith overheard. Liam, he knew somewhat. Like Meredith, he came from out of town. Unlikely he'd say such things. Most likely it was Wendy. Ethan clenched his teeth in anger. Gave her face? What kind of person was she? Chapter 36. Anxious Friday, Ethan went to work, spending the entire day discussing a project with Liam Stone. He didn't ask Liam who made those remarks. Liam, caught up in pre-engagement excitement, busy accepting colleagues' congratulations, didn't notice Ethan's unusual mood. Saturday morning, Ethan arrived early at the art studio with snacks Emily Young recommended as girlfriend placating essentials to accompany Meredith. From 10 a.m., Ethan's phone rang incessantly. Ethan ignored it. Meredith, focused on her final project, paid no attention. At 11 a.m., Liam stopped calling. Adrian Pierce and the others took over, bombarding him with calls and messages. Annoyed beyond measure, Ethan finally answered one call from Liam, curtly stating, "I'm used to hanging out with country bumpkins now. My stench of poverty is too strong. I'm not worthy to dine at your table." Then he hung up and turned off his phone. Hearing this, Liam was utterly stunned. Everything seemed fine yesterday. What changed today? Did Ethan misunderstand something? Or did something happen that he didn't know about? Adrian Pierce, hearing Ethan wasn't coming, immediately prepared to leave, not even bothering with a polite excuse. Once he left, the group following him quickly dispersed as well. Liam lost all interest in hosting guests. He rushed to find Wendy, demanding an explanation. Wendy, hearing Ethan's tone, turned pale with fright, hastily confessing the demeaning things she said about Meredith on the Youngs' wedding anniversary to curry favor with Rosalie Leeton. Did someone overhear and report her to Meredith to gain favor? That explained why Meredith ignored all her attempts at goodwill. Liam felt even worse. He grew up with Ethan, true, but his family background wasn't comparable. Now working at Ethan's company, leveraging the childhood friend connection, he received courtesy from Adrian's circle of heirs. Otherwise, he too was just a stinking beggar from a small town. He vividly remembered Adrian's contemptuous laughter when mocking entrepreneurs. He didn't want to end up like that. Now Meredith's status was different. His fiancée calling her poor ghost, country bumpkin, anyone would find it offensive, let alone Meredith. Honey, what do we do now? Wendy was terrified, calling Meredith to apologize, but the calls went unanswered. Her comments essentially told her boss she insulted his future wife. Would this affect her job? Wendy was local, possessed inherent local pride. Now her future might be ruined by that very pride. What can we do? Go out and entertain the guests first. After it's over, you go apologize to her, Liam said wearily. He was partly at fault too. He told Wendy about the conflict between Ethan and Meredith, indirectly leading Wendy to believe Ethan didn't value Meredith, resulting in her careless words being overheard by someone malicious. Wendy nodded, forcing a smile, and went out with Liam to socialize. Throughout the weekend, Ethan stayed with Meredith while she studied. The library's huge glass walls bathed Meredith in a warm glow. Ethan sat beside her, reviewing company reports. Occasionally looking up from his work, he saw Meredith wearing headphones, listening to English recordings. Suddenly, he felt this was how Meredith should be, not struggling everywhere for survival. Compared to the peaceful harmony here, Liam and Wendy weren't having such a comfortable time. Wendy constantly strategized, searching for a perfect excuse to explain the situation. Monday morning at work, Wendy rushed to Ethan's office to explain, trying to absolve herself. Mr. Young, please don't misunderstand. I truly never said those things, Wendy said nervously, adopting a victimized demeanor as if she were the wronged party, protesting her innocence first. Ethan, however, remained casual, calmly reviewing documents, paying her no mind. Wendy grew flustered. Mr. Young, someone must be deliberately spreading rumors, intentionally misleading Miss Shaw, sowing discord, making her misunderstand me. Mr. Young, my own fiancé Liam is also from out of town. How could I dislike Miss Shaw and deliberately belittle her? You and Miss Shaw reconciling, I should be happy. Someone must be jealous of Miss Shaw being with you, deliberately letting her hear those things to hurt her pride, drive a wedge between you. Wendy found her excuse, shifting all blame onto a non-existent person. So many people were there that day, mostly Rosalie Leighton's friends. As long as she firmly denied it, could anyone really point fingers at her? Perhaps Rosalie herself orchestrated this, but she couldn't admit saying those words now. Otherwise, the blame would fall squarely on Rosalie and her friends. Mr. Young, Wendy waited anxiously, her voice soft, aggrieved with the characteristic local accent that often evoked sympathy. Ethan ignored her overly dramatic tone, not believing a word she said. Wendy definitely said those things. Meredith wouldn't lie or wrongly accuse someone. But since neither specified when the words were spoken, he couldn't single anyone out. Meredith was his girlfriend, couldn't be wronged. Wendy was engaged to Liam, avoiding her completely was impossible. The problem now was how to make Meredith forgive Wendy. After considering for a while, Ethan hardened his expression, stating sternly, "Let the past be past. My girlfriend endured your harsh words, and now things are awkward. If you want peace, go apologize to Meredith. If she doesn't relent, you and Liam can forget about appearing at any event Meredith attends in the future." Wendy was, at best, a friend's wife, but his Meredith couldn't be slighted. Maintaining surface peace was his bottom line. Wendy quickly nodded. Even without Ethan's ultimatum, she needed to mend the relationship, otherwise affecting Liam's career would be disastrous. Exiting the office, Wendy's expression changed instantly. She sneered inwardly. Didn't expect a university student from a poor background to have such influence, capturing the heart of a wealthy young master. Returning to her own office, avoiding colleagues, Wendy resignedly picked up the phone to apologize to Meredith. Ultimately, Meredith was more capable, landing a better boyfriend than hers. She heard Ethan's parents accepted her, were even very satisfied with Meredith. The underdog one must be feeling smug now, wanting revenge. Thinking of her own poor in-laws, Wendy scoffed. Claimed to be neighbors with Mrs. Young, watched Ethan grow up. Yet, when she and Liam got engaged, not a single member of the Young family attended. Ultimately, useless. The thought angered Wendy. Stinking out-of-town beggars even dared ask for money, claiming they needed to build a house back home. Couldn't even afford decent attire, expected her to buy it for them. Her wedding was tainted by their stench of poverty. If her mother hadn't had leftover dresses for her, she wouldn't have given them a cent. Her mother was right. Poor people are the worst, unsophisticated. She needed to guard the family money tightly later. Couldn't let Liam send it back to support these poor relatives. These poor people were so annoying, hanging around for 2 days already, refusing to leave. Chapter 37. Retort after venting her frustration about her impoverished in-laws and cursing Meredith and Ethan's relationship to fail, wishing Ethan would eventually dump her. Wendy felt much better. Only then did she pick up the phone to call Meredith. Now that Ethan seemed to believe her, taking her side in this matter, Meredith would eventually have to yield too. Her husband Liam and Ethan were close friends. No matter how stubborn Meredith was, she had to consider the connections. Even if not for her sake, she had to give the young family face. Meredith would have to endure the discomfort and greet her with a smile. Otherwise, she'd appear petty, lacking grace, unfit for high society. Besides, Meredith was just an inexperienced student. Wendy felt confident she could manipulate her. Meredith, busy with final exams, ignored Wendy's calls. She wanted to block or delete Wendy, but kept the contact considering Ethan's relationship with Liam. Who knew Wendy would be so persistent? Since she wouldn't answer, Wendy kept calling. Annoyed, Meredith walked out of the library to take the call. "Miss Stone, if you bother me again, I'll tell Ethan exactly what you said to Rosalie Leighton, word for word. And I'll also tell him how you fawned over Rosalie as the main wife that night." They both knew the situation clearly. If Wendy had said something inappropriate during a casual gathering, Ethan might not have cared much. But that day was his parents' wedding anniversary. Meredith heard those words firsthand. If she slightly distorted Wendy's words when recounting them to Ethan, misleading him, Wendy wouldn't get off easy. Ethan would surely believe Wendy's words caused Meredith's subsequent disappearance. While Ethan committed those actions, he was now humbling himself before her. Wendy's exposure, back then, was the direct, cruel method that unveiled Ethan's 3-year secret. His pent-up frustration would all be directed at Wendy. New grudges added to old Meredith would settle the score with her altogether. "Miss Shaw, you misunderstand. I really didn't mean to say those things about you. I was just deceived by Rosalie and her friends. I just assumed Rosalie was firmly established as the main partner, so I boldly badmouthed the hidden ex-girlfriend behind her back, using her as a foil to highlight Rosalie's nobility." This tactic of substitution was played masterfully by Wendy. Meredith laughed mockingly. "Miss Stone, perhaps you don't know, I was sitting right behind you that night. It was Ethan's parents' wedding anniversary. I remember every word you said flattering Rosalie. If I bring up old scores with Ethan and threaten to break up, who do you think he'll blame?" People instinctively shift responsibility. Ethan did those things, but now, groveling before her, it was all thanks to Wendy's exposure back then. His frustration would all land on Wendy. You were there too." Wendy froze, terrified. She had drunk a bit that night, said quite a lot, even revealing Ethan's secrets. If Meredith brought this up every time they argued later, she'd never have peace. "Whether I was there or not, Rosalie Leighton should know best," Meredith reflected later. Her ability to hear Wendy's entire story that night likely involved Rosalie's subtle help. Her roommate deliberately asked about her relationship with Ethan. Rosalie lightly denied it, then conveniently brought up Meredith. Wendy, thinking she was manipulating inexperienced students, was actually lured into a trap set by several girls. Rosalie knew about Meredith and Ethan's relationship. That day, she deliberately gave her those 2 candies, emphasizing her relationship with Ethan, how much he spoiled her. On the anniversary night, Rosalie likely saw Meredith arrive too. Ethan was wealthy. To steal him, Rosalie couldn't afford the mistress label. So, she conspired with friends, using Wendy, to tarnish Meredith's reputation while simultaneously legitimizing herself. This way, if Rosalie and Ethan got together later, it would appear natural, fulfilling expectations. Meredith, the poor, greedy supporting character, would have to exit the stage disgraced. A well-laid plan, indeed. Unfortunately, Rosalie miscalculated one step. She didn't anticipate Ethan coming back to Meredith, not only admitting fault but also seeking reconciliation, leading them to get back together. Rosalie had no leverage, forced to withdraw to protect her reputation. No, perhaps she was lurking, waiting for another chance to snatch Ethan back. Meredith didn't care about these schemes. Wendy Stone, don't try to get close to me. Let's just coexist peacefully from now on. If you try anything in front of me again, neither of you will have an easy time. Considering Ethan and Liam's relationship, Meredith magnanimously warned Wendy once. Her vengeful streak wasn't strong, but she wasn't magnanimous enough to ignore such blatant snobbery. On the other end, Wendy clenched her teeth in hatred but didn't dare speak, hanging up meekly. Liam entered just then, saw his fiancée crying pitifully, and rushed to comfort her. "Liam," I swallowed my pride, begged Miss Shaw like that, and she's still not satisfied. "Just for a few words, does she want me to kneel?" Wendy grew increasingly aggrieved, sobbing in Liam's arms. "I've never bowed down like this even to my parents in my entire life, yet she's so aggressive I just told the truth. What more does she want?" "Mr. Young doesn't even blame me anymore, yet she refuses to let it go. What should I do?" Liam listened, angered, pitying his fiancée. He comforted her. "Don't worry about her attitude. Acting high and mighty before marriage, who knows if it'll even happen?" But this thought wasn't easily realized. The entire Young family skipped their engagement party. His parents visited the Youngs a few days ago. While they didn't say much explicitly, the message brought back was likely related to Wendy insulting Meredith. Ethan's parents clearly favored Meredith, snubbing his parents to defend her. They even bluntly called Wendy ill-mannered, telling his parents to inform Liam to educate Wendy properly about the family dynamics. Wendy could insult Meredith, they could cool the relationship. Liam felt resentful. Meredith reached the upper echelons faster than him, yet he pitied Wendy. He saw her calling Meredith these past few days, even going to the art university after work several times, only to be rebuffed each time. She returned unable to eat, cautious even around Ethan, terrified of saying the wrong thing. This Meredith was ungrateful, didn't know when to quit. Holding onto grudges over everything, her petty nature was fully exposed. Utterly unworthy of Ethan, even less worthy of the Young family's vast fortune. Liam consoled his fiancée, resolving to talk to Ethan tomorrow about Meredith's behavior. Wendy secretly rejoiced. Her tactic of using the apology visits to the university as an excuse to avoid Liam's parents these past few days had worked. College entrance exam season ended. Universities nationwide and parents faced the tense period of choosing majors and schools. These days, the art university bustled with activity. Freshman admissions concluded. Meredith received a call from Marcus. He was accepted into National University, first batch. National University was right next to the art university, separated only by a wall. Meredith chose a time to visit the neighboring campus. As the nation's most prestigious university, many alumni were pillars of the military establishment. National University contrasted sharply with the art university's artistic atmosphere, radiating masculine energy. Young men in uniform moved in organized formations everywhere. Soon, Marcus would be one of them, a future contributor to the nation's strength. Meredith felt a sudden wave of emotion. They had both grown up. Marcus, too. Chapter 38. Calculation. Exiting National University, Ethan waited for her at the gate. They had planned a date together. He took Meredith to a very private, hidden restaurant, rumored to be run by descendants of imperial chefs. Only the wealthy and influential could dine here. The restaurant featured the elegance of a Jiangnan garden, exquisitely designed, with the quiet charm of traditional Chinese landscaping. Trees served as partitions, ensuring strong privacy. Soft Jiangnan folk music played in the courtyard. Servers wore cheongsams. The pace of service was leisurely and deliberate, creating a feeling of stepping back into the Republican era. A perfect place for friends to gather on an afternoon, enjoy leisure time, chat, and drink tea. Meredith followed Ethan along the cobblestone path, faintly hearing conversations drift over. Mostly business talk. Some veiled discussions Meredith didn't understand, but knew were sensitive matters. Occasionally, familiar celebrities passed by. Seeing Ethan with the plainly dressed Meredith, carefully guiding her, they tactfully pretended not to know them. After a certain entertainment venue closed down, many significant deals were reportedly brokered here. Ethan had booked a pavilion in the middle of the lake. They ordered food, starting with tea. The tea master was young and beautiful, her technique refined. Meredith watched, momentarily captivated. The allure of such gentle elegance was undeniable. Even she, a woman, felt slightly moved. A server brought hot water and towels. Ethan rinsed his mouth, wiped his hands. How did Marcus do? Did he submit his university choices? Meredith nodded. The greenish silk towel felt slightly rough against her hand. The calluses hadn't faded yet. Using such fine silk felt wasteful. Meredith felt flustered, haphazardly dried her hands, and placed the towel back. The server collected the towels, discreetly waiting outside the pavilion. His scores seemed quite good. Several universities called him these past few days to discuss admissions. He ultimately chose National University himself. Or rather, National University offered the most comprehensive package. The recruiting professor visited their old house, learned about their financial situation, and designated Marcus as eligible for aid. The university covered tuition, room, board, even clothing. Good grades meant scholarships wouldn't be lacking either. Essentially, at National University, everything except finding a partner was taken care of. Marcus was tempted and chose National University, only informing Meredith after submitting his choice. Getting into National University means his scores must be high, Ethan commented. This top-tier institution was incredibly competitive. Sometimes, only 2 or 3 students were admitted from an entire province. A popular saying went, "Business University has money, National University has power." Meredith hadn't expected Marcus's scores to be that good. She remembered him seemingly doing everything but studying. The tea was fragrant. Ethan poured Meredith a cup. Did he mention his residency registration? Will he transfer it to the university or leave it where it is? Meredith shook her head. Marcus hadn't said. Transferring residency had pros and cons. Benefit: becoming a city resident at university. Drawback: if unable to find an employer who could accept his residency after graduation, he'd revert back. Current policies made transferring out easy, transferring in difficult. Many people ended up stuck in limbo. When Meredith enrolled at the Art University, she chose not to transfer her residency either. Hers was registered with Marcus's. If Marcus left, she'd be the only one remaining. Probably leave it at home. Otherwise, the house wouldn't have a registered resident, Meredith speculated. Since Marcus didn't mention transferring, he likely wouldn't. Servers brought the dishes. Ethan poured Meredith juice. Once all dishes were served, he dismissed the servers. Guests desired privacy. The servers discreetly withdrew. The large lakeside pavilion now held only Ethan and Meredith. "Meredith, my thinking is, you should persuade Marcus to transfer his residency out." Ethan served Meredith some light vegetables, suggesting softly. Meredith was confused. Why persuade Marcus to transfer his residency? Ethan explained, "You and he share the same household registration. If you want the house your father left, now is the time. Persuade him to transfer his residency to the university. Then you become the head of household. The house's ownership should naturally be yours." Gain ownership without a formal transfer? Meredith's hand froze, momentarily stunned. If it were that simple, why did her father go through the trouble of formally transferring the house to Marcus back then? This wasn't a self-built rural house where residency determined ownership. Of course, it's not that simple. But once he transfers his residency out, we can find ways to reclaim the house. Ethan sounded confident. Countless methods existed to claim property, far more sophisticated than Marcus's uncle's crude tactics. As long as Meredith played the emotional card effectively, he could handle the rest. Meredith remained silent. Ethan assumed she felt conflicted due to family ties and tried to reassure her. "Meredith, just persuade Marcus to transfer his residency. I'll handle the rest. Don't worry. Afterwards, we can buy Marcus an apartment here as compensation. If Marcus doesn't want it, we can give him cash instead." Owning property in Seaport City was a lifelong dream for many outsiders. High prices were one hurdle, eligibility was another. Remembering the moldy smell of that old apartment made Ethan uncomfortable, but it held significance as Meredith's parents' legacy. Since she wouldn't look at new properties, he suggested, if she truly wanted that house, he would help her get it back. Meredith now understood. Ethan wanted her to conspire with him to acquire the house, just not through blatant force like Marcus's uncle. Meredith looked at Ethan, suddenly feeling she didn't know him. a seasoned player in the business world, exploiting trust, seizing others' property without batting an eye. "How does doing this make you different from Marcus's uncle?" she asked. She knew he was trying to help her, but he was also revealing his manipulative side, using the guise of "it's for your own good," employing convoluted tactics, essentially selling Marcus out while making her feel indebted. "Meredith, you're not blood siblings. You've helped him so much. Now you're just reclaiming what's rightfully yours. It's completely different from his uncle," Ethan stated matter-of-factly. Discussing this with Meredith now was precisely to let her make the final decision. Besides, if Marcus were grateful, he should have returned the house to you already. Without you, could he have gotten into National University? He probably would have dropped out and ended up working in a factory long ago. Listen, the justification sounded so righteous. Ultimately, others were always at fault. Meredith felt suffocated. She put down her chopsticks, stood up, walked to the pavilion edge for air, watching the koi fish swim back and forth in the lake. "Meredith, Marcus isn't your biological brother. There's a blood barrier between you. What should be yours, you must reclaim. He's starting university now. He should be responsible for his own life." His meaning was clear. He wanted Meredith to sever ties with Marcus. This non-blood-related brother shouldn't leech off Meredith, shouldn't burden her. Ethan wasn't rushing her. He specifically brought her here today, prepared to give her time to think. "Meredith, trust me, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. We have a long future together. We can't have disagreements over such minor things." Meredith, being intelligent, should understand he was discussing certain matters with her. Marcus was just the beginning, a way for Meredith to adapt. Later, being together, there would be many more division of labor matters to discuss. His family background was extensive, social connections complex. Meredith needed to get used to these things. "Ethan," Meredith suddenly looked up, calling his name. "Marcus is my brother. No one is allowed to touch him. No one could drive Marcus away, not even Ethan. The house is his. I don't want it. Don't get any funny ideas." The Marcus who came to pick her up from the police station, he was her brother forever. Ethan had the least right to interfere. Chapter 39. Milk Candy's Ethan was going to France for a week on business. Meredith, caught up with exams, couldn't accompany him. Ethan never mentioned Marcus's matter again. Wendy Stone, after that day, stopped bothering her with calls. Meredith finally had 2 days of peace, but escaping one trouble led to another. 3 consecutive days of exams, and she encountered Rosalie Leighton in the exam hall every single time. Coincidence, indeed. Each exam had a different location, yet she always ended up in the same room as Rosalie and several of her friends. The probability felt lottery-worthy. Rosalie and her friends, upon seeing Meredith, looked visibly upset. Her friends shot Meredith several glares, then turned to comfort Rosalie in low voices. Meredith ignored it. Halfway through the exam, faint sobbing sounds came from Rosalie's direction. The invigilator reprimanded her impatiently. The sound subsided. After the exam finished, while Meredith was packing before she could leave, a voice behind her snapped, "HMPH pretending to be a talented lady stealing Rosalie's boyfriend like a homewrecker, you'll get your karma." Following this were whispers about "scumbag and cheap woman, a match made in heaven." The voice clearly belonged to one of Rosalie's friends, cursing her. Rosalie feigned intervention, weakly telling her friend to stop, but to little effect. Many students lingered, whispering among themselves, enjoying the drama. Soon, the entire exam hall knew about Meredith supposedly stealing Rosalie's wealthy boyfriend. The story, spun by Rosalie's friends, had already morphed multiple times. The most outrageous version claimed Meredith, feeling dizzy from low blood sugar, accepted 2 milk candies Rosalie kindly offered. Then, using the candies as an excuse, Meredith schemed to meet Ethan, playing pitiful, seeking protection, gradually seducing him away. For instance, the day before, Ethan supposedly bought Rosalie a jewelry set to please her. But the next day, he stopped answering her calls, giving her the cold shoulder breakup treatment. It was likely Meredith's manipulation forcing Ethan to do so. Truly a hick from the mountains, using looks to seduce men. Shame means less than a full stomach. Who knows what she and Ethan have already done? Meredith found this reason particularly absurd. In her current state, skinny and flat-chested, she possessed looks worthy of seduction. The rumors grew increasingly wild. A normal relationship was twisted by Rosalie's friends into something sordid, worthy of a crime show feature. Yet, the criminal Meredith said nothing. Since they didn't confront her directly, Meredith ignored it. On the third day, after the exam ended, the invigilator collected the papers and left. Meredith was about to leave too when Rosalie's friend blocked her path, demanding, "Meredith Shaw apologized to Rosalie." Meredith was speechless. They fabricated stories about her, yet she had to apologize. Apologize for what? Meredith asked, looking past the friend at the tearful, aggrieved Rosalie. "Rosalie Leighton, did I steal your boyfriend? Or do you want those 2 milk candies back? Or perhaps you want me to recount how you and your friends deliberately guided Wendy Stone's words on Ethan's parents' wedding anniversary to drive me away?" Who couldn't spin tailies. Meredith did leave the party because of those words. She later learned Ethan planned to confess to her that day. Maybe Rosalie and her friends intentionally misled Wendy to get rid of her? I didn't, Rosalie, unprepared for Meredith's direct confrontation, flustered. Being from a scholarly family, she was thin-skinned and guilty, stammering incoherently. Her friend, seeing Rosalie falter, immediately rallied support. "Rosalie, don't be afraid, tell everyone the dirty things." Meredith did let the classmates see her true colors. "Yes, tell us." "I'm all ears," Meredith interjected. Having endured Marcus's aunt's tirades, these petty tactics were nothing. "But clarify first, what is your relationship with Ethan? Then I'll believe you didn't." Meredith gathered her things, preparing to leave, then paused as if struck by realization. "Oh, I get it. It's the kind of relationship that lets your friends act high and mighty." Rosalie's eyes reddened, biting her lip. She slumped onto the desk, sobbing quietly. Her friend, angered, lunged towards Meredith, attempting to slap her. Meredith dodged easily. "Careful trying to hit me. A low life like me from a poor background can't resist money. Be careful I don't extort you into doubting life," Meredith said calmly, throwing the words they used against her back at them, then left the classroom. The onlookers, seeing the main actors gone, dispersed. Only Rosalie remained, crying, her friends cursing Meredith. Exiting the classroom, Meredith turned on her phone. Ethan's call came through immediately. "Meredith, finished your exam? I'm done here too. Flight back tomorrow afternoon." His voice sounded happy, much lighter. "Yes, finished," Meredith replied relatively calmly, ignoring the curious glances from others, heading towards the cafeteria. "What gift do you want? I have half a day free, perfect timing to bring something back for you and Emily." Previously constrained, he couldn't be openly generous. Now, with the opportunity, he wanted to make up for everything. Meredith wanted to say she didn't need anything, but remembering the past 3 days of exams, being indirectly insulted by Rosalie's friends, a surge of resentment towards Ethan rose within her. "Craving something sweet lately. Do they have sweets there? Like maybe milk candies?" Rosalie and Ethan's affair, Rosalie had been telling her side unilaterally. Ethan remained secretive, avoiding the topic. Meredith pretended ignorance, so the subject of Rosalie never came up between them. Initially, Meredith trusted Ethan's character, believing he wouldn't be unfaithful. When she caught him taking Emily shopping, her heart broke thoroughly. Later, seeing Ethan close to Rosalie didn't hurt as much. Back then, contemplating breakup, she didn't dwell on it. But now, branded a homewrecker, Meredith needed clarity on what truly happened. "Sweets, like fruit candies, pastries, how about tea cakes?" Ethan inquired. "Anything's fine," Meredith replied. This question wouldn't prove much, but she had an inexplicable gut feeling. A whole country, the kind Rosalie claimed were niche proving whether Ethan was involved required seeing if he brought back the same type. "Ethan, have you bought these for anyone else before?" Meredith, lost in thought, asked subconsciously. "What?" He sounded confused. Meredith chuckled, saying it was nothing. She continued talking to Ethan while walking out of the academic building towards her dorm. Classmates exiting the classroom saw Meredith outside, talking on the phone, her tone warm and concerned. They wondered whether to believe Rosalie and her friends. But Rosalie did give many people those candies brought back from France, and everyone who received them knew they were from Rosalie's boyfriend. Now Meredith wanted them too. Was this rivalry, or was she determined to fight Rosalie to the end? Or, the homewreckers flaunting? Chapter 40. Gathering one candy couldn't prove anything. Meredith knew that too. Right now, she sat in the living room, surrounded by gifts Ethan brought back. Among them was a large bag filled with assorted milk candies. Ethan showered in the bedroom. Meredith unpacked his luggage, examining the gifts one by one. Not just milk candies, various types, countless flavors. That particular candy blended in, inconspicuous. Meredith unfolded the wrapper. The production date matched the one Rosalie gave her exactly. Clearly, these weren't bought on this trip. It confirmed Rosalie's candies were indeed brought back by Ethan during their estrangement period, given to Rosalie to declare her status. Meredith picked out the milk candies one by one. The more she picked, the more absurd it felt. Truly grateful for Ethan's immense generosity, leaving a share for her too. Ethan emerged from the shower, wearing only a shirt, hair still dripping. Seeing Meredith staring blankly at the candies, he felt inexplicably nervous. Emily specifically requested these. During that period, he deliberately ignored Meredith, forcing himself to interact with Rosalie. When buying them, Rosalie happened to be present. Obliged by propriety, he gave Rosalie some too. This portion for Meredith was set aside separately. Later, without further business trips, he lacked a reason to give them to her. He dared not confess that during that time, he interacted not only with Rosalie, but others too. Whenever he went out with girls from normal families, whatever they requested, he subconsciously set aside a portion for Meredith. Precisely because of this, Ethan realized his guilt towards Meredith, gradually understanding he wanted to give her everything he could. Things other girls asked for, Meredith didn't need to ask, he had to give them to her. Many items in this living room were actually gifts he brought back for Meredith during that period. Now, mixing them all together, displaying them, letting Meredith choose. Well, picked what you like? Ethan sat beside her, took the candy from her hand, unwrapped it, popped it in his mouth. Tasted good, just too sweet. If it's hard to choose, just keep them all. I'll bring more back for Emily next time. Meredith lowered her eyelids, hiding the mockery in her eyes. Emily had long said she didn't lack these things. Her brother had nearly bought her the entire collection. And Meredith had, coincidentally, seen Emily's walk-in closet during a video call. This pile of exquisitely packaged items, except for clothes that easily reveal age, almost all were luxury goods. The diamond-encrusted ladies' fashion watch nearby was this year's new model, extremely valuable. Some items overlapped with Emily's collection. That bracelet and brooch Emily said she disliked them long ago, gave them to Scarlett Sutton to play with. Meredith felt they were mocking her, mouths agape. They witnessed her 3 years of poverty. Unbeknownst to her, she apparently possessed so many luxury items, yet still slept on the street, ate water-soaked buns to save meal money. They're all nice. Let's just keep them all. Things out of fashion wouldn't suit Emily anyway. Meredith, uncharacteristically greedy, wanted everything. She actually liked them. Ethan relaxed, smiling contentedly. Good, keep them all, but you have to give me something in return too. His right hand stroked Meredith's hair, cupped her face, kissing her. His breath tickled her ear, lips moving against hers, filled with tenderness and pity. Find time these few days, get your passport sorted out quickly. Next time, accompany me on my business trip. French fashion is most famous. My taste is limited. Next time we go together, you can pick what you like yourself. Limited indeed, blind as a bat. Meredith closed her eyes. After a long moment, they separated. Such obedience satisfied Ethan. He whispered softly, "Go change now, and pick a tie for me, we're going out tonight." Any longer, and she wouldn't be leaving the house. Tonight's gathering was organized by Liam Stone. These past few days, he helped Wendy speak well of herself to Ethan, finally persuading Ethan to help. Tonight, he invited Meredith out. He would host dinner, let Wendy apologize face to face, allowing them to reconcile publicly. When Meredith and Ethan arrived, Liam and Wendy were already there. Adrian Pierce chatted playfully with a young girl in a corner. Wendy appeared nervous, clutching her glass tightly. Liam sat beside her, comforting her in low tones. Wendy looked at Liam with dependent eyes, playing the role of a small woman. The other friend was also present. The girl who gave Meredith hand cream saw her and Ethan enter, greeting them first. 8 people in the room, exactly enough for one table. Only then did Meredith get a clear look at the girl Adrian brought. They seemed to have been in the same exam hall for one test. The girl saw Meredith, averted her gaze coldly, pretending not to know her. Meredith didn't care to expose her either. Just after sitting down and exchanging greetings, Meredith excused herself to the restroom. Ethan started to follow. This private room was a suite with its own restroom. Ethan followed her step by step, drawing several jokes from Adrian. Yo, let's just say, big bro E, you're watching too closely even following her for this. Just wait the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, little sister-in-law won't run away. Adrian's type of humor could be grating. Meredith flushed under his teasing, shooing Ethan back. Ethan, displeased, sat back down, glaring at him. Adrian quickly instructed the girl beside him to follow. Go serve the little sister-in-law. If anything happens, careful big bro E gets unhappy. No awareness at all. How will you handle big situations later? Though joking, the words carried an insulting undertone. Meredith felt uncomfortable. The girl knew she was being ordered around. After following Meredith out, she shot Meredith a glare, then ran into the restroom, staying inside for a long time. Meredith couldn't rush her, forced to wait outside. Wendy, having graduated years ago and experienced in social situations, noticed Meredith and the girl hadn't returned after some time. She excused herself, saying she'd check on them. Meredith sat outside, waiting for the person inside to emerge, but the girl inside showed no sign of coming out. Unwilling to rush her, Meredith went to the public restroom outside. On her way back, she encountered Wendy. Meredith ignored her, walking past. Meredith, Wendy called out, her previous meekness in front of Liam gone. Meredith turned back. About what was said before, I apologize. Many people were there that night. Regardless of who told you what, I accept responsibility. Please don't hold it against me. Wendy lowered her head, speaking softly, as if afraid of being overheard. Meredith marveled, truly shameless, exposed thoroughly by her on the phone, yet still able to shift blame in person. In this circle, everyone has eyes and mouths. I'm just straightforward but have no ill intentions. Meredith, spend more time with me, you'll know I'm not like that. You must have misunderstood me. Such earnestness, if Meredith hadn't personally heard her arrogant tone back then, she might have thought she wrongly accused Wendy. These past few days, Mr. Young, to vent your anger, reassigned all my projects. Could you talk to Mr. Young? I really didn't mean it. Liam and I just got engaged. We need money everywhere. Meredith, I'm sorry, don't hold my past wrong words against me. Her performance was too heavy-handed, emotions overacted, as if Ethan had fired her. Meredith watched coldly. Once Wendy finished her act, Meredith walked back towards the room. Why tell me these things? Should I ask Ethan to promote you to manager directly? To prove I'm not angry. Prove I'm magnanimous, don't carry the stench of poverty, Meredith retorted. Miss Stone, you've seen more situations than I have, know best how to speak and act. Although I'm just a poor student, haven't seen the world, since I can sit at the same table with you tonight, I won't embarrass you for telling the truth. Playing the victim card up to the recent engagement was enough. Mentioning work afterwards, did she intend to blame Meredith for any future career setbacks? Wendy panicked inwardly, followed Meredith back, trying to explain, but Meredith gave no opportunity. Pushing the door open, they saw the girl Adrian brought, eyes red, crying on the sofa in the outer room. The other girl was still playing the role of the understanding older sister, comforting her. Gave hand cream last time, comforted the new sister this time. Trying to curry favor everywhere, yet achieving nothing, even less pleasant than Wendy. Seeing Meredith enter, both felt awkward. Meredith, unconcerned, walked towards the inner room. Before even entering, she heard Adrian's laughter inside. Still, big bro E, you know the ropes. University girls without social experience are just pure. Bought her a bag and she was hooked. I've tasted her, quite tender. Chapter 41. Dinner party. Meredith's hand froze on the door handle. Behind her, Wendy, the one with actual status, internally panicked. Sure enough, the other three girlfriends looked displeased, the newcomer visibly about to cry again. She clutched a designer bag, unsure whether to hold on to it or drop it. Wendy inwardly rejoiced. Adrian's reckless mouth, spoiled by his family, spared no one. As long as he was happy, he dared say anything. Wendy felt there was no one Adrian truly respected. Everyone eventually got belittled by him. Only Ethan fared slightly better, though even he endured being called a muddlehead for a couple of days recently. Good, this helped her vent some frustration. Let Meredith know her current girlfriend status meant nothing. Without a formal engagement, they were all just playthings. Wendy sneered, mentally cursing Meredith to get lost soon. Meredith pushed the door open and entered, her expression calm, showing no displeasure. Ethan watched Meredith, wondering if she heard the previous remark. He served Meredith some sashimi. Specially ordered for you. Last time they ate Japanese, Meredith enjoyed the sashimi. He specifically ordered it for her today. Meredith nodded, eating quietly throughout the meal, not joining their conversations unless directly addressed. Good strategy, minimizing her presence to protect herself. Much smarter than the newcomer trying too hard to appear virtuous. Wendy's eyes flickered. Meredith, that watch is beautiful. Looks like the new French model, right? The watch was only a few months old, still fashionable. Ethan specifically asked her to wear it today. Although a fashion watch, it was a couple's model matching Ethan's. The full diamond design looked expensive. Yes, just received it today as a new gift. Costs over $1 million, Meredith, seeing Wendy serve herself up, suddenly felt playful. She raised her wrist, shook it slightly, deliberately showing off. If not for this watch being worth something and the style being acceptable, I wouldn't have come to this dinner. Her tone held a mix of petulance and arrogance. Thought she was still the same easygoing person? Dead wrong. This was a direct jab at Wendy, implicitly aimed at Adrian Pierce too. Adrian heard it. Ethan panicked. He'd be in trouble later. Sure enough, back home, Ethan was nearly locked out of the master bedroom. Only by shamelessly squeezing in did he avoid the guest room. Meredith, have mercy, all right. Flew all day, can't handle this kind of torture, Ethan pleaded, sidling up to Meredith. This girl's pride was immense. She probably thought Adrian was talking about her. Not resolving this today would become a huge problem later. Ethan first explained today's incident, clearing his name. That comment today was just Adrian talking nonsense. I didn't even know he brought a student. I was asking him about it when he blurted that out. Awful timing, and Meredith overheard. They were all men, young and energetic. When buddies gathered, sometimes crude jokes slipped out. Meredith and the others left. The remaining men, unguarded, spoke carelessly. Tender? What's that about? And pure? Do you guys specifically pick the tender ones to taste? Oh, I forgot, you're the expert. Meredith felt nauseated recalling the phrase. It reminded her of conversations with certain balding, pot-bellied old cadres' teeth polished bright by fatty foods, emitting the stench of stale wine and meat from between the strands of stuck lean meat, proudly boasting about their glorious conquests, shallow and ignorant, utterly disgusting. This image lingered in Meredith's mind, more repulsive than swallowing a pound of flies. You actually associate with friends like that. Young Master Young's social circle is truly eye-opening. She hadn't expected Ethan, seemingly clean living, to be connected to such sordid affairs involving exploiting university girls. Hey, I swear to God, I've never been involved in that stuff since my dad brought me back. I've hung out with Adrian. His family has influence. Ethan gestured implicitly, fingers closing. He grew up around those people, spoiled by the whole family, uncles and aunts practically carrying him around. Over time, he got influenced, talks crudely sometimes, but genuinely doesn't mean harm. Some topics were sensitive. Ethan didn't elaborate, Meredith understood. So-called true friends sometimes involved power dynamics. Liam was Ethan's childhood friend from his grandmother's place, worked at Ethan's company after graduation. But relying on Ethan's connection for benefits meant Wendy had to flatter her. Adrian, however, was truly upper echelon. Unlike Ethan's parents who started from scratch, Adrian's family had inherited legacy, deep roots in power structures. While calling Ethan Big Bro E publicly, Ethan secretly had to defer to him somewhat. Judging by Adrian giving Liam the cold shoulder today, Liam clearly didn't dare provoke him. Ultimately, their friendship served individual purposes. Meredith found it absurd. The relationships between people were like this. Though she and the girl Adrian brought shared the same exam hall these past 3 days, tonight, at this dinner table, the girl was clearly subordinate, ordered around by Adrian, stripped of dignity. Their entertainment involved social obligations. Readily available university girls were an essential component. Meredith thought of the professional female staff at the bar, felt bored, disgustedly shooed Ethan away. Go, 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 you reek of smoke. Go shower. She visited the restroom twice. They managed to smoke 2 rounds while she was gone. He stank of smoke and alcohol, disgusting. Ethan, seeing Meredith's attitude soften, coaxed gently, demonstrating his resolve to protect her. Sweetheart, don't be angry, okay? He was talking about those kinds of girls. You and I are in a proper relationship, different from them seeking money. Rest assured, if anyone dares say that about you, I'll be the first to shut them down. Finished speaking, Ethan grabbed clean clothes and went to the bathroom. Meredith earned her dignity in his eyes herself. These past few years, during their hardest times, almost reaching the point of utter destitution, Meredith suffered alongside him. Naturally, she ranked leagues above those purely after money. The fundamental reason his parents accepted her was because they too had walked the entrepreneurial path, making it easier to embrace Meredith. If it were another family, Meredith's background alone would be disqualifying. If it were an ordinary student, his parents would test her. Acceptance wouldn't come so easily. Now she still resented Adrian's words, entirely because she placed herself in the same vulnerable position as those girls. Never mind. With time, she would naturally live at his level, no longer identifying with the disadvantaged side. He emerged clean. Meredith was already resting in bed. Ethan didn't press further, lay beside her. Your display of power today was good too. Adrian won't dare talk nonsense in front of you anymore. A multi-million-dollar watch certainly outclassed a cheap few $1,000 bag. Ethan wasn't stupid. Adrian definitely wasn't. Meredith played with her phone, seemingly ignoring Ethan, teasingly asking, "Who knows? Young Master Young, care to explain? When you guys say tender, you mean this, right?" The phone screen showed some entertainment gossip news. Among the ambiguous phrases, the word tender stood out prominently. Tender model. Ethan felt his head pound. Women were truly relentless. Throwing caution to the wind, he knelt up, grabbed Meredith's hand, guiding it towards a tender spot. "I kneel before you, grandmother. If you want pure and tender, just look at me." Meredith ignored his outrageous words, commenting coolly, "I wouldn't know. You're the expert, should know from experience." "All my experience is spent on your hands, how could you not know?" Ethan protested shamelessly, speaking crudely. Wasn't it all spent on her hands? Physically, only her. Same thing. Meredith slapped the tender flesh of his inner thigh. A crisp smack echoed. Ethan yelped in pain, looking pitiful. "Tender, right?" Meredith glared, too lazy to argue, turned off her phone, placed it on the nightstand, switched off the light, and lay down to sleep. Ethan chuckled, snuggling close, one arm across her stomach, the other still holding Meredith's hand downwards, determined to prove his tenderness. "Meredith, be kind. Try me out soon. I want some experience too," he whispered hotly near her ear, his breath ragged. Consequently, Meredith dreamt that night of Ethan transformed into a roast suckling pig, rushing at her from all directions, mouth full of "I'm tender, eat me quickly." Meredith concluded Ethan was just a pig demon disguised in human skin. After lowering her guard, with time, his true nature emerged. His previous cool facade gradually lost effect, revealing a pig's head first. Chapter 42. Discussed early next morning, Ethan got ready for work. Since yesterday, he had developed a fussy ailment, insisting Meredith get up to choose his tie. Meredith complied perfunctorily, only to be pulled into a long kiss by Ethan. "Starting today, I'm assigning you a task. Use the card I gave you. Quickly, these hands need proper care." "Yesterday, they almost laughed me out of the room," he whispered threateningly near her ear. "If you don't like Wendy Stone, go with your roommates. I'll pay. I'm giving you 1 month. If they're still this rough, watch how I'll deal with you." His tone was firm, as if he were the one kneeling yesterday, not her. Meredith rarely agreed, nodding this time. Ethan, satisfied, finally left for work. Heaven knew, last night, her rough calluses nearly sent him over the edge. The experience was rock bottom. Meredith asked Evelyn Yates, knowledgeable about beauty treatments, to accompany her. Only then did she realize how neglected she was. From head to toe, not a single part was refined, especially her hands a disaster zone. After a full set of treatments, the final bill for a membership card was a staggering near 7-figure sum. Meredith couldn't accept it, ultimately declining the card. Evelyn mocked her again, stingy, unable to adapt, saving even the oil dripping from someone else's fingertips. Meredith didn't care. Anyway, once she stopped doing hand-damaging work, using more hand cream would gradually soften her hands. It was just a matter of time. When Ethan found out, he argued with Meredith for a long time. Seeing her remain stubborn, he finally gave up. Her frugal mindset needed gradual correction. Early August. Emily Young mysteriously approached Ethan, carrying a box, asking to leave it with him. Coincidentally, Meredith was present that day. Emily showed it to Meredith. It was a beautiful kipau, made of sky blue silk, excellent drape, lustrous sheen, yet very delicate. Emily carefully lifted the kipau, proudly stating, "I specially commissioned this from an old master craftsman in Mom's hometown. It's a birthday gift for Mom in a few days. Meredith, sister, please help me keep it here with brother. If I leave it at home, Mom will find out, ruining the surprise." Meredith nodded, about to hang it up. "Can't hang it, this fabric is delicate. Hanging will distort it," Emily cautioned. Meredith folded the kipau. While placing it back in the box, an accident happened. A hangnail on her finger inexplicably caught the silk, pulling out a long thread. Careful, Emily's warning came too late. The snag was severe. The surrounding fabric puckered badly. "My kipau," Emily quickly snatched the dress back, trying to salvage it. Meredith stood frozen, hand hovering awkwardly, afraid to touch the garment again. "Don't touch my gift again, you already ruined it, I told you to be careful," Emily cried out. Ethan, hearing Emily's accusations from outside, rushed in to see what happened. "Brother, my gift is ruined," Emily pointed at the kipau, sobbing pitifully. "I tried the method the master taught me, but can't fix it. This kipau is ruined. I begged him for so long before he agreed to make another one in Grandma's favorite style for Mom. Now it's snagged so badly, it's beyond saving. That was my birthday gift for Mom," she snagged it. Emily was heartbroken, unwilling even to say Meredith's name, but Meredith hadn't done it intentionally. Emily's upbringing prevented her from blaming others directly. She could only cry, her distress escalating with each word. Meredith shrank back, terrified, standing aside, afraid to move again. Ethan quickly examined the kipau. The snag was indeed long, lying starkly against the fabric. He then looked at Meredith's hand, no jewelry. A small bloody mark on her middle finger, likely from pulling off the hangnail herself. Ethan understood instantly. He glanced reproachfully at Meredith, then focused on comforting Emily. "Your sister Meredith didn't mean it. Go home first. Brother will figure something out, definitely get you an identical kipau." "Really?" Emily was skeptical. "Really? When has brother ever lied to you?" Assured by Ethan's promise, Emily finally calmed down, letting Ethan guide her out by the shoulder. "Brother will immediately find someone to repair the kipau. Don't worry. Go home. Don't be sad. Crying makes your eyes swollen. The little princess won't be pretty anymore." The two left the bedroom. Silence descended. Meredith could only hear Emily's fading sobs outside, questioning Ethan. "Brother, aren't you treating her well? Why are her hands still so rough, ruining my kipau?" Meredith looked at her own rough, peeling hands, feeling for the first time they were ugly and shameful. She wanted to say, "I'm sorry I ruined your gift." The kipau lay on the bed, its fabric shimmering softly like flowing water. If not for that jarring snag, it would be a perfect work of art. A luxury enjoyed only by wealthy wives. Someone of her class touching it only caused damage. The voices outside faded. Ethan had calmed Emily down. Only then did Meredith dare move, intending to put the kipau away. Just then, Ethan Ray entered, stopping her with disgust. "Don't touch it randomly. If you damage it further, it'll be harder to fix." His sister crying outside frustrated him. Couldn't she stop causing trouble? Ethan remembered the blood on her middle finger, a pang of pity rising, but the snag on the kipau annoyed him more. He accused, "I gave you money for hand treatments. You were too stingy to spend those few $100,000. Now the damage to this kipau almost equals the cost of a membership card." The dress was hard to repair, long snag, puckered fabric, delicate material. Ethan felt irritated just looking at it. His guilt towards Meredith these past weeks left him cornered, yet she remained stubbornly herself, completely disregarding his feelings. Wendy's incident she refused, he didn't force her. Later gatherings she didn't want to go, he didn't insist. For this, Adrian even mocked him for being henpecked, lacking authority. Ethan couldn't contain his dissatisfaction any longer, demanding, "Am I not treating you well, or is the money I give you not enough?" Now that you're with me, are you deliberately using these hands to discuss me? You said. Disgust, Meredith countered, the word taking a moment to register. Yes, disgust. I remember the hardships you endured these past few years. I know I owe you. You don't need to use these scars to remind me. Ethan stared at her, all his grievances pouring out. You throw tantrums, refuse my money, just to make me remember how badly I treated you before. And now, I offer you money, beg you, and you still refuse. Meredith, how long are you going to keep this up? Meredith froze, retreating to her original spot. Her self-respect, apparently, was just acting up. A few $100,000 for a beauty treatment membership, just for vanity, a luxury. The Emily he spoiled could max out his card without blinking, but she couldn't do such things. Money earned wasn't easy, she cherished it. Lacking family support, her impoverished mind couldn't grasp the magnitude of billions in assets. Her first reaction to spending was always, where did the money come from? After spending this, would there be enough left for living expenses? Yes, I'm too difficult. Sorry for ruining your sister's precious gift, Meredith apologized. Her life never afforded her the luxury of being difficult. I'm not blaming you. Meredith, can't you just respect my feelings for you? Seeing Meredith silent, Ethan took a deep breath, calmed his frustration, then reflected that perhaps his words were too harsh. I don't want to fight with you. I'll take Emily home first. Don't touch this kippo again. Focus on your painting these few days, don't overthink. Let me handle this. Finished speaking, he grabbed his jacket and left. The sound of the front door closing echoed outside. Brother and sister departed, leaving the apartment silent. Chapter 43, Calm down. Ethan didn't return all night. Meredith called him countless times. Ethan didn't answer. By 8 a.m., Meredith knew waiting was futile. Giving up, she took several photos of the kippo and left. The mall opened at 9 a.m. This one was ruined. She needed to find an identical replacement for Emily. Seaport City was vast. Somewhere among its streets and alleys, a solution must exist. But Meredith underestimated Emily's old master craftsman. Ready-made kippos in stores were mostly ornate. Some resembled the style but lacked the unique elegance, falling short of the ruined one's nobility. The only craftsman she found shook his head, saying it was beyond repair. The snag was too long, the damage irreversible. Meredith searched from morning till evening, finally returning to her dorm exhausted, legs aching. She tried calling Ethan again. He still didn't answer. This was his way of showing anger, Meredith knew. It had happened before. Ethan had a high tolerance for frustration. When they argued, he usually yielded, teasing her playfully, diffusing the conflict. In 3 years, Ethan had only been truly angry once before. He disappeared for a while then too, though Meredith couldn't reach him. But he had mentioned being busy with work beforehand. So Meredith never asked where Ethan went during that period of absence. She just waited quietly for his anger to cool. He would eventually return to her. The next time was after the money borrowing incident. But today, staring at the call screen, hearing the long, unanswered rings, Meredith felt a pang in her heart. All day, her mind raced. The image of Rosalie Leighton getting into his car kept replaying. After his involvement with Rosalie, her trust in him eroded. Meredith couldn't help suspecting. Was he seeking comfort beside someone else again? Finding another gentle, magnanimous girl to soothe his anger? Then, after calming down, returning to her, uttering a few soft words, admitting fault, and she would forgive him. Or perhaps finding someone better than her, he would simply never answer her calls again? No, she couldn't rely on nebulous love, hoping Ethan would return. That was too ethereal. The bond love should provide had long dried up between them, and she had never been lucky. One day, Ethan simply wouldn't come back. Meredith felt utterly drained, physically and mentally. Pulling the covers over her face, she methodically uprooted the weeds in her heart, one by one, enduring the pain silently. She had always made excuses for him. He had a good temper, never argued sharply with her, but she forgot one term: cold treatment. The next day, Meredith felt dizzy, her face burning. She took a couple of fever reducers and went out. These past few days, Meredith searched everywhere possible. Ethan persisted with his cold treatment, no texts, no calls. She considered calling Emily, but felt too apologetic. Trying Ethan to ask about the kippo details proved futile, no answer. Emily hadn't even attended tutoring lately, only Scarlett Sutton showed up. Clearly, she genuinely blamed Meredith. Meredith scoured Seaport City's streets and alleys, a headless fly with no strategy. It was the most foolish method, yet her only option. The sun made her dizzy. Meredith sat down on the roadside curb, momentarily disoriented, unsure of her location. She felt unwell, the world spinning. A bad premonition arose. Get up quickly, find a secluded corner. Summoning her last strength, Meredith tried to stand up from the curb. Going to the hospital cost money she needed to save. Meredith! A hazy veil clouded her vision. Hearing someone call her name, she turned, saw Sean Davis walking towards her. Thinking she was hallucinating until he called her again. Meredith, what are you doing here? Sean asked, puzzled. Meredith smiled faintly, then darkness engulfed her. She collapsed onto the roadside. In a small clinic on an old street, Meredith lay on a metal frame bed, an IV drip in her right hand, the needle prick sharp. A dull ache throbbed at the back of her head, hitting the pavement when she fainted left a bruise. Nausea and dizziness washed over her. Sean Davis paid the fees and returned to find Meredith staring blankly. He sat on the edge of her bed. Meredith, should I call your boyfriend? You have heat stroke, a fever, and severe low blood sugar. It's too dangerous for you to go back alone. If he hadn't lived nearby and coincidentally spotted her, fainting on the street could have been perilous. Also, you hit the back of your head, there's a bump. I suggest you and your boyfriend go to a hospital for a checkup. She had no family. Sean only knew about her boyfriend, Ethan. Meredith seemed not to hear, listlessly picking up her phone with her free left hand, dialing Ethan. The automated voice announced his phone was off. Returning to her photo gallery, the most recent picture was of the sky blue Kipau, lying peacefully, looking noble yet irreparably damaged. She had hoped for too much, hence the unbearable pain. Rather than wait endlessly like this, better to live alone. No expectations meant no hope, no disappointment from unreciprocated feelings. Anyway, she didn't owe Ethan money. In the future, life would be harder, but hardship was precisely what she feared least. I did something wrong. He's ignoring me now, just like last time when he unilaterally decided she stole his gold bracelet, assumed she coveted his money, and cut her off. This, Kipau? Sean asked softly. Meredith nodded. I ruined his sister's dress. Been looking for a craftsman these past few days to see if it can be repaired. The fabric looks delicate, certainly hard to handle. But it shouldn't warrant a cold war over just a dress, Sean mused. How expensive could a dress be to provoke such anger? The dress itself, perhaps not. But several $100,000 might, and in Ethan's eyes, her deliberate act of disgusting him. Hey, relationships require adjustment and integration. Meredith, cheer up, Sean consoled. You're too strong-willed. Sometimes, girls need to show vulnerability. It makes the other person feel needed, Meredith. Now was the perfect time to show weakness, yet he vanished completely. Cold treatment. Where could she show weakness? Lie on the roadside, cry hysterically, wait for someone to call the police, have the police call him. That would truly be begging. Meredith remained silent. Sean, living comfortably, couldn't comprehend Ethan's social stratum. They were wealthy, they didn't care about the intrinsic value of gold. They used rarity to define preciousness. This Kipau was a rare item, its value far exceeding ordinary perception. To her, a several $100,000 membership card felt wasteful. Emily wouldn't think so. When upset, she'd toss a $10,000 brooch to Scarlett and buy a new one. This Kipau is very significant to his sister, hard to repair. I've asked many craftsmen. None can do it, Meredith smiled, though it looked sadder than crying. I understand. The goal is to fix the snag on this Kipau, right? Sean grasped the situation, smiling. Meredith, you always try to handle everything yourself, walking so far alone, torturing yourself searching for solutions, yet unwilling to ask others for help. Meredith didn't understand. Sean smiled mysteriously. What if I told you, excellent resources are right beside you? Meredith was confused. Sean didn't elaborate further. He waited for Meredith's IV drip to finish, then accompanied her to Ethan's place to retrieve the Kipau. Chapter 44, Uprooting Imperial Clarity Estates. The moment Meredith entered, she knew Ethan had been back. The Kipau remained in its original box, the damaged area unrepaired. Meredith considered calling Ethan, thought better of it, and simply took the Kipau. Sean Davis drove her back to the Art University. It was summer break. Many students had gone home, leaving the campus quiet. They went straight to the third floor of the art building. Sean knocked on one of the classroom doors. Clattering sounds came from inside for a while before a boy, wearing only shorts, hair resembling a bird's nest, opened the door. Seeing Meredith and Sean, the boy scratched his messy hair, attempting to smooth it down, grinning. "Boss Davis, what brings you here today?" Finn, still as unrestrained as ever. Sean greeted him with a smile, then gestured for Meredith to enter with him. This was an art studio converted into a workshop, fully equipped with mannequins, needles, thread, fabric, sewing machines, everything needed. "This is the first student I mentored at my studio, Finn Archer." Sean introduced him to Meredith. Meredith nodded. Finn rummaged through boxes and cabinets, barely finding a few disposable cups to pour them water. Then, telling Sean to show Meredith around, he grabbed a bar of soap and dashed out. He returned shortly, transformed into a presentable young man, clearly having showered in the public restroom. "Boss Davis, what brings you here today?" Finn didn't beat around the bush. After pouring water, he asked directly. They usually communicated via messaging apps. Sean visiting personally meant something important. "Indeed, there's a job needing your help." "Meredith, show him," Sean stated the purpose. Meredith presented the kipao to Finn. Seeing the extremely delicate silk, Finn quickly wiped his hands clean, put on white gloves, then carefully dressed the mannequin with the kipao to examine it. Witnessing this, Meredith felt ashamed. If she had been this careful, the mistake wouldn't have happened. This color is very authentic, and the craftsmanship must be from a master with decades of experience. Finn examined the kipao inside and out with a magnifying glass. "But this snag is quite long, tricky to handle. Can it be fixed?" Meredith asked anxiously, hearing his assessment. This was her last resort. "How old is the person wearing it?" Finn asked. Meredith provided Ethan's mother's age and basic information, mentioning it was a birthday gift, seen by only a few people, and needed urgently. Finn pondered, scratching the stubble on his chin. Then he held up his phone, displaying a QR code to Meredith. "We're fellow students. If you trust me, leave it here." Meredith Shaw, third-year oil painting major. "Let's be friends." Meredith nodded, scanning the code to add him. Ethan had already given up on this kipao. Now she was grasping at straws. If it could be fixed, wonderful. If not, she'd compensate Emily financially. Receiving Meredith's permission, Finn started making calls. "Buddy, got some fine material here, get over here. Let's work, tell those guys to come back too. Craft me some exquisite kipao buttons. And get that guy from the Chinese painting department over here, paint me a few pictures. Drop that high and mighty attitude, bro can't paint if it's not on rice paper. Then how'd you win the national gold medal? Might as well melt down the trophy for gold jewelry, use it for your wife fund." "Not for me, it's for Meredith Shaw from oil painting. Yeah, that queen of the poor." "Queen of the poor." Meredith was bewildered. That term should be complimentary, right? Sean sipped his water, pretending not to hear. Soon, Meredith's phone received over 10 friend requests, a motley crew. Their ad messages mostly read, "Add me, buy me XX and I'll come." The requested items varied wildly, mostly milk, tea, and snacks. Not expensive, but fetching them required legwork, covering alleys across Seaport City. "See, making friends is this simple," Sean chuckled. He had a car, could drive Meredith around to buy the requested items faster. "Wow, I didn't realize I was so famous," Meredith marveled. She thought only someone like Rosalie Leeton commanded such attention. Unexpectedly, she herself was quite renowned. The two went out to buy things. By the time they returned 2 hours later, laden with bags, the studio was full. Boys and girls all focused intently on their work. Half the kipao was already disassembled. A girl wearing white gloves meticulously removed the frog buttons one by one. Ignoring Meredith's offered thanks, she pushed up her thick glasses, declaring energetically, "This craftsmanship is complex. Ordinary masters wouldn't touch it. Let's focus these next 2 days. Fixing this proves our skill." Meredith felt ashamed. She had wronged this dress. With the urgent deadline, the group divided tasks clearly, working tirelessly without complaint. Meredith served as the delivery girl, fulfilling all requests. She hadn't realized she had so many classmates at the art university. They all knew her, yet she knew nothing about them. "Meredith, Many students at the art university face difficulties like you. But never underestimate these poor students. Sean, acting as the janitor uncle, collected their trash into bags while also offering massage services to the male students. You too, Meredith. Look in the mirror, see how outstanding you are. A girl capable of anything, enduring any hardship, never jealous or complaining. Such down-to-earth girls were rare. One day, she would succeed. Big bro D, stop teasing me, Meredith, praised for the first time, felt rather embarrassed. Thank you for this time, I'll treat you to dinner later. No need to thank me. Sean looked towards the rising sun in the distance, the cool, crisp air invigorating. When your temporarily becomes past, just let me know. Meredith didn't quite hear. Sean didn't repeat himself. Due to randomly adding friends these past few days, Meredith accepted all friend requests. This afternoon, Meredith went to the campus clinic for her final anti-fever injection. The fever had subsided. She received a message from one account, a video clip. In front of a small Western-style house, the dark blue Porsche slowly stopped. Ethan got out, jogged to the other side to open the passenger door. Rosalie Leighton emerged gracefully in a stylish dress. From the back seat, Emily Young jumped out, hugging Rosalie's arm. Ethan said something to Rosalie. Rosalie lowered her head, blushing shyly. The scene looked harmonious. Ethan talking, Rosalie listening bashfully, Emily clinging to Rosalie's arm, seemingly acting cute. A timestamp below the video indicated it was filmed during the days Meredith couldn't reach Ethan because his phone was off. His sister likes her as a sister-in-law, not you, the sender added a message. Meredith wasn't interested in asking who sent it, nor did she reply or inquire about their identity. This matter, she had already accepted it. The needle prick felt sharp, stinging Meredith's eyes, making them water. She comforted herself, this final injection, then it would be over. After burning for so long, it was time to wake up. Without deleting the video, Meredith left the clinic and went to the workshop to check the Kippau's progress, completely unaffected by the video. The Kippau underwent significant alterations. Much of the old material was unusable. The new style required some accessories. Finn couldn't leave, sending Meredith to fetch them. Sean Davis drove Meredith to an old tailor shop on East 3rd Street. Although East 3rd Street featured old architecture, its residents were historically wealthy families, the first generation of intellectuals who studied abroad. Consequently, the small Western-style houses along the street exuded a Republican-era charm. Even the plane trees grew elegantly. Just as the car stopped and Meredith unbuckled her seatbelt to get out, Sean asked, "Meredith, is that your boyfriend?" Meredith looked up. Ethan's Porsche was parked directly opposite them. He got out, retrieved numerous shopping bags from the back seat. From the passenger side, Rosalie Leighton emerged. They exchanged words, then Ethan escorted Rosalie into one of the detached small houses. Meredith suddenly remembered Rosalie's family lived in this area. The license plate number was the date Ethan confessed to Meredith. During their reconciliation period, he specifically explained its significance to her. Now, bringing another girl home. Meredith smiled faintly and got out of the car. He's not, we broke up. Life was hard enough, no need to endure further humiliation. Meredith, money can't buy the happiness you seek. Letting go is okay. The weeds were cleared. She didn't need him anymore. Chapter 45. The Kippau the next day was Vivian Young's birthday. The vanished Ethan called Meredith, saying Emily's matter was resolved. He would pick Meredith up after work tonight to go back for dinner, celebrate his mother's birthday, asking Meredith to dress up nicely. Meredith neither agreed nor refused. Just a few days ago, he acted as if nothing happened, reappearing before her as if he hadn't disappeared, as if he hadn't called her disgusting. Vivian Young's birthday dinner was in the evening. The students finished the Kippau restoration around noon. After thanking them all, Meredith left with the dress. Meredith asked Sean Davis to drive her to the mall. It was summer break. The mall, filled with young couples, was beautifully decorated. Couples strolled hand in hand. The top-floor cinema displayed posters for new movies, romantic love stories. Meredith felt an inexplicable urge to watch a movie. She told Sean to head back, deciding to watch one herself. Sean, however, said he was free and offered to watch with her. She specifically chose this cinema. Outside its entrance stood a jewelry store, exquisitely decorated, giant posters proclaiming slogans about the value of true love. A beautiful actress in a white wedding gown, a handsome actor beside her placing a ring on her finger, him looking at her looking at the camera. Another poster, in vibrant red traditional style, featured a dignified, elegant bride wearing a stunning golden phoenix crown. Meredith remembered one New Year's Day. She and Ethan came here for a movie. She stood right here then, puzzled by a golden phoenix hairpin in the display case. She told Ethan, "Isn't making this into a hairpin impractical? Worn once on the wedding day, then useless. Does anyone really buy it? Wouldn't a bracelet be better?" Ethan's expression changed instantly. He claimed he wasn't feeling well, they didn't watch the movie. Meredith stood there awkwardly as Ethan walked away quickly, not waiting for her. Thinking back now, it was still about the gold bracelet. Meredith entered the jewelry store, bought a gold bracelet very similar to Ethan's lost one. Its value was almost identical to the original. Meredith didn't have enough cash. Sean Davis, present, helped cover the difference. "No need to pay me back, I'll deduct it from your salary." Sean tactfully resolved the situation, also signaling to the staff they weren't a couple. "Thank you." These past few days, he had helped her immensely. Meredith expressed sincere gratitude. Holding the gold bracelet, Meredith's memory sharpened. The first time Ethan disappeared, that's how it happened. The gap between them was never just about the gold bracelet. Meredith believed wedding headwear could be imitation beautiful, practical, less risky if lost or damaged in the wedding crowd. But to Ethan, this reflected a problematic attitude towards life: cheapness, the poor person's desperate vanity, her greed for wealth. Issues involving money, Ethan never discussed them with her. She was excluded from their financial world. Later, when she saw Ethan, even if she asked, he wouldn't tell her about Rosalie Leighton. She seemed to be in charge, yet was always the one being chosen by Ethan. Meredith sat inside the theater. This tragic love movie featured a perpetually victimized heroine whose only recourse was clinging to the male lead for help. The male lead, meanwhile, always chose the heroine from a pool of candidates, supposedly highlighting his love for her. Using the heroine's misery to emphasize the male lead's devotion. How similar to her situation, how laughable. Was she miserable enough now? Ethan still chose to be with her. Did that prove his deep love? In romance movies, even revenge for a father's murder couldn't compete with the heartbreak caused by the male lead smiling at another woman. Meredith found it nauseating halfway through, glorifying male charm through mindless female adoration, erasing the male lead's actual capabilities and qualities, fundamentally objectifying men too. Otherwise, someone like Ethan in a movie would need 18 bodyguards, possess no manners, casually uttering phrases like "the weather turns cold," let the Wang family go bankrupt. Yet, Ethan, with all his flaws, was a real person, undeserving of unconditional forgiveness. The young family villa was decorated especially warmly today. Ethan parked the car in the garage. He and Meredith got out. Meredith intended to retrieve the Kippau box from the back seat, but was stopped by Ethan. "Let's not bring this box out today. I prepared another gift for Mom," Ethan whispered. What could be in the Kippau box? Meredith must have bought new clothes and put them inside. Emily was thoughtless. If she mentioned the old box containing something new and the Kippau incident got revealed to his parents, they would be unhappy. Meredith said nothing, leaving the box in the car. Meredith and Ethan entered the house. They immediately saw Vivian Young chatting with Rosalie Leighton. Emily cut fruit for them nearby. Arthur Young bustled around in the kitchen. "Brother, Meredith's sister, you're here, come eat fruit quickly," Emily greeted them cheerfully. "Meredith, little Yang bro," Rosalie stood up to greet them. "Hello," Meredith replied. Ethan remained silent. In his own home now, countering Rosalie would make her lose face. Rosalie took a piece of apple, praising, "Emily, you cut this apple so well, it's especially sweet." Emily smiled slightly without responding, mentally rolling her eyes dramatically. Such fake flattery, her apple-cutting skills determined the apple's sweetness? If not for needing her help, she wouldn't bother with Rosalie. She knew Rosalie was hypocritical, confirmed now. "Auntie, happy birthday." Meredith, already sensitive, felt Emily deliberately ignored her seeing Rosalie present. She walked over to greet Vivian, not asking why Rosalie was here. Ethan's idea of a family gathering was certainly lively. "All right, everyone's here, let's eat." Vivian smiled, diffusing the tension. Meredith, why haven't you visited lately? Auntie wanted to buy some paintings, couldn't decide, hoped for your advice. Rosalie was the daughter of a family friend. She couldn't be too obvious, hoping Rosalie would understand the hint and stay out of her son's affairs later. In a couple of days, you and Ethan go to France, help me buy some paintings back. Just based on your taste is fine. Rosalie's expression remained unchanged, acting as if she heard nothing. Who would go to France with Ethan to buy paintings wasn't decided yet. As long as Ethan and Meredith broke up, if he took her, his parents couldn't object. Arthur Young brought out a bowl of soup from the kitchen, signaling the start of dinner. Before eating, Emily presented the cake she baked herself. The younger generation sang "Happy Birthday," though it primarily showcased Arthur's enthusiasm. Everyone else felt like props. Meredith felt awkward, only moving her lips without sound. "Meredith, come closer, blow out the candles together," Ethan urged softly. Meredith shook her head, politely declining. "I'm not feeling well. You and your sister go ahead." Ethan assumed Meredith was still upset about the past few days, didn't insist. "Then keep Miss Leighton company, so she doesn't feel awkward." Awkward. Who knew who was truly awkward? Meredith watched the family of four blow out the candles together, Rosalie singing along beside them, enhancing the atmosphere. Emily presented her gift to Vivian. "Mom, happy birthday, may you always be this young and beautiful." It was a dark green kippo, exquisitely crafted, the fabric identical to the previous one. Vivian loved it. Rosalie enthusiastically described the fabric's rarity, how much effort Emily expended finding the master craftsman. "Yes, Auntie, little Yang Bro searched for a long time before the craftsman agreed to make one." These past few days, little Yang Bro was incredibly busy, personally handling all the craftsman's requirements. "I wanted to help, but he insisted on doing it himself." Rosalie ostensibly praised Ethan's effort, implicitly signaling to Meredith they spent those days together. "Auntie, being part of your family must be wonderful," Rosalie added enviously. Each bite prompted praise for Arthur's cooking skills, compliments on Vivian's happiness, fueling her envy. Arthur and Vivian, pleased by her flattery, urged her to eat more. Meredith ate silently. Her plain speaking couldn't match such practiced charm. She coolly observed Rosalie's intimate interaction with Vivian. Perhaps having such a daughter-in-law fostered greater family harmony. "Little Yang Bro." Meredith lowered her head. Under the table, her rough hand was suddenly grasped tightly by Ethan. She didn't pull away, only feeling the phantom pain from the hangnail on her middle finger return. "Never mind," Meredith relaxed. She had personally removed it. It was just phantom pain. Chapter 46. That year Vivian clearly enjoyed such compliments. She thanked Rosalie for coming to celebrate her birthday, pointedly omitting any mention of her son's filial piety. "Mom, Meredith and I also have a gift for you." Ethan presented a set of jade jewelry, complimenting Emily's kippo. Rosalie immediately launched into effusive praise for the jade's qualities. "Yes, Auntie, this jade necklace perfectly matches your kippo. The moment I saw this set, I knew you'd love it." Spoken as if she had chosen it herself. Meredith scoffed internally. See, when it came to money matters, they were all in agreement. She had no right to participate, just sit and watch. They seemed to misunderstand one thing: she was frugal, not petty. The young parents meeting gifts, totaling over $10,000, wasn't that proof enough of her perspective? Ethan looked down on her. Vivian frowned. Rosalie was overdoing it. Her constant ingratiation left no room for her son's actual girlfriend to speak. To outsiders, it might seem Ethan and Rosalie were the couple. Vivian glanced disapprovingly at Ethan. Their family didn't tolerate such vying for favor yet. This Meredith was also inept at socializing. Vivian felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Turning back to Meredith, she saw the latter showed no signs of jealousy or competition. Her demeanor was composed and dignified, steady and unperturbed. Such composure, lack of fawning actually rather good, more pleasing than Rosalie. Vivian smiled, asking Meredith, "Meredith, how are your studies lately? I heard from Ethan your brother got into National University." "Yes," Meredith replied, offering no further details. Vivian, experienced, knew Emily inviting Rosalie tonight was somewhat inappropriate. After accepting her children's gifts, she said to Meredith, "Meredith, I saw you carrying a box when you came in. What is it?" The maid mentioned Meredith originally had a box for her, but Ethan stopped her from bringing it in. Vivian suspected it was a gift. Perhaps Ethan deemed it too modest, fearing she wouldn't appreciate it. It's just something small. I'll bring it over later. Arthur also misunderstood, thinking Meredith felt her gift wasn't valuable enough, hesitant to present it. He comforted her. Auntie used to love handmade trinkets the most. If you could make her some small ornaments, she'd surely wear them every day. With things stated so plainly, Meredith couldn't refuse further. Ethan, sensing the situation, went to retrieve the box Meredith brought. Rosalie sat watching, curious what grand gift Meredith could produce. Ultimately, it was still Ethan's money. Ethan returned carrying the box. Emily recognized it as the one previously holding the kipao, looking questioningly at Meredith. Meredith remained impassive, took out the white gloves Finn provided, put them on, and unfolded the kipao for Vivian to see. Sky blue kipao, adorned with intricate phoenix tail patterned frog buttons. A phoenix feather motif extended down to the hem, cleverly concealing the snag Meredith caused. Embroidery in matching colors subtly subdued the ink wash painting's boldness, adding depth and layering to the kipao. This was Finn Archer's design, the result of tireless collaboration among many elite students from the Art University. National Gold Medal winner from the Chinese painting department provided the artwork. Sue Embroidery Inheritor did the stitching. Kipao lineage family refined the style. The entire garment embodied classical elegance, meticulously reconstructed based on the original, devoid of modern industrial feel. "This kipao Meredith sister, you fixed it?" Emily asked incredulously. They hadn't considered embroidery on top. Time was too tight, the master craftsman wouldn't take the job. She and her brother discussed it extensively, ultimately accepting Rosalie's suggestion to commission a new one urgently. Meredith nodded. "Auntie, first, I must apologize. This is the gift Emily intended for you. I accidentally snagged it, hence presenting it like this." Vivian nodded, clearly delighted. Stroking the embroidery, she asked, "This is Sue Embroidery, isn't it? Excellent needlework. A classmate at our university knows embroidery. The painting is also by a student from our Chinese painting department. I made slight modifications to the style. I hope you like it." "I love it, love it." Vivian held the kipao against herself. Receiving Arthur's high praise, she finally put the kipao away. Ethan was surprised, whispering, "You had this solution, why didn't you tell me? I wouldn't have worried so much these past few days." Meredith didn't even glance at him, taking out another item from the box. "That kipao is Emily's gift to you. This is from me." Meredith opened the black velvet pouch. The mandarin duck motif looked lifelike, the pouch slightly worn, one duck's tail thread loose, the red drawstring vibrant. Meredith handed the pouch to Vivian. Vivian took out the gold bracelet inside. Intricate openwork phoenix patterns adorned it. At first glance, it looked identical to Ethan's maternal grandmother's. This classic style Meredith searched jewelry stores extensively. This one was convincingly similar. The gold bracelet, seemingly recovered. Vivian and Emily were pleasantly surprised. Ethan, however, felt a jolt of alarm. Arthur remained composed, drinking. Rosalie looked confused. What was the big deal about a bracelet? Meredith smiled, her manner calm and polite. "Regarding this bracelet, firstly, I apologize. This isn't the original one. It's the closest match I could find afterwards." Meredith continued, "That day, Ethan had the accident. In the emergency, I truly had no money, forcing me to sell the bracelet to pay for his urgent medical treatment." Not explaining clearly immediately afterwards caused so much misunderstanding, for which I am truly sorry. Here is the original sales receipt for the bracelet. Please examine it. Meredith stood up, placed the receipt on the table alongside the pouch, bowed to the young parents. "Now I return it to you. And please, Miss Leighton, help clarify with my classmates. I did not covet someone else's gold bracelet." This dig at Rosalie, she had wanted to say it for a long time. Emily was astonished. She knew Meredith wasn't greedy. It was her brother who misunderstood her all along. Meredith was clearing her name. Tucked inside the receipt were $6 in bills. Meredith specifically exchanged them at the jewelry store, totaling exactly the original bracelet's selling price. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Vivian, as the elder, didn't fault Meredith for her current breach of etiquette. Instead, she took Meredith's hand, slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, smiling kindly. What misunderstanding? It happened so long ago, it's past. This bracelet was meant for you eventually anyway. How you handle it is your decision. Giving the bracelet to Meredith later, this was a blatant endorsement, providing Meredith backing. Now that Meredith clearly disliked Rosalie, and her words implied Rosalie spread rumors at school about the bracelet, these petty actions disgusted Vivian. Her family's bracelet she hadn't even commented. Who was Rosalie to spread gossip, secretly bully Meredith? The Leighton family's upbringing was questionable. Tonight was a family dinner. Rosalie's presence was indeed inappropriate. Her daughter explained the reason. Only then did she allow Rosalie to attend. Now she needed to make her stance clear, lest Rosalie harbor improper thoughts. "Thank you, Auntie." Meredith didn't refuse, accepting the gold bracelet naturally and gracefully, never looking at Rosalie throughout. She helped put the kippo back. Rosalie wasn't stupid, her face fell instantly. This Meredith was troublesome, declaring sovereignty right in front of Ethan, but she could do nothing now. Meredith had explicitly mentioned her spreading rumors about the bracelet. How could she face anyone? Rosalie tried presenting her gift, but Vivian deflected it. The message was clear. Staying longer would only invite disdain. Rosalie, unable to save face, stood up and excused herself. Meredith didn't linger either, politely declining the young parents' invitation to stay overnight. Vivian expressed concern, but Arthur reassured her, holding her arm. "Let the children resolve their own matters. We elders can help temporarily, but not forever. If they resolve this, it's fate. If not, let it pass." Their life was theirs to live. Elders couldn't dictate everything. Vivian reconsidered, deciding not to interfere, only hoping the two could work things out. Meredith, apart from being a bit stubborn, was a daughter-in-law she was quite satisfied with. Chapter 47, Breakup on the way back. Meredith stroked the bracelet on her wrist, telling Ethan, "Let's go to the old rented apartment. I forgot some things there." Ethan felt guilty, obeying her direction towards the old complex. It hadn't been lived in for a long time. Since revealing his identity to Meredith, he hadn't bothered with the place. Old apartments gathered dust easily. Furniture lay under a layer of grime. Ethan placed his key on the entryway cabinet, noticing another key already there, also covered in dust, clearly left long ago. It was Meredith's. Ethan sensed trouble. Meredith ignored the dust. Previously, whenever Ethan returned from trips, she always came to clean. Now, thinking back, he never needed her cleaning. The household maids were far more professional, yet he let this place gather dust. Ultimately, he didn't truly care about it. Meredith sat on the sofa, leaning back amidst the dust, mirroring her posture from that holiday weekend. The overhead light seemed harsh, moths fluttering desperately against the lampshade. "Meredith, let's go. It's too dirty here," Ethan hesitated, reluctantly sitting beside her, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry about misunderstanding the bracelet. Didn't we agree the past is past? Why bring it up again today?" His tone held a hint of blame for her revisiting old issues. Meredith picked up her phone, played the video for Ethan. "That day I asked if you were hiding anything else from me. You also said it was past. Today, I received this video of you and Rosalie Leighton." Ethan frowned, watched the video, then quickly denied it. "It's not like that, Meredith. Don't misunderstand. Rosalie said she knew a skilled craftsman. I only met with her these past few days because of that. Emily was there too. I had no contact with her otherwise. Really, Meredith. Believe me." Recalling Meredith misunderstanding him and Rosalie these past few days terrified Ethan. He couldn't delve deeper into the Rosalie matter. Exposing his previous interactions with her would, given Meredith's temper, surely lead to an explosive confrontation. Meredith didn't argue further, stood up, picked up the 2 dust-covered milk candies from the table, offered one to Ethan. Ethan looked confused. She unwrapped her candy, placed the snowy white sweet in her mouth. Milky fragrance filled the air. It did taste better than the ones Evelyn and the others gave her. Just slightly dusty, degrading the candy's quality. She felt like the dust on this candy now, clinging stubbornly, yet unable to truly merge with the sweetness. Ethan felt similarly. Ethan still didn't understand the significance of the 2 candies. Meredith closed her eyes, savoring the taste of dust. "That day I returned to campus, nearly fainted from low blood sugar. Rosalie Leighton gave me these 2 candies, said they were a gift from her boyfriend, brought back from France." "Meredith?" Ethan choked, guessing the candies caused trouble. "I turned around and saw you waiting for her outside the dorm building. Holding these 2 candies, I followed you both through the campus scenery. Finally, she got into your car." Meredith recalled herself then. 2 candies, 2.50 canvas shoes, muddy puddles everywhere. These would forever be sore points in her life. Ethan panicked. She saw everything she knew about his interactions with Rosalie. "Meredith, let me explain." "I'm listening." Facing Meredith's clear, open eyes, Ethan's thousands of words caught in his throat, a heavy pressure building in his chest. He couldn't say it, she would make a scene. "I'm sorry." He couldn't lie to her. Even if nothing physical happened with Rosalie, deceiving Meredith was fact, undeniable. "Meredith, I have no relationship with her anymore. I already made it clear to her. If you don't like it, I won't see her again." "No need." "Ethan, how you make friends, the extent of your friendships, that's your freedom." Meredith stated facts, her calmness frightening Ethan. She could retract her emotions just as he could, just disdained being fickle like him. Meredith admitted simply she couldn't remember all those names. Hearing her say this scared Ethan even more. Moments ago, he feared her anger, now he feared her lack of it more. "Meredith, don't talk like that. You're my girlfriend. Monitoring my interactions with the opposite sex is your right," Ethan quickly admitted fault. "Meredith, I was a jerk doing those things. Whatever you say in the future, I'll change, okay?" Girlfriend. The kind who couldn't be reached when trouble struck. Meredith wanted to ask. When Sean Davis found her collapsed on the roadside, what was he doing with Rosalie Leighton? Emily fawning over Rosalie, Meredith wasn't bothered at all. Without Ethan as the link, Emily was a stranger. But hearing Ethan utter the word future, Meredith suddenly felt hopeless. Future, such a long life ahead. Would every incident, every time she couldn't reach Ethan, make her suspect another Rosalie Leighton existed? Thinking of endless future, Rosalie Leighton's, Meredith trembled uncontrollably. No, she didn't want that. "Ethan, you're always like this. Never communicate when things happen. Wait until I find out, then immediately apologize, making it impossible for me to break up. I tried my best to accept this version of you, but I get tired too. I can't maintain this facade of calm anymore. Ethan, let's break up." Break up. She had tried her best. As poor as she was, even betraying her own conscience, she couldn't accept this version of Ethan. Money couldn't compensate for the hurt Ethan caused. He wanted an obedient doll, but wouldn't offer her real, tangible support. She could earn money herself, however much, she wasn't afraid. But her capacity for romantic feelings had been completely depleted by him. "No, I don't agree," Ethan refused, eyes red, showing no embarrassment at being exposed. He had considered arguing with Meredith, but never imagined they would actually separate. Hands trembling, he gripped Meredith's tightly, refusing to let go, clinging to his last line of defense. "I don't agree to break up. I can explain about Rosalie Leighton. I was just confused back then. Listened to Liam Stone's bad advice. I just didn't realize I needed you so desperately. I just made a mistake, a terrible mistake from the very beginning." Meredith laughed bitterly. Liam Stone and Wendy, that couple, truly a match made in heaven. One advised Ethan to basically cheat on her, the other insulted her as unworthy of Ethan. "Meredith, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you from the start. I shouldn't have done such despicable things. But I only had dinner with her a few times. I didn't even touch her hair." He tried to clarify his relationship with Rosalie using flimsy words, but even Ethan himself found his explanation unconvincing by the end. A man and woman, newly acquainted, dining together, him driving her home, meeting frequently. Besides spending the night, he did everything a boyfriend would. Even the woman herself confirmed their relationship. Now he shamelessly claimed nothing happened. He and she hadn't done anything either, yet he called her his girlfriend now. Next time he got angry, disappeared seeking comfort, someone else could become the girlfriend. Meredith was sick of this cycle, wanted no part in such disgusting entanglement. Breaking up was the best way out. Forget each other, let each other go. Let her find an ordinary person, someone who could stay with her for a long, long time. Chapter 48. Breakup Part 2. Meredith realized she no longer cared about these details. She felt no pain, no sadness. "It doesn't matter anymore." Meredith shook her head. Rosalie Leighton was insignificant to her. The root problem lay between Ethan and her. He didn't trust her enough. She trusted herself too much. Rosalie's brazenness stemmed entirely from the confidence Ethan gave her. "We were never compatible anyway. Let's end it here. Please return this bracelet to your mother. With outsiders present earlier, I couldn't refuse her." Accepting the bracelet didn't mean forgiveness. The young parents hadn't wronged her. Embarrassing them publicly was something she couldn't do. She might lack parents, but that didn't mean she should yell at unrelated people. Dealing with Ethan resolved everything. Taking off the bracelet, she placed it on the coffee table. Meredith stood up to leave. Ethan, stunned, quickly chased after her, grabbing her arm. "No, Meredith, I don't agree, we're not breaking up." They had just celebrated his mother's birthday together. She accepted his mother's bracelet. Everything seemed fine. "Blame me, hate me, whatever, I'm just not breaking up," Ethan insisted. Breaking up meant never seeing each other again. He couldn't lose her from his future life. "I don't blame you, nor do I hate you. You just made decisions based on self-preservation." "I understand," Meredith smiled, appearing magnanimous and reasonable. "Now, it's my turn to prioritize self-preservation. I hope you can understand me." Ethan was the harm. Leaving him meant being poorer, but less exhausted. Her hand firmly pried his fingers open, her expression serene. "Of course, if you want me to stay and list your faults, how many part-time jobs I worked for you over the years, how many bags of rice and flour I carried, how many condescending looks I endured, how much anger I swallowed. Then don't let go. I have plenty of time to tell you," slowly. Meredith calmly recounted these helpless moments and injuries without a trace of blame. Other people's money, even charity, required willingness. Boyfriend and girlfriend in her case, it could also be explained as a small kindness earns gratitude, a large one breeds resentment. She gave too much affection. He took it for granted. Ethan couldn't bear these accusations. She knew it. He had a good upbringing. His parents taught him from childhood to be a responsible man, respectful to his mother, loving and yielding to Emily. Many women appeared in his life. Only Meredith consistently suffered. This struck at the core of Ethan's beliefs. He couldn't listen. Bringing up those events didn't stir Meredith much, but pushed Ethan towards collapse. As a man, letting his girlfriend suffer so much was proof of his incompetence, evidence of his mistakes. Ethan retreated step by step, hands trembling, unable to bear hearing another word from Meredith. He had been a jerk. Meredith slowly walked away. Ethan didn't stop her again. By the time he reacted and wanted to chase her, Meredith was gone. He quickly drove to the university to find her. This couldn't end like this. As long as he didn't break up, behaved well later, treated only Meredith well, once her anger subsided, she wouldn't keep insisting on breaking up. She was so good. For him, she hadn't bought new clothes in 3 years, wore shoes until they fell apart, mended them, wore them again. Without him accompanying her for meals, she wouldn't even buy herself a bite of meat. She was so good, she would surely forgive him. She had too. Meredith didn't return to the university. She took the nearest night train back to her hometown. After waiting several hours at the station, the train rumbled along for several more hours. By the time she arrived, it was broad daylight. Just downstairs from her old apartment, she encountered a group of strangers exiting the building. Marcus escorted them out, spotting Meredith outside. "Sis, why are you back?" Marcus was surprised and delighted. He let Meredith go inside first, saw the visitors off to the building entrance, then returned. "Sis, you must be tired. Go rest first. I'll go buy groceries. There's nothing to eat at home." With that, Marcus grabbed his wallet, ready to head out. His cast was off. He moved much more nimbly. Meredith wanted to ask who those people were, but considered they might be Marcus's relatives, congratulating him on getting into National University. She didn't press, getting up to go out with him. The market was just behind the old complex. Being in a school district, many residents were families of students preparing for exams, renting cheap nearby housing. Many neighbors knew each other, chatting about daily life while shopping. Meredith didn't expect her family to become the main topic of these chats. Everyone she encountered praised her, saying she was blessed, finally seeing better days, capable enough to attend a good university herself, and raising her brother so well. The pork vendor even rounded down her bill, wanting to absorb some luck from the top scorer's family. Marcus acted particularly well-behaved, carrying the grocery bags beside his sister, feigning bashfulness. Meredith was initially confused. Asking around, she learned Marcus was this year's city top scorer, second in the entire province. His score was only half a point behind the provincial top scorer, losing slightly in language arts but scoring 1 point higher in sciences. For several days after results, recruiting professors from multiple universities besieged their home, trying to persuade Marcus to enroll, creating a bustling scene known throughout the neighborhood. 10 years of quiet study nobody cares, fame achieved overnight the whole world knows. Marcus grinned foolishly, the boy slightly embarrassed. I wanted to be with you, didn't want to be a burden. Thought about it, the only way was studying hard to attend university with you, sis. Meredith laughed at his silliness. Marcus didn't think so. The neighbor uncle had talked to him a lot. Homeroom teacher Mr. Marsh also counseled him. In the future, the two siblings would depend on each other. He was an adult now, needed to protect his sister like a man, not always rely on her protection. Marcus smiled foolishly, eyes shining brightly. Meredith personally cooked a sumptuous meal. After lunch, Marcus retrieved a contract from his room, showing it to Meredith. Meredith took it. The cover prominently displayed house sales contract, exceptionally jarring. Sis, I want to sell this house. Chapter 49, clearing debts. Marcus stood beside her, seemingly afraid Meredith would get angry. He quickly sat down, put an arm around her shoulder, leaning against her as he explained. Sis, don't be mad yet, listen to me. You've had it really tough these past few years. I stayed here with the house, but you never came back. That period was a dark time he dared not recall. He couldn't stay alone in this house for a second longer. Fear would consume him. Now I'm selling the house, so you don't have to struggle so much. Dad left this house to shelter both of us. Dad wouldn't be angry if he knew. This wasn't Dad's house, it was her mother's house. Marcus didn't know its origin. Meredith didn't plan on clarifying. Then why didn't you sell it to your uncle when he wanted to buy it? Meredith asked. He had guarded this house so fiercely. Why suddenly decide to sell after just a few months? Marcus shook his head, remaining silent. After his sister paid off the $20,000, he initially thought she was doing well. He once secretly visited the art university to find her, only to see her taking leave, teaching during the day, doing manual labor at night, even sleeping on the streets. Staying in Seaport City would only burden his sister. He dragged his injured leg back home alone. The longer he stayed in this house, the sadder he felt. Eventually, he couldn't even bear spending nights here alone. What was the point of its existence? To make his sister struggle to survive? After my exams, my scores were pretty good. Someone came offering $100,000, wanting to buy my house. I thought the price was reasonable, so I agreed to sell, Marcus explained. Sis, if the house is gone, we can slowly earn money and buy another one. Dad and Mom are gone. You're the only family I have left. Wherever you go in the future, I'll go too. Sis, the house is gone, but our home is still here. Home. Meredith hadn't expected to hear this word again after breaking up with Ethan. Meredith didn't object. Decide for yourself. Her father gave the house to Marcus. It was his. She never thought about taking it back these years, nor would she eye the sales proceeds now. Sis, how about we look at new houses these next few days? Marcus suddenly proposed. Property prices here aren't high yet. This $100,000 can buy a house with some left over. Let's live in a new house later, okay? Meredith disagreed with this suggestion. Buying a new house required renovations. $100,000 wouldn't leave much. No rush these 2 years. Keep the money first. After you graduate, find stable work, then decide where to buy, Meredith advised. He was a boy, university fees were covered now. Later, dating and marriage would require money. Buying a house based on his future partner's requirements then would be timely. Okay, I'll listen to you, Marcus nodded, obedient and agreeable. That night, at the bar where Meredith used to work, Ethan leaned against the second-floor railing, gazing towards the bar area. The figure bustling back and forth was no longer Meredith, but a male employee. Liam Stone texted Wendy. Adrian Pierce, unusually subdued, wasn't flirting with girls but sat beside Ethan, concerned. I say, big bro E, what's wrong with you again these past few days? Did I cause trouble with my careless words that day? Did the little sister-in-law fight with you? Just a few days ago, he and Meredith were affectionate. Today, gloom enveloped him again. Adrian didn't understand. What happened in just a few days? Ethan shook his head. Liam put down his phone, leaning closer. Is it because of today's delivery? Everyone at the company knew. After receiving a package today, Mr. Young threw a massive tantrum in his office. Everyone who made mistakes recently was summoned, thoroughly reprimanded. The package wasn't large. Inside were miscellaneous small items, all cheap trinkets, organized in a handmade paper box by Meredith. His secretary, unaware of the context, looked inside and even casually asked, "Did this come from a wholesale market? What's it for?" Hearing this, Ethan's mood plummeted. The most valuable items inside were the gold bracelet his mother gave Meredith and the perfume he gave her for her birthday this year. The perfume was new, unopened, the gift with purchase sticker still on the bottom plastic seal. She knew it was a freebie all along, bought a new, identical bottle to return to him. Meredith wants to break up with me, sent back everything I ever gave her. Ethan felt utterly helpless, seeking external support. Inside was a notebook detailing all their expenses together. For the years without records, Meredith wrote emotional repayment. The bank card he gave her was tucked into the last page, brand new, no signs of wear. She hadn't used it. Flipping through the notebook, entries were mostly tens of dollars, rarely exceeding $100. Initially recording purchases, later entries mostly documented Meredith's grocery expenses. Before the perfume bottle, this notebook resembled a housewife's budgeting guide, noting which market had fresh pork, which vendor offered discounts on old hens. Ethan realized the two markets were far apart. No wonder sometimes when he wanted soup at night, Meredith went grocery shopping early in the morning. Go early, the vegetables are fresher. I walk there, consider it morning exercise. Saves $2 on bus fare too, Meredith once said. Ethan hadn't paid attention then. Now it seemed saving money was true, exercise false. I always said I treated her poorly. Only today do I realize just how badly, Ethan said bitterly. No outsiders present, just the three of them, his guard lowered somewhat. Is she really fighting with you? Adrian was surprised. Because of him? Then his offense was significant. Ethan downed a mouthful of liquor, bitter and sharp. She wants to break up, blocked all my numbers. Can't find her at the university either, don't know where she went. Looks like Meredith is determined to cut ties with you. Liam poured him another drink. You two were each other's first love, both inexperienced. You had doubts about her. These things are mutual responsibility, shouldn't all be blamed on you. Liam commented seemingly casually, observing Ethan's reaction closely. Meredith isn't broad-minded enough either, too fixated on details. Holds things in, doesn't talk, carries grudges until now, saving it all for one big explosion. Adrian frowned hearing Liam's words. He couldn't get details from Emily, but sensed Liam's intention. So he was defending his wife here and suggesting a breakup, trampling Meredith completely. Ethan remained silent, seemingly contemplating, perhaps listening to Liam. What nonsense are you talking? Your wife insulted her, and it's her fault. Adrian interrupted, reprimanding Liam sharply, showing no deference. Let me tell you, Meredith is magnanimous enough enduring such huge humiliation after being insulted. If she weren't genuinely trying to make things work with Big Bro E, would she tolerate you this long? If it were him, he'd have slapped her long ago. Get lost, stop stirring trouble here, driving a wedge. Adrian hated this kind of backstabbing, deserving of scolding. Liam, seeing he couldn't win against Adrian, whom he couldn't afford to offend, sullenly picked up his phone and moved away to call Wendy, reporting his location. Petty little thing. Ruining someone's relationship for selfish reasons. Adrian rolled his eyes, pocketed his phone, stood up, walked closer, took the glass from Ethan's hand. Big Bro E, you always thought I was young, kept these things secret with Liam, wouldn't tell me. But when it comes to handling women, I have more experience than you. Ethan looked at him. Adrian grew up surrounded by women, mingling in high society with uncles and elders, pampered by aunts. Why don't you tell me about the situation with little sister-in-law? If you really don't want to break up, maybe I can help you figure something out. His mother always said he idled around all day, best at handling women's affairs. This skill might finally be useful. Ethan felt Adrian was unreliable, hence rarely discussing matters with Meredith with him, preferring Liam, who seemed to have a stable relationship. Now, perhaps Adrian had ways to appease Meredith. He roughly explained the situation with Meredith. Adrian didn't blame him for wrongdoing, instead looking confident. This seems simple. Meredith knew so much later and still reconciled with you, meaning she isn't petty, didn't really hold on to those things. The problem, big bro E, is you cared too much. When you were poor, Meredith supported you, she made the decisions. Now you're rich, suddenly you don't let her handle things. Women need face too. Who could stand that kind of disparity? Ethan listened listlessly, not feeling particularly enlightened. Big bro E, if you really don't want to break up, just shamelessly stick to her. Throw tantrums, act cute, let her hit or yell, just don't leave. After a while, her heart will soften, and things will be fine. Look at my dad, quite the ladies' man back then, playing the chivalrous hero. Later, if not for his shamelessness, would I be this big now? Adrian shared wisdom gleaned from his father's experiences. His parents' drama back then was huge. Ethan knew about it. Adrian's father had an affair. The woman came knocking, claiming she gave him her virginity, causing chaos in Adrian's family. Vivian even specifically used this incident to lecture Arthur, and later, as Ethan grew older, Vivian often lectured Ethan too. Handle affairs with women properly. Don't wrong someone you're serious about. Adrian grinned mysteriously. My dad taught me, although couples fight and make up, find a wife, treat her wholeheartedly. Your mistake isn't huge. Quickly go show her your sincerity. Give her control over all domestic matters later. Let her spend however she wants. Make her feel she's the boss of the house. Otherwise, the girl stays with you, always feeling like an outsider. This made some sense to Ethan. Adrian, seeing Ethan listen, shared all the wife-placating tactics his father taught him. Meredith is a top student, her taste and standards are high. She suffered hardship, saves money. You can't just throw money at her, she'll feel insulted. Adrian grew more animated, clapping Ethan's shoulder, sighing with a mix of envy and lament. Big bro E, reaching this stage with your first love isn't easy. Meredith endured all hardships with you. Just as she was about to enjoy prosperity with you, you let her slip away. My dad said, a man who can't even manage his wife isn't a real man. If worse comes to worst, just satisfy her needs more vigorously. She doesn't want money. Force the membership card on her, throw it in her face, hundreds of thousands in annual fees. Expiring unused, she'd have to go. Yes, good times arrived, yet she rejected him. That period, how hurt must she have been? Ethan thought of the kipau. He wanted to handle it for her. Busy those few days, harboring anger, he deliberately didn't answer her calls, yet she resolved it perfectly well herself. She was actually wonderful, outstanding. He had objectified her for too long. This was perhaps one trigger for the breakup, but also the fundamental issue. Big bro E, it depends on whether she's worth losing face for in your heart. Brother here can only offer these bad ideas. Think it over yourself, Adrian reminded him. He wished someone treated him this way, but his parents' messy affairs, his sister's unhappy marriage, it all tainted his view of women, making him insincere. Big men arguing about face with women, even winning is losing. We're in the wrong. If she demands a written guarantee, write it immediately, no hesitation, Adrian recounted briefly. In his 20 years, he most often witnessed his father kneeling in apology. He had an older sister. Every time he felt sorry for his dad and wanted to help, his sister stopped him. Because his sister personally witnessed how that woman nearly destroyed their family, his father committing an unforgivable mistake. If not for his father desperately holding on to his mother, enduring hits and curses without leaving, Adrian wouldn't exist. Now, while Ethan could still be saved, he had to lend a hand too. Ethan smiled wryly. Satisfy her needs. He wanted to, but she never accepted. Meredith and I never actually got together. Adrian admired Meredith even more. She stayed with you for years like that. Big bro E, as the saying goes, priceless treasures are easy to find, a true lover is hard to come by. You must cherish Meredith. Speaking crudely, just trick her back. If she refuses your contribution, force it. Once the girl commits physically, she'll feel more secure, more willing to let you support her. He meant forcefully offer, not forcefully take. Big bro E, listen carefully. If that doesn't work, give her status, get engaged first. I see uncle and auntie are very satisfied with little sister-in-law. Once she becomes your wife, let her seek revenge however she wants. Throw tantrums to the heavens, she's still your wife, right? Still sleep in the same bed at night. Crude but logical. Orphans value family most. Once Ethan became family, could she really leave? Engagement. Ethan recalled his earlier plans. Perhaps this was also a solution. Chapter 50. Advice. How are you thinking? Ready to let Meredith go, each go your separate ways. Liam asked, texting Wendy, head down but mouth moving. You saw Wendy interact with Meredith. Meredith is stubborn. Once offended, there's almost no turning back. Even with my close relationship with you, it didn't help. Ethan, life is long, we'll keep crossing paths. Meredith can't be avoided. If you reconcile with her, Wendy and I will have to distance ourselves from you because of her. Ultimately, you'll be the one in the most awkward position. Her current firm stance wasn't it just to drive a wedge between Liam and Ethan? So, Liam advised him to break up sooner rather than later. Avoid letting one Meredith disrupt everything, making everyone uncomfortable. I think just let it go. Anyway, I don't think Meredith cares about us. With your qualifications, what kind of girl can't you find? They'd all flock around you. Why bother enduring Meredith's cold shoulder? Liam reasoned, secretly hoping to protect his own interests. With Meredith around, Ethan might be led astray, disadvantaging him later. Adrian frowned hearing this. He couldn't get details from Emily, but understood Liam's intention. So he was defending his wife here and suggesting a breakup. Completely burying Meredith? Ethan remained silent, seemingly contemplating, perhaps listening to Liam. What nonsense are you talking? Your wife insulted her and it's her fault. Adrian interjected, reprimanding Liam sharply, showing no deference. Let me tell you, Meredith is magnanimous enough enduring such huge humiliation after being insulted. If she weren't genuinely trying to make things work with Big Bro E, would she tolerate you this long? If it were him, he'd have slapped her long ago. Get lost, stop stirring trouble here, driving a wedge. Adrian hated this kind of backstabbing, deserving of scolding. Liam, seeing he couldn't win against Adrian, whom he couldn't afford to offend, sullenly picked up his phone and moved away to call Wendy, reporting his location. Petty little thing. Ruining someone's relationship for selfish reasons. Adrian rolled his eyes, pocketed his phone, stood up, walked closer, took the glass from Ethan's hand. Big Bro E, you always thought I was young, kept these things secret with Liam, wouldn't tell me. But when it comes to handling women, I have more experience than you. Ethan looked at him. Adrian grew up surrounded by women, mingling in high society with uncles and elders, pampered by aunts. Why don't you tell me about the situation with little sister-in-law? If you really don't want to break up, maybe I can help you figure something out. His mother always said he idled around all day, best at handling women's affairs. This skill might finally be useful. Ethan felt Adrian was unreliable, hence rarely discussing matters with Meredith with him, preferring Liam, who seemed to have a stable relationship. Now, perhaps Adrian had ways to appease Meredith. He roughly explained the situation with Meredith. Adrian didn't blame him for wrongdoing, instead looking confident. This seems simple. Meredith knew so much later and still reconciled with you, meaning she isn't petty, didn't really hold on to those things. The problem, Big Bro E, is you cared too much. When you were poor, Meredith supported you, she made the decisions. Now you're rich, suddenly you don't let her handle things. Women need face too. Who could stand that kind of disparity? Ethan listened listlessly, not feeling particularly enlightened. Big Bro E, if you really don't want to break up, just shamelessly stick to her. Throw tantrums, act cute, let her hit or yell, just don't leave. After a while, her heart will soften, and things will be fine. Look at my dad, quite the ladies' man back then, playing the chivalrous hero. Later, if not for his shamelessness, would I be this big now? Adrian shared wisdom gleaned from his father's experiences. His parents' drama back then was huge. Ethan knew about it. Adrian's father had an affair. The woman came knocking, claiming she gave him her virginity, causing chaos in Adrian's family. Vivian even specifically used this incident to lecture Arthur, and later, as Ethan grew older, Vivian often lectured Ethan too. Handle affairs with women properly. Don't wrong someone you're serious about. Adrian grinned mysteriously. My dad taught me, although couples fight and make up, find a wife, treat her wholeheartedly. Your mistake isn't huge. Quickly go show her your sincerity. Give her control over all domestic matters later. Let her spend however she wants. Make her feel she's the boss of the house. Otherwise, the girl stays with you, always feeling like an outsider. This made some sense to Ethan. Adrian, seeing Ethan listen, shared all the wife-placating tactics his father taught him. Meredith is a top student, her taste and standards are high. She suffered hardship, saves money. You can't just throw money at her, she'll feel insulted. Adrian grew more animated, clapping Ethan's shoulder, sighing with a mix of envy and lament. Big bro E, reaching this stage with your first love isn't easy. Meredith endured all hardships with you. Just as she was about to enjoy prosperity with you, you let her slip away. My dad said, a man who can't even manage his wife isn't a real man. If worse comes to worst, just satisfy her needs more vigorously. She doesn't want money. Force the membership card on her, throw it in her face, hundreds of thousands in annual fees, expiring unused, she'd have to go. Yes, good times arrived, yet she rejected him. That period, how hurt must she have been? Ethan thought of the kipau. He wanted to handle it for her. Busy those few days, harboring anger, he deliberately didn't answer her calls, yet she resolved it perfectly well herself. She was actually wonderful, outstanding. He had objectified her for too long. This was perhaps one trigger for the breakup, but also the fundamental issue. Big bro E, it depends on whether she's worth losing face for in your heart. Brother here can only offer these bad ideas. Think it over yourself, Adrian reminded him. He wished someone treated him this way, but his parents' messy affairs, his sister's unhappy marriage, it all tainted his view of women, making him insincere. Big men arguing about face with women, even winning is losing. We're in the wrong. If she demands a written guarantee, write it immediately, no hesitation, Adrian concluded briefly. In his 20 years, he most often witnessed his father kneeling in apology. He had an older sister. Every time he felt sorry for his dad and wanted to help, his sister stopped him. Because his sister personally witnessed how that woman nearly destroyed their family, his father committing an unforgivable mistake. If not for his father desperately holding on to his mother, enduring hits and curses without leaving, Adrian wouldn't exist. Now, while Ethan could still be saved, he had to lend a hand too. Ethan smiled wryly. Satisfy her needs. He wanted to, but she never accepted. Meredith and I never actually got together. Adrian admired Meredith even more. She stayed with you for years like that. Big bro E, as the saying goes, priceless treasures are easy to find, a true lover is hard to come by. You must cherish Meredith. Speaking crudely, just trick her back. If she refuses your contribution, force it. Once the girl commits physically, she'll feel more secure, more willing to let you support her. He meant forcefully offer, not forcefully take. Big bro E, listen carefully. If that doesn't work, give her status, get engaged first. I see uncle and auntie are very satisfied with little sister-in-law. Once she becomes your wife, let her seek revenge however she wants. Throw tantrums to the heavens, she's still your wife, right? Still sleep in the same bed at night. Crude but logical. Orphans value family most. Once Ethan became family, could she really leave? Engagement. Ethan recalled his earlier plans. Perhaps this was also a solution.